Hey there to all you wonderful, wonderful people. Today may really get interesting. Now, she's going to have to finish off all of her testimony. We may actually see the end of it today, and we may actually see this wonderful little thing we call cross. I'm looking forward to that for sure. I mean, can you imagine how cross is going to go over for her? I mean, this it's going to be a mess. She's also had a she's had a week to think about this, which a lot of, outlets were making a big deal about, saying, "Oh, man, she's got something going on." But you have to remember, the other side had a week to think about this too. Now, other news that has come up today, we have a piece that just dropped on her publicist detailing multiple DUIs, detailing multiple other claims about him. Oh, it looks like he wanted the spotlight until he didn't. I mean, this stuff, it's crazy. Let me pull this up while we're here talking. So I can't believe like how much stuff this guy is getting buried in the public. I did a video, or I did a live stream about her PR guy last night, by the way. And if you missed that, oh, you definitely need to check it out. But this is the new the new item that is dropped about him. Exclusive. Her new PR guru, hired to paint JD as an alcohol binging abuser, has 2 DUI arrests, left 2 jobs after harassment claims, and is known as the walking Me Too case in industry circles. This just keeps getting worse for this guy. I mean, this guy, again, he wanted to get into the crosshairs. He want he wanted to be part of this, and, now he tried to head this off too. He knew that this was coming. In fact, you see the name here, Josh Boswell? Well, he served so his accuser, the one that we've heard about, he actually served them with a cease and desist letter, which again, the humor in this isn't that this thing is happening to him. It's that the fact that he is really at the forefront of the biggest listen and believe case in the world. And he tried to, make sure that the lady that made these claims was silenced. He hand delivered her. I talked about this last night. He hand delivered or had a PI hunt her down, hand deliver her a letter saying that you can't publish this, which you can, by the way. You get served a cease and desist, you can publish whatever you want, but he has her hunted down by this strange man after making claims against him, hand delivers a letter saying, "I will ruin you if you continue this." I mean, that's exactly what this says. Let me, pull this up, and it mentions the, writer of the article that just came out, because that guy, he knew that this was coming. This was his attempt to try to quash it, 'cause he knew that they were working on it. In fact, I'd heard they were working on it too, and let's see, here's the other part. My favorite part of this document, though, is this, and again, you have to think about who this is coming from and think about his clientele. It is difficult to believe that a woman who posted a warning about Mr. Shane to a closed Facebook group omitted allegations of sexual assault that really happened. It is also difficult to imagine that a woman who took the time to contact the dating site Rhea to complain about Mr. Shane did not take the time to file a police report if she was sexually assaulted. Huh. So filing police reports is now the norm, and listen and believe is not. That's fascinating, isn't it? Because the person that he's working for made claims about bottles, made claims about so many other things. Were the police involved in that? Absolutely not. But hey, what does that matter, right? What does that matter indeed? I love how this is coming together because it's funny. It's bitterly, and again, I'm not saying to believe accusations against someone, but at the same time, what I'm telling you is if you ride the listen and believe train, well, you embrace the whirlwind when it comes for you, because inevitably it will eat you, because it always eats the people who try to get on and take a ride. It always does. This guy never get on even if you think, "Hey, I've, I have no baggage." Well, you know what? It doesn't matter if anything actually ever happened because we're just talking about accusations, baby. How's sound today, by the way? This is a brand new computer. If you didn't hear, yesterday was my birthday. Um, for a birthday present, my computer melted down. So, yeah, it melted down 6 hours before my birthday on Saturday. The motherboard and one of the drives just went and beyond that, it had some other problems too. It just decided, "Hey, I ain't giving you anything anymore." So, good. Sounded good? Good, good, good. I wanna make sure everything's good to go. I did 2 test streams with it, but I just wanna see how everything is. It's been interesting, though. Today today we'll probably I don't like I said, I put on the thumbnail something about cross. Now, I don't know for sure that we will have cross today, but we're almost there. She has a couple more stories that she needs to detail. She's gotta tell us about, the 2 latter accusations. Remember, the accusations what's interesting is the oldest accusations that exist from her, the ones that she made back in 2016, they're the last ones that she actually gets to. If you didn't hear, by the way, over this weekend, I made a video about this, but the judge actually kicked, a piece of evidence that she was trying to admit into the courtroom, and the reason for that is because, the piece of evidence, it was from 2012 when her claims start in 2013. This piece of evidence, she tried to admit it. We heard about this in the courtroom, but we didn't actually see it at the time. But this piece of evidence right here, her PR team, David Shane, I'm sure, sold this or gave it to TMZ. Well, this is supposed to be undeniable proof that, man, look at her lip. Look at what he did. The only problem, even TMZ, who is a full press shield for her. I mean, they have been going after channels and doing all kinds of craziness. They even admit JD's team approached them and said, "Yo, this photograph, like, it's from it's from." I like that. I like that. I like that error in there and stuff. It's from 2012, and they admit we saw the metadata and we confirmed that is indeed from 2012. So I thought that was fascinating. Like I say, I couldn't, I, I couldn't believe like it's pretty bad when shill media that you count on for everything. Did you notice that even the, pop-up ad refused to be on that? It was like, "Yo, I ain't even doing that." I haven't got all my pop-up blockers and stuff set up. It takes, like, 3 of them to knock out some of these sites. Usually, I use Brave, but I just went into Chrome right away. I'm gonna have to reset and go to, add Brave and do all of that stuff, but I just haven't gotten there yet. Again, this is just, running it as fast as we can. But the 2 accusations we haven't gotten to the "me poo" accusation, that should come up today. So we're gonna hear about hashtag me poo. That will be a fascinating one. Here's, the discussion that's her it's her birthday. By the way, hopefully hey, Tiff, thanks for the 5. Can we get a T that says, "There's a turd in the punch bowl"? That'd be that, we if we could think of another word for turd. See, they won't let you get away with making fun of a person just outright. You can make a like I did a shirt that had the cat lady on it. She looks like a Disney villain. It's a Catman the Cat Lady, by the way. If you haven't checked out her shirts, do that. Again, all profits still. They will go to the one thing that she won't do. They will actually go to charity. So definitely check those out. I I want to make sure that we do it that way just because I live in a small town and in my small area out here, we have you remember JD talking about the Appalachians, where he grew up? He grew up in Kentucky, part of the Appalachia track, which that's where we live. We live in the Tennessee portion of the Appalachia track, and the poverty here is unreal. It's not as easy to see because it blends in with the background because you don't have a as heavy of population. But to give you an idea, we have, at one of the last counts, we have an area in town where your lower income families, the lower income housing. Some people call it the projects. I always found that to be insulting there, but, there are around 1,000 K through 12 that are located in that area that are living under the poverty line, and that's insane. Men's rights activist Ethan Flash, thanks for the 10. Happy birthday to you, Shysta Umbrella. Did you catch Lofty's take on the Netflix way swap Resident Evil Albert Wesker? I can only imagine it. Actually, actually, it never matters. I can only imagine. Yeah, my computer, that's when it melted down. I couldn't get on Flashcast. Like, usually I go on Flashcast, and my computer, I messaged him. I was like, I I can't go on. He was like, "Dude, can you get on another device?" I was like, no, not easily." That was a terrible thing. But April 21st, we're gonna have detailed. That'll be the Me Poo Day, and we'll have May 21st detailed as well. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 5. The Princess and the Grumpy. The Grumpy. There's a Grumpy in the punch bowl. You could have like a really like little mad face. Maybe you could have an Elaine floating around in the punch bowl. The Grumpy in the punch bowl. Oh, I think we're gonna do that. That's funny. I like that. A play on the Princess and the Pea would make a decent shirt. I like the Grumpy in the punch bowl. I like that you mentioned the Grumpy. I forgot about that. New to your channel, love your stuff. Thank you, Susan. Your energy is about truth and love. I thank you there. I try to keep it. Uh, I don't know. I just want to have fun while we're covering this and talking about what's really happening. You know, it's got to be both. People need to be entertained and need to be on the other side there. Needs to be on the other side of that little thing. It has to be truth. So yeah, thank you. Patty Force, thanks for the 20. Love your broadcast. Happy belated birthday to you and your wife. Yeah, my wife's birthday is like 3 days before mine. So that was a crazy time. Crazy time indeed. 2012, thanks for the $2 there. At least some hope in projects. Hollywood, no hope. Yeah. Actually, JD just had a monster victory. And I think I've got a video that I'm seeing if YouTube is going to let through or not. I'm going to see if I can cover it that way. They're being real grumpy about that. Every time I say grumpy now, I think about that stupid freaking poop. Gross, gross, gross. But no, they're really moody about the about letting stuff through like that. You know. 1 second. Somebody was saying they couldn't comment on things. If you for some reason can't, if you notice that your comments don't go through, that YouTube holds comments. The mods usually let them through. Matt, by the way, use this wisely. Use it wisely, my friend. Use it wisely. You'll notice, like, here, let me show you. Let me show you how many comments get held. Like, check this out while we're just sitting here for a minute. Like, this is how YouTube acts. I'm going to share the whole screen, and you can see them. The mods will let them through, but actually, they just let them all through. But look, like here, look, they're holding them. See, somebody has to. So the mods let, like they, you see a mod let it through. So really, the mods on this channel, we have a lot of mods, but the mods are here to let your comments through because I don't have any filters set up on speech either. I actually never attached any kind of speech filter because I kind of don't like that idea. It's funny though. See, just a second. I've got a. 1 second. I gotta download something. I gotta download the volume boost extension. I forgot to put that on the stuff here. So I'm making sure that I download all of that. The volume blaster. There it is. I almost forgot to put our volume master, thing. So the trial has to have an increase of volume by about 600% so you can hear the court, and I almost forgot to download this stupid little extension where my computer went dead, which I would have learned really fast. "Wait a minute, we can't hear anything." Glad I remembered that. Holy crap. That was almost a big oversight there. I'm gonna, um I'm gonna turn on subscriber mode. I've noticed 2 bots try to get through so far. Like I said, I hate turning on anything that interferes with the chat. I don't like that. I want you to be able to I want you to be able to talk freely, as long as you're not channel damaging or anything like that, I don't care, you know? It doesn't matter. Like, you're not doing any damage by, having opinions. Even if you disagree with me, I don't care. But, unfortunately, one of the things that the platform has allowed is they allow I'm gonna call them bit bots, trying to take advantage of people, and they allow I'm gonna call them prawn bots. So, all you have to do is be a channel subscriber for 1 minute, and you can comment. So it keeps the bots out, but I don't like limiting the chat. I like you to have your own opinion. If you wanna have your own opinion about the case, have your own opinion. As long as it is not spam or channel damaging, you are good to go. Cheeky Bird, thanks for the 5. Is the trial starting earlier? Yep. We are starting, we're starting an hour earlier and finishing 30 minutes later. So that's the only way they can keep on schedule for the next 2 weeks. So yeah, we're gonna have an hour and a half more trial, which is kinda cool. But gosh, every morning. I'm also trying to figure out how to drop videos in the mornings. I usually try to drop 2 there's so much going on. You get 3 notifications from YouTube for users. They didn't send out any notifications this morning about my video, by the way. I did a video on Kevin Smith. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. It's pretty interesting. Kevin Smith, kinda he was talking about Tusk again, where he worked with JD, and he talks about his humor and other stuff, and it's been a consistent story. And remember, she said that he doesn't like to work with people, he's terrible to work with and all of that, and it flies in the face of all of it. It doesn't come off as sycophant, and I'm not a big Kevin Smith fan. So, I think that Kevin Smith has done some nasty stuff, like, being kinda gross with his audiences sometimes. Like, he's changed a lot over the years. I used to like him, uh well, like a lot of people, they have good PR, but he's stayed consistent with his stories. He's talked about the humor that JD put in. Like I said, I thought it was a good discussion. Marie Watson, thanks for the 10. Yay, trial day. Hope your birthday was awesome. I'm a little hungover. My twin brother and I had so many drinks yesterday from ours. The struggle is real. Indeed, indeed. I've been trying not to drink as much myself. Like we get on the stream and goof off, and just trying to cut back a little bit on that. 2012, thanks for the 2. Grumpy equals, yep, exactly. AH is a grumpy fight at the zoo. Indeed. Don't you throw your grumpy over here, gross lady. Zombie, thanks for the 5. When did you go to sleep? You got a live stream late. You're up now. I sleep about 2 hours. That's about it. I have a problem with insomnia anyway. I've had it all my life. I have trouble sleeping unless I medicate, and I don't like doing that. Like, to be honest, give me one second. Yeah. I don't like to medicate. I don't like medication that makes me tired in the day. So every now and then I have to take it if I feel like I'm just swimming in a puddle or something, But I typically I try to avoid that. I can usually do pretty well in about 2 hours of sleep. So if I get less than that, I feel like I'm swimming the whole day though. So I try to stay with that. Hey, Casey, thanks for the 3. Hey, from Australia, Tuck. Hey, how's you doing? What time is it in Australia, by the way? I'm curious. Diana, thanks for the 2. SNL mentioned the Grumpy. Did you see it? I haven't watched it over. I wanted to just be able to sit down and do it. NSX, thanks for the 20. I'll be jumping between you, Nick, and Nate all night. I'm from Sydney. Wife may throw a bottle at me in the morning. Watch your fingers. Here's 20 toward all your great effort, great content, mate. Can you try an Aussie accent? The only thing I could try a good day. Good day, mate. It's not a very good one, I'm sure, but good day, mate. Shrimp on the barbie. See, it's terrible. It's terrible. My southern dialect does not stretch that far. Yeah, there's a lot of Aussies here. Yeah, indeed. Take my med nah, for sleep meds, regular meds are okay. Sleep meds, not really. Like, what they do is they make your mind tired, and a lot of stuff that they use for sleep is just not good for you, It's not good in the long run. Again, it makes your brain tired, and, one of the problems with insomnia is, like, I can't cut my brain off. My brain just runs all the time, It chatters, chatter, 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 and it's good. It's good for YouTube, it's good for problem solving, you know? I just every now and then, I have to force myself to sleep, you know? If I'm really tired, I'll just crash for a little bit, but I don't know. I don't like to sleep. I feel like I'm wasting my time. Listen to ocean now. Is today cross-examination? We don't know for sure, but it's either today or tomorrow that it starts. And she only has gotta remember, like, her tail again, they've been jumping around in their timeline, right? They've been jumping around quite a bit, but her tail, it's missing 2 distinct stories that she hasn't gotten into yet. Again, I'm trying to skip the picture there because there's a picture of the poop over there, and I don't wanna see it. It's so gross. So freaking gross. Like, there's something wrong with her. Ugh. But, they're missing the birthday tail. That's where, the telephone gets thrown out the window and all of that you've heard about. Bipolar god of science fiction, thanks for the 5. Did you see the Medium article I tweeted to you? I did. I've been reading through articles all this morning. There's a big one, not just there's like I said, there's something big that dropped. So that sounds gross considering who we're talking about. Big that dropped. Oh, it's code. No, no. There was a JD got a huge victory as far as, the way things have been presented are concerned, and I've got a video ready on it. I'll probably drop it at 6 tonight. Should be a good one. You should watch it because it's a that'll be way after the trial. Yeah, Forrester, thanks for 5. Tug, try. Good day, mate. Good day, mate. Just, good day, mate. Mm, my southern doesn't like to go that far. Happy birthday. Thank you for that. Yeah, Beth May, thanks for the 8 there. Hope you had a awesome birthday, Tug. I had it started out horrible, and then it kept getting worse for the longest time, but by the time I got to street, you know what, though? I've gotten to my mindset. So I had to spend 2 grand to buy a computer, alright? And I got I was thinking about it that morning when I went, and I thought, I'm irritated that I have to buy a new computer, but at the same time, I'm not even really mad because life has afforded me something like this platform where it's been life changing enough that I could do that, and I could do it without even really hesitating. So I appreciate you folks. Like I say, you build this thing up just by being here. When you watch videos, it clocks ad revenue. Those it, again, if you use an ad blocker, that's your prerogative too. I'm not telling you you can't, but when you watch, if you like something and you let an ad play or something, bam, it clocks revenue. And that stuff, like I said, it builds up enough that some of it can be life changing numbers. So, love from Australia. Also, a bad insomnia sufferer. I empathize as always. Thanks for everything you do. Thank you for that. Yeah, insomnia. I used to really hate it. I used to really hate it, but I got to where I was comfortable with it. Used to just be I felt like it was a burden, and now, like, I'm like, "Man, as long as I can calm my mind down so I can concentrate on what." I have a I have the shiny squirrel syndrome. You can hear it all the time. I'll switch topics a lot. Anything that distracts me, I'm like, "Ooh," and I get off on that topic. But, I if I were younger, I imagine I would have and I say this as a person who diagnoses people for a living. I would have been diagnosed with OCD. There's no way. There's no way I would not have been. You can tell from the way I make videos, I cover topics the way I do. I keep folders on top. I mean, it's just I've turned it into a thing that has a positive side of it, but it is definitely OCD. Tits, thanks for the 5. The Pentagon is about to publish the X Files in a hearing. What did we find? That might be interesting there. We found out that Mulder and Scully are real. Michelle, thanks for the 5. Happy belated birthday. Thank you. Love your coverage and commentary. Keep fighting the good fight. We're with you. Yes, I always know you folks are too. Thank you. Testing 2741. Thanks for the 2. You sound just like YouTuber TN Outdoors 9. Check it out. I'll have to check it out there. And we're from the same state, so, that is not me, though. Jan, thanks for the 5. Have you ever considered alternative video dis I have an Odyssey. It does. It distributes everything that I do onto there, so at 2012, thanks for the 2. Now get Lola a better setup his stream boomer. Hey, she wanted that. Yeah, I see the okay. We're gonna start setting up now because it's not gone to coverage yet, but the, thing is on, and I thank you. Anytime you folks notice stuff like that, I appreciate you telling me. So I'm gonna start setting it up. Give me 1 minute with it. Bam. Bam. Make sure we get everything in there. Let's put our banner down. Give me a second. I gotta find my banner. Lord, I got too much junk in here. All right. 1 second here. All right, there we go. There's no sound or anything that's come through yet. Let's see. Give me a second. I gotta turn the volume up. I'm getting everything situated and set up. Who I'm looking forward to today. You have to excuse me. I'm making sure everything is set up real quick. I'm making sure everything is right. I'm also making sure there's nothing that will interfere. And YouTube has been weird about the trial lately. They've been bad about allowing like lag and everything else. So what I'm doing is I'm taking extra precaution today and if it's on the YouTube side and something happens, I can't control it. But otherwise, look at that though. Got Elaine praying. Look at her over there. Please, God, please don't let them find out about the bodies. I'm like, wait. What did you say, Elaine? Please, God, don't let them find out about the amica cream. If Elaine ever asks to butter you in amica cream, you know what the problem is. Just run, just running fast, because it's going to be a bad day for you. I guarantee you. She does look like she's praying to God. Please, God, let this stuff work out for me today. Tell people we're live today too, if you would, because I think the broadcast we're able to find it. Like 6,000 of you fine folks almost that are here already. Appreciate you there for sure. I'm checking the sound too. I'm checking it on another show. Ugh. Are we playing bingo today? Yes, we need to play some bingo today. All right. So if you haven't played Amber Heard Bingo, by the way, you should definitely get you a bingo card on. Let me see if I can find me a bingo card again. Remember, my computer crashed out, so I lost. Well, I didn't lose everything, but my let's see, bingo. I like the bingo cards. All right, so here's the Amber Heard bingo card. If you haven't seen one, I'm going to repost this on my timeline. We're going to play bingo today, okay? So it will be on my. I will also put it in the. I will also put it in the comments so everyone can enjoy it. All you have to do is click on the comments to pick one up. I will post it at the top. Just give me a minute here. So make sure you get you a bingo card. Remember, the bingo card only counts for today. Okay. So I'm pinning that message there. Like I said, remember the bingo card, it only counts for today. So you can't judge is on premises. So we haven't got any sound yet still. But the judge is indeed there. Well, lady, turn the sound on. I see them taunt. Well, I guess they didn't. They had preliminary matters. Ugh. Judge is actually looking a little rested. She doesn't look as tired today, just to say. So that's good. But yeah, okay. So our bingo card is as follows. I'm just going to tell you. You get a bingo already. Make sure you claim your free slot. It's in the middle, but you have many bingo ways. Everything from blaming dogs, hostage situation, denies alcohol, screams, I'm a mother, blames Johnny. I love Johnny. 5 lies in a row. They have to be in a row. Quivers her lips. Amica cream. If it comes up, boom, get that off there. Denies drug use, drinks all her water. Crocodile TOs. I mean, any of that stuff, make sure that you, like I said, make sure that you hit all of that up. Good stuff. Let me see today. Oh, man, there's so much. I always check. I always check an alternate platform to make sure that the sound and everything is good to go too. God, that sound is awful. So this is the before the trial stuff. They have what they call B-roll. This is B-roll. Everybody's playing B-roll, by the way, as it's this broadcast comes from listen. Look.
Here's Johnny.
There's Johnny Depp coming in. Ooh, man, those people are loud. I'm gonna turn the volume down. They're gonna blow my eardrums out. Everybody's excited to see Depp show up. They call this though. It's part of live. Ooh, it's loud. Like you hear people come to life for that. Hear the music playing and stuff. He came with his own soundtrack. He's like, I am a winner. She is a loser. Look, he always stops and says, hey, too. Like, look at that. Like, he always stops, waves. Like, that's smart. That's smart PR right there.
Those are relatives. All
Those are relatives, he told us. Those are relatives. He does really good with that. I mean, the guy's been smart about treating his fans with respect. All right, let's see. That's part of. So the live view broadcast. This is this is the actual live view. This is what they're doing in there. We have to wait for them to get their stuff in order. So this is all the live view channels too. They're funny like that. But I'm just making sure that no other place has anything with that. They all have it to their stay tuned though. So freaking live view. You gotta hate them. It's so strange though. I was looking at the coverage early on for live view, and right now they're still at break. They're still talking about ever behind the scenes. God, they're gonna have to get their freaking live view and tagged. Jesus. Is it going to be a morning like this? The person running the live view is having problems. They'll get it right in a minute, so don't worry. Wait 1 minute.
Here's Johnny.
Still under oath, okay?
All right, there we go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They got us back on time.
When did the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp occur?
Objection asked and answered.
No, overruled.
That would have been early 2012.
And how did you determine this?
I reviewed my therapist's
Objection,
notes.
hearsay.
She hasn't even answered it, Your
All
Honor.
right, I'll allow the answer.
By reviewing my therapist's notes.
Objection,
All right,
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, but it's
Yep.
not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's
It's
explaining
hearsay. Shut up.
what she looked at.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. When did you earlier believe the first act of physical violence occurred?
Well, I had always believed up until recently that it had started later, that the violence started around early 2013, not early 2012.
Now, you testified earlier that the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp related to the Winona Wino tattoo. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Does that change your testimony, realizing that this is earlier? Was this in fact still the first act?
Objection, leading.
She's changing her narrative.
Sustained.
What was the first act?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
How do you remember the first act of violence?
Well, you never forget it. That's how I remember it. It changes your life forever. You never forget the first time someone hits you like that. I just had the date wrong.
And how is it that you think you got the date wrong?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm embarrassed to say, I think I would have liked to have believed that the period of time in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love and he was sober and he wasn't violent to me, lasted for a lot longer than it did. I think I would have liked to have believed that I wasn't hit so early in the relationship and still stayed. He was also sober for a period in 2012, which was a peaceful time for us, in which we fell in love. So I had kind of allowed myself, I guess, to forget that the beginning of that period, 2012, before he got sober, was really violent and chaotic as well. I'm embarrassed to say that.
Now, you testified that the police were called multiple times. Other than the May 21, 2016, what other occasions were there where the police were called?
They were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord. I had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave the last couple, I believe, last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
Okay. How many
Uh-huh.
instances of abuse were included in the UK trial?
There were 14 acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse.
And
violence.
why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their counsel, the Sun Council chose.
Okay. When is the first time you were called upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as you could recall of physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
That's not hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking her when she was called upon to do so.
Well, the objection is hearsay.
Right, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, and it's just asking for date.
All right, overruled.
Thank you.
A few months ago, February in 2022, this year, was the first time I was asked to do so, other than cold in a deposition.
Okay. And when you were asked to provide those, what did you do to be able to prepare that accounting, that full accounting?
Well, I had the benefit of my therapist. note.
Objection, hearsay.
So, Your Honor, she's not saying
No,
what
she's
therapist
using-
said. I'm just
I'll
asking.
overrule the objection.
Thank you.
No,
Go
it's you're using hearsay
I
with
looked
the.
at my therapist notes. I had the benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals, my diaries, of which there were many. I put all of those together. It took a lot of time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
And what did you do when you put that all together?
I kind of filled in and collected all of these various pieces of information and gave a fuller account as best I could for each incidents of violence that I had record of. I think it was called an interrogatory.
In this case?
In this case,
All right.
excuse
Did
me,
you sign that under oath?
I did.
Okay. And it was provided to counsel for Mr. Depp?
It was.
Okay. And was it a pretty lengthy document?
It was far too long.
And how is it that you didn't just remember all of those events like this?
Uh-huh.
That's not how your memory or my memory works. We were together for 5 years, almost 4.5. And it was a very violent, chaotic, at times very loving, emotional relationship. So as anyone can imagine, there was a lot going on. And unfortunately, the violence became almost normal, especially towards the end. It was just, it's hard to say that now, but the violence was almost normal. And, your brain does with trauma what it does, puts it away best you can. So I was frankly, I was shocked to see a lot of the information presented to me through my therapist notes, because she was taking them in real
Objection,
time.
Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain my
All right.
objection.
Okay.
Oh, so you
We'll-
sustain
we'll
it
move past
sometimes.
what the therapist said in her notes. Okay. Now, there's one more. You also provided a declaration in this case early on. Do you recall that, trying to move the case to California?
Yes, there was a declaration in 2019.
All right. And did you describe some of the events of violence in that declaration?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything, was said about violent acts in that declaration?
I was taking the advice of my counsel. It was to get it moved, I believe.
Okay. And was there, did you include all of them?
No.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Thank
And-
you.
No, I did not include all of the incidents of violence. That was not the point of making this declaration. We were making this declaration in effort to move it to California, because as hard as it is to go through this sort of trial as it is, it's even harder to do so in a place that neither Johnny nor I are connected to.
Now, you testified earlier about guitars, and you said you've never played a guitar. Have you ever played a guitar player in a movie?
You could say I posed with a guitar. It turns out I am an unteachable.
Okay.
So they've been listening
I'm
to us
going to take you to
on
the tape
YouTube.
recordings. Why did you and Mr. Depp start taping each other?
Well, at first it was not at first. It was meant to be a way to get to the heart of some of our communication issues, in order to to discover in a therapeutic fashion, kind of what was some of our issues in our communication.
Okay. Now, we heard an audio tape earlier during this trial in which you said the word couch repeatedly. Can you please explain to the jury what that meant?
Yes. Couch was a word that we had been given, that we decided upon, rather.
Objection, hearsay.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said about this.
That it was a safe word. It was meant to be a safe word, like a word like truce, where you put down the proverbial guns and you say, truce, we're not fighting anymore. Couch was supposed to be a word that you used, or that we used, as a truce. I don't want to fight anymore. You win. Let's stop this. That was the mention of couch, which you heard earlier in a recording.
Now, what, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about threatening to divorce each other or threatening to leave?
Objection calls for hearsay to
I'm
the extent
asking
it
for-
calls for misheard statements.
I'm asking for discussions with Mr. Depp.
It's still her.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said. Don't tell us what you said.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes. What did Mr. Depp say in your discussions about the use of the term threatening to divorce or threatening to leave each other?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Well, Johnny would always say the only way out of this was death. But in fights, in particularly heated ones, we had found, we were using divorce in the fight, in some of our heated fights. We tried not to, but that kind of deteriorated after the December incident that I got beat up pretty badly. And after that point, it was used a lot more often.
Okay. Now, March 26, 2015, this is after the first Australia trip and after the staircase incident. I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 371A? This is a tape recording, and it's going to be at 1 minute, 1:01 to 2:29.
They have just tried to correct every narrative
Could you say
that
the
was
times
brought up.
again?
Yes, it's 1:01 to 2:29. And if we could, I don't know whether you had turned up that volume. I know it's
What?
hard to hear these.
Is this an evidence already?
I'm moving it into evidence, Your Honor, but these are the tape recordings between the two, which I think we had agreed.
Is there any objection to 371A?
Your Honor, if you just give me a moment to
Okay,
confirm
sure.
there's no other voices.
So she's just tried to go through. In the process of 15 minutes or so, she's tried to say
It's
that
not in
there.
evidence, Your Honor,
Okay.
so could you please confirm that there are no other voices?
I will confirm that.
Okay,
This,
all right.
and it's Depp's exhibit.
Right.
It's Mr. Depp's
Claim
exhibit.
is 371A then, any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
So there are a
371A
million
evidence.
different accusations. She could just allege anything she wants now. There are
We
millions
may
of them.
need to, Sammy, if you listen, we may need to turn that volume up. Sometimes your control is a little bit better than what we have, Max.
I see somebody who's changing always into different versions of a person that I recognize for a brief moment. And then he slips away and he disappears. And then I get a different version of him. I get the insecure, scared version of him that lashes out in a different medium every time. So if it's Adderall Junkie Johnny, then he's abusive and he's bully and he's a tyrant and he's mean is reactionary and is incendiary, and anything I do and say is cause for violence or anger. If I speak to him honestly, bluntly from the heart, I'm yelling at him. If I argue back with him, then I'm abusive. If I don't say anything, then I am dismissive or absent or it's wrong or somewhere else. If I engage with him, I'm part of the problem. I'm yelling, I'm mean. If I don't engage with him, then I'm part of the problem. No matter what I do, I'm fine.
They turned it down.
Because if I look at him the wrong way, he's a problem. If I say the wrong thing, God knows what it is. I'm the problem. I'm the problem. Either way. That's the guy who's on a bunch of fucking speed.
What did you mean?
No
when
proof.
You were saying that to Mr. Depp.
That no matter, my perception was that no matter what I did, no matter what I did to de-escalate, walk away from him, to confront him, to try to, nothing I did made a difference. Nothing I did changed his rage at me. Nothing I did changed the violence towards me. Nothing I did calmed him down. And I was constantly doing a juggling act of what kind of version of Johnny I was dealing with. There were different versions of him, and they were drastically different from one another. And even more so than them being different from one another, they didn't even sometimes remember what the other version did or said. They acted almost like independent versions of this person, depending on what combination of drugs and alcohol he was on. That's what I was trying to express to him. It's just the futility of me responding and successfully, and the futility of trying to constantly negotiate with him and the substances he was on at the time.
I'm going to take you to April 15, 2015, the premiere of When I Live My Life Over Again.
All the
What,
fake
if
crying.
anything, did you do for that premiere?
I believe that premiere was in New York City. It was a small independent film I shot. I went back to New York to attend the premiere.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 421, please? Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 421.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 421 in evidence.
May we publish to the
Publish to
jury?
jury.
Thank you. Amber, could you please describe for the jury what this picture is?
That is a
Tabloid.
picture of me a few months, I believe this is April of 2015, so it's a few months after the March incident that happened in Australia, early March, in which Johnny held me down on the countertops and my arms were cut on the glass
And
in that attack.
And if
Awesome.
we could
No
draw
medical
attention
record,
to
huh?
your arm there, are those scars?
The,
What are those? Please describe for the jury what those are.
those are scars that I obtained while Johnny was strangling me and assaulting me on the countertop in Australia.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 423, please?
So she got assaulted with a bottle and everything else. And the proof that she has is a tabloid picture. Awesome,
And
right?
does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes, that's
Hold on a second. I'm going to
Yes.
move the admission of Defendant's 423, please.
No objection.
423 in evidence.
Thank you. May
Publish.
we publish? All right, and please describe to the jury what this shows.
it is a picture of me on a red carpet. You can see my scars. Even though I have makeup on them, they're a bit harder to cover because they're rather fresh.
Now,
Uh-huh.
after this, in April of 2015, you returned to Australia with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and tell the jury about that trip.
Well, after Johnny was able to get clean off of the coke and the other drugs enough to get the hand surgery he needed, there commenced a period of time of sobriety for Johnny. His doctor had fired him and then came on when Johnny agreed to get clean. And so
Objection,
there was this-
hearsay, non-responsive.
Don't say what, I mean, we've already had, Your Honor, we've already had the testimony from Dr. Kipper, but don't say what Dr. Kipper did. Just tell the other part. Just don't say what somebody else said. Okay?
So there was this period of sobriety after that. And Johnny was very committed to being clean and sober. And I thought we had finally done it. We finally did it. We were through it and we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time. And we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love, or deeper in love than we were before. It seemed things were so good. We were talking about a future again. We were talking about having kids. I mean, when Johnny wasn't using it was so peaceful. We had we had a good time together. We went back to Australia like that, in that state, and had a few months. We even had my parents come and visit us in Australia, and we were talking about babies and about buying a farm and, looking for homes in California. And we were in a really beautiful, peaceful period. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Now, did you stay at the same place that you did the earlier time in Australia?
We went back to a very remodeled version of that home. I mean, remodeled, very cleaned up version of that home. Same walls, same structure, but looked a bit different, as you can imagine.
How did you feel going back to that home, given what had happened in March, early March?
The home isn't the problem. If you're living in domestic violence, you don't just not go home. You don't just not go into the kitchen just because you were slapped in that kitchen. People living in domestic violence live in their homes. That's almost, the home isn't the problem. That's the normal part of your home. And for me, Johnny was my home. Where we were a couple was my home. And that home was often really violent, but it wasn't the structure itself. It was Johnny. And when we went back to Australia, that home, Johnny was in a completely different, he had done a complete 180, clean, sober, present, calm. We were peaceful. I mean, and any of the gripes and the problems that he seemed to have about me went away when he was sober. And so we managed to go back to that same house, but in a very different way. It felt very different.
June 16, 2015, the Magic Mike tour. Where did you go for that tour?
While I was in Australia, I got the call for that press tour and went to Europe for the press tour for that movie. And, I was nervous because problems arise when I'm having to work when I leave.
Objection, non-responsive.
That was still responsive.
Well, sustained objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Michelle, can you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 447?
Man, my Bico card is
I'm
doing
gonna
good
ask you
today.
First, does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 447.
No objection.
447 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And Michelle, if you could zoom in just a little bit closer.
Come on,
Would
Michelle,
you tell the
too.
jury about this picture?
Yes, that's me on the red carpet promoting the Magic Mike movie I was in. You can see the scars on my body, on my arms,
Okay.
Oh, where are the other
can't
scars
see.
on your back or anything?
everything, of course, but
Okay. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 449?
So she got those scratches on her arm, and she was assaulted with a bottle and everything else. But that's all that happened.
And
I see.
Amber, does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 449.
No
All
objection.
right. 449 in evidence. Publish.
And Amber,
This
could
is
you please describe
absurd.
to the jury what this portrays?
This is you can see the scars on my arm from that attack. Also around this time, Johnny was calling me on the phone before and after, while I was doing these press events. And sometimes I would be on the phone with him, kind of managing accusations about why I didn't pick up sooner, didn't text back sooner. And sometimes I actually on this tour many times had to delay getting out of the car or
Objection, non-responsive.
I'll ask that. How did Mr. Depp react to your going on this press tour?
He was very upset with me. I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and having to hang up to go do press events.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm going to take you to the Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and that was July 25, 2015?
Yes,
Now-
it was.
Okay. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162. It's already into evidence. Now, Mr. McGivern testified that he took
It was
It
Malcolm.
wasn't. It wasn't.
I have the transcript.
I don't know. Go ahead and ask your
It's
question.
Mr. McConnelly.
Is that correct?
Oopsie.
I believe Malcolm Conley took this on the on the Orient Express.
Malcolm Connolly, not Travis McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us. Yes,
Okay, and was it in 2013 or was it 2015?
it was in 2015,
Okay.
July.
And please describe, if you can, what transpired during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne when I returned from the press tour. That's what he was drinking, wine and champagne. When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning him wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in our sleeping car. Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by kind of got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a narrow sleeper cart, and there were two beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck. And he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long time. And every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms off of my neck. And I remember thinking that he could not even mean to kill me. I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it, and kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck. I remember I had at one point he ripped the top of my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember I had a breast exposed. At some point, I pull at his lapel of his shirt, and he rips the shirt off. of him and wraps it around my neck. And that's how I woke up. The next morning, actually, I woke up with it still around my neck
Oh my God.
and with a giant knot in the back of my head.
Did you keep a diary at that time?
See,
Yes,
Gone
I
Girl.
did.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 461?
I told you it's gonna be just like Gone Girl here. She's gonna rely on herself for evidence. She just explained how Johnny Depp had a
Objection hearsay.
It is a diary, Your Honor, and I will just ask her some questions about it rather than trying to admit it into evidence at this point.
All right. I'll wait for the question. Go ahead.
What if anything do you recall about recording what transpired on that train?
Objection hearsay.
I'm just asking her whether she did. I'm not asking what she recorded.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead. Overruled.
I wrote about what happened that night the next morning.
Thank you. Now, did Mr. Depp suffer any injuries on that trip?
Not that I saw. I have a lot of pictures from that trip, and he's uninjured.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Now, I'm going to keep you in July of 2015, and Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Depp Exhibit 390A. It's a recording, and I'm going to be asking about from 3:30 to 4:12. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor. It's another recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. There's nobody else in
It's
there.
plaintiffs. What number was it?
It's plaintiffs. It's 390A.
Okay. Any objection to 390A?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
she's
He
gone full
reproached-
Gone Girl. This stuff just went full Gone Girl. She just explained how he had injuries on himself by saying, well, he choked me. He choked me unconscious. He ripped off my clothes. I was laying naked. Wait a minute. This is about injuries on him. Then she apparently kept diaries, like fake. Again, this is the script of Gone Girl.
Any objection then?
No objection.
All right, 390A in evidence.
I saw you doing it earlier, whatever. It's fine, it's secretive. It's deceitful. You already you had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop.
You didn't.
Please stop.
You did not.
Please stop.
Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school
Okay.
teacher. Shut
Okay.
the fuck up.
Doesn't
Listen
shut
to me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
So Johnny Depp raises his voice. Boy, that proved
What were
something,
you
right?
discussing in that call?
We were discussing whether or not it was all right to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said it didn't matter anymore, the requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey, we agree.
Okay. Let's go to August 2015. Please describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in that time frame.
You said August?
August 2015.
August 2015 was a very difficult time following the brief honeymoon we had. Johnny's use continued, started again is a better way to describe it. And lo and behold, so did our disagreements, coincidentally, not coincidentally. I got an offer to do a job, which was already a problem or problematic. I was considering working on a TV series that had James Franco in it. I was asked if I would meet with the people who are making the show.
Objection hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And so I was considering taking that job. and there was a possibility it would require brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate down, but obviously that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that, didn't want me to work. And frankly, I needed to. And there was another film I had coming out that I had previously shot. It's called London Fields. It was a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role. It was a constant negotiation between myself and the filmmakers. They made a film, and Johnny told me that he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it that he claimed I didn't tell him about. I did not actually film the scene he was speaking of. He demanded that we watch a screener of it, which is like a version of the film before it's released. We got one sent to where we were at the time, Johnny's Chateau in France. It's in a remote part of France. And once again, we're in this remote place and we're screening this film that I appeared in. And there was a sex scene in that movie that started before Johnny freaked out because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already is upset with me for breaking the rule that I had a sex scene. On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that scene. And you can imagine how upset he was. He was irate and
You can
was
imagine.
calling me a liar, a whore, among other things. And we had that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job that involved James Franco was a pressure cooker. I called it a week of hell later.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, that's hearsay.
Overruled.
No, that's hearsay.
Johnny at one point slapped me in the face in our bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he punched me across the jaw. At one point, he kind of either pushed or threw. It's hard to describe to you which of those two it is because I can't tell you. I just know I went flying into this old church furniture. I later thought I had a concussion. It was the first time I thought I had sustained a concussion. And I wrote about it later.
Now,
Did a doctor write about it?
did there come a time in this time frame that you found a folder on Mr. Depp's computer?
Yes,
What was it labeled?
it was on Johnny's opening page, his desktop. It said "No fun for JD" in all caps.
And what was in that folder?
It was a collection of pictures of me from various red carpets, starting on the press tours that I had been on, where I zoomed in pictures of what he thought was, like inappropriate clothing, side boob, cleavage, anytime I moved.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain as to what
Okay.
she believes it was.
What pictures were in that folder that we have seen today?
The ones I saw of the kind of rose gold dress and the red dress were both in that file.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you or ask you about how you got those cuts on your arms?
Nothing.
What, if anything, has Mr. Depp ever said to you or asked you about any injuries that you've sustained over those years?
Johnny's obviously never asked me how I got any of those scars.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp self-injuring himself?
Often. He did that often.
Please tell the jury about that. What did he do?
I first started, I can't tell you what I told my therapist, but I almost called 911 in New York in 2014, August of 2014, I believe, because I thought he had done himself an injury. He often in fights would cut his arms, or hold a knife to his chest, or draw blood superficially at first, but later, like in 2016, especially as our relationship was ending. He also put cigarettes out on himself.
Oh my
He
God.
flipped them at me, and once or twice tried to put one out on me, but mostly he would do it while screaming at me. He once did it right in front of me, screaming at my face as he put the cigarette out on his cheek.
Oh, you're crazy. Look at her try to explain that away.
Now, I'm going to take you to September 15, 2015. And Michelle, if we can bring up Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 345A. This is another audio recording, and it's 5:54 to 7:55. I'd like to move the admission, Your
All
Honor.
right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 345A in evidence. Thank you.
If you can play, Michelle, please.
He puts cigarettes out on himself. What kind of?
Pour you on.
I'm an alcoholic. You should.
I don't have any control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
Oh, well, your truth is really interesting too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the
All right,
first
give me a
person
glass
that's
of wine,
noticed.
please, so I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes. Your escape route. I see.
Oh, he wants to leave.
I'll escape. I'll be back in 15
Oh,
minutes.
of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you out of the bathroom. Well, I had to pull you out of the bathroom. Well, when you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you pull me out?
You tried to.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, did you get inside?
It didn't get inside.
Well, how did you try to pull me
By
out?
pounding on the door, waking you up every 15 minutes, and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you were
Because if
afraid
I
I was going to die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But
likely.
I vomit a lot.
Yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a lot in your sleep, even though.
Really?
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
I'll be here so good. I hope so.
What, you don't vomit a lot, or you tell me that? What do you mean I tell you you don't vomit? You don't vomit a lot? You're always nice for me. You try.
What does that prove?
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular tape recording.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar, and we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender, get really sick, and you know the drill by now, having heard enough from me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage. He was obviously drinking again. I'd given up fighting with him on that at that stage. And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit. It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood. So the advice I got was to turn him to his side, put a pillow underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that, and he swung at me, and I told medical. And the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes that happened behind bathroom doors.
Well, and that's going to take me to September 27, 2015. Again, Depp, that's plaintiff's exhibit 356A, and the recording is 3107 to 3230. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 356A in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, thank you.
Lie.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing, and
You figured
in
it
the face,
out.
and you said, "No, the fuck, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?" And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie, and then
I
I
didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't
You,
hit
punched
you
me.
across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
No, you've been a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed
You didn't
fist.
get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what
me.
the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
That's the difference
you
between
poor
me and
toes.
you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights?
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up.
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the
Because-
fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse when there's not a physical fight? Then what's the excuse then? You're still being admirable, right? Just by running away.
Amber, please explain to the jury what's transpiring in that audio recording, what that's about.
Well, there's two different situations that we're referencing in this fight, two different altercations between Johnny and I involving the door. The first of which we first start talking about, where I'm talking about hitting him, I am talking about what that conversation is about the disparity. The disparity between Johnny and I in our physical fights.
Oh, you are
Disparity
kidding me.
Of how he would proactively punch me, and I would have to resort to reactively hitting him. I am talking about the difference between a punch, which Johnny did often, and me having to hit him in my defense. I know the difference between those two, and I'm highlighting the difference between those two, even if he wasn't twice my size. They're very different, and that's what I'm pointing out to him. The situation that involved, the context of that is, it happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3. You've heard us talk about that place. And I was trying to shut a door, our bedroom door, actually. I was trying to barricade myself behind this door, and Johnny was trying to get through the door. He was using his body and his limbs to try to bust through the door as I was trying to keep it closed, because I knew what he would do to me when he got to me on the other side. And I was hitting his arms, his body. He was trying to prevent me from closing the door. And that is a separate incident that we later talk about in the second half of that recording, where we're talking about my toes. That involved a different incident, which was a bathroom door. And it was one of those ones that he was passing out in. And I could hear him passing out, or what it sounded like to me behind a closed doors, passing out. I heard a thud. I heard a lot of commotion. I heard a glass break. And I hear what sounds like his body falling against the bathroom door. I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time. Johnny violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door, swinging at me. I naturally pushed the door off of my feet, responding to the pain and also to the awareness, the knowledge that he was coming for me. Johnny later later he blamed me in his inability to understand what happened, in that he was not in his right mind, and he misunderstood that interaction and tried to blame me for starting a physical fight between us. And he even later went so far as to say, I wasn't even going to hit you. And that was the second door. I only could respond by trying to take accountability for my actions in it, what he understood my actions were, and my interpretation. And what I'm trying to say to him is, look, I can only do my best to respond. I was in pain, I was scared, and I can't promise you that when I'm scared and in pain, and I won't react thinking I know very well what our situation is and what's going to happen to me should I not react.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
So I'm going to play another clip from that same discussion, and Your Honor, it would be Plaintiff's Exhibit Depp's 356B, we'll call that, and it would be from 1:29:27.
So she admitted to violence.
1:30:07.
Admitted to it
I'd
and
like
said,
to
no,
move
no,
the
no,
motion.
no, no. That's not it.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 356B in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I really need it. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it. You know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Please explain to the jury what was going on in that part of the discussion.
That's the same conversation where I am, as I was accustomed to doing, I'm taking as much responsibility as I had to in those interactions. I have to, you know, in my relationship with Johnny, and as you have to, and somebody will not and cannot take any accountability for anything they do in a fight, as Johnny couldn't and wouldn't.
Sounds like
I
her.
took on as much as I could for myself. You know, I had the whole relationship been blamed for everything, for his drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between, blamed for walking away, blamed for staying, blame myself as well. Blame myself for my part in it, blame myself for staying, blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame, feels easier. It almost feels better to take the blame for something than to accept the senseless nature of the violence you can't change. You know, it's almost more reassuring to take accountability for it than to accept the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change no matter what you do, no matter what I did. No matter what I did, still hit me.
I'm now going to take you to October 5, 2015, and Your Honor, Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp's Exhibit 393A, another recording, 2:40 to 3:43. Move the admission.
No objection.
All right, 393A, plaintiffs in evidence.
Fact of the matter is, Johnny, they don't know. None of your friends, whether they saw a tiny fraction, that was the tip of an iceberg. The tip of an iceberg. That was my reaction to yet again this happening. That is the tip of the iceberg. And if you want to use that as some sort of like mental excuse or validation of whatever, of telling your friends or whatever they think or whatever they think about me or whatever, fine. But they only saw a tip of an iceberg. None of your friends
Let me ask you
and
a
none
question.
of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never actually
That's
seen.
That's not true.
Really? Have they been in the hallway? Yeah.
They've
Have
heard
they
everything.
seen? Baby, that is absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
Nathan
Because
could fucking
you-
quote us.
Great, he can quote a part of it, but he has not been there. No one has actually been there for a fight in its entirety.
No, how could they?
No, exactly. So stop using that as some sort of excuse like this. They know they work for you or they're your friends. That
Please explain to the jury what you were discussing in that conversation.
Johnny would often use the fact that his, you know, paid employees, his loyal staff would back him up in fights,
Mhm.
and that he would constantly threatened to call them in to validate him. They threatened to call them to come into the room to have them back up him and say that it was, that my yelling or that I'm at fault, that I'm in the wrong, that it's all me. And he would do that in almost all of our fights, especially at 2015, that he would call his friends and he'd call his staff in to back him up. So that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm wrong. And that was, what I had to agree to over and over again, just even hope that we could have a conversation at some point in a more therapeutic sense so we could move the conversation along. That was his MO, if you will. He'd call people that work for him to back him up.
I'm going to take you to Thanksgiving 2015. Could you please just tell the jury, and we'll go through this one relatively briefly, but tell the jury about Thanksgiving and any altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion.
Thanksgiving 2015, we had friends over. Johnny had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had a son over, and maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there. We had dinner together. Johnny was disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
Objection, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
How do you know he was disappearing with Mr. Manson with coke?
That's what I knew of their relationship at the time. And he was
Objection, calls for
disappearing.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
So
Please continue with the
he
rest
got
of the
up for a longer period of time, not the normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like he just appeared for a longer period of time. And at this stage, I was really dependent on recognizing the patterns of what he was. I was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him. It was incumbent, on me because it affected my safety. Dealing with somebody who was really high, dealing with Johnny high on coke and speed, meaning Adderall or some version of that, is different from the opiate Johnny, which is different from the booze Johnny, or a different combination. And there was talk of Quaaludes at the time, and Johnny was trying to get it from.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. You want to ask?
So
Please continue.
So I wanted to know what I was dealing with. It was important to my safety to know
Objection, non-responsive.
I think
That's why I followed him.
Okay. All right,
Your Honor.
So what did you do next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did you do next?
I went upstairs to the apartment, the main apartment, not the apartment that we were celebrating Thanksgiving in, to try to figure out what was going on. And we had an argument that took place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. I went up the stairs ahead of him to get back to the party. He grabbed me at the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, by my shirt. Kind of flung me a little bit, but I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. I had a glass of wine in my hand at the time, which spilled everywhere and shattered. And I kind of retreated into the bedroom. Johnny came in after me, and there was this heavy, like vintage style glass decanter. He picked up the decanter and hurled it at my head, my face. It missed, thankfully, but smashed into a piece of art behind me in the bedroom wall above the bed. I got past him. I think there might have been a bit of shoving. I can't really recall in the sequence of when that happened, but I wanted to go back downstairs, and I past my closet. I had to change my shirt, and I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out. And I put on a face, and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards.
So we talked about December 15, 2015, last Thursday, and also the Bahamas over the holidays. But I did miss one picture. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 518? Amber, does that accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 518.
No objection.
All right, 518, defendants in evidence. You can publish.
And this is from December 15, I believe. Could you just please tell the jury?
Oh,
what this
Jesus
depicts?
wept. It
Yes, so it's
a frame job.
a picture of my bruised temple. And Johnny had his hand on my on part of my face with my face down.
I can't see it.
And
Look, I don't
was
see an
punching
injury.
My head. You know, I'm repeatedly punching my head. That's what caused that bruise in my temple.
Thank you. Now, we went through the Bahamas before.
There's no
You
injury
returned
there.
From the Bahamas sometime late December, early January, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to January, February of 2016. Can you please describe to the jury what was going on with you and Johnny in this January timeframe after this December 15 and the Bahamas incidents?
After the Bahamas, Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
How do you know that?
I was there. They fired him.
Objection
get a
calls
hold
for
of him.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. Without telling what the medical people did, go ahead and tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
Yeah, his mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was just falling apart. Is what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
He was
Objection, Your Honors. Calls for
She
speculation.
can say what she
Leading.
observed.
I'll sustain the objection as to leading.
Oh, cat lady's
What,
getting
if
mad.
anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
He-
I'll sustain the
Please,
objection.
please tell the jury exactly what he was doing that led you to believe he was hallucinating.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, was Mr. Depp doing that would have led you to believe he was hallucinating?
Same objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
What, please describe what Mr. Depp
You need to give
was
it up,
saying
Elaine. You're gonna
in
piss the
January
judge
of
off.
2016.
He was talking to people who weren't there, meaning people who were not in the room. He was communicating with people and sounds and voices that weren't there. I know because I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him. And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on somebody being in the room behind me that wasn't there. It was terrifying. It was terrifying because, you know, once he smashed a board right next to my face, and it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy he said he saw me with was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt
Oh
the
my
man was
God.
in the room with us or not at that point. But I remember he put his fist through a whiteboard in the kitchen. He hallucinated right in front of me. And
Objection calls for speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate. Just
Sorry.
describe what led you to believe
Your
that.
Honor,
I'll
objection.
sustain the objection. She can testify to what she observed.
Please, thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the jury what you
Your
observed.
Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, look, she's done this roundabout over and over again. It's ridiculous. They're trying to work in where he broke a whiteboard because there's a mention of that in one of the nurses' notes. Again, anything that they can try to fit into their narratives, they do it repeatedly. I mean, they'll take anything, any scrap of information, any tabloid picture, because the reality is they have no case. Like, if you look at her supposed
Tell the jury
injuries,
What you observed.
we'll talk about it in a minute.
I observed behavior from him that was erratic, irrational, and didn't seem connected to the reality that we were in.
Now, I'm going to take you up to the beginning of February of 2016, February 8, February 9. Please tell the jury what transpired then with respect to Mr. Depp.
Around this time, Johnny was, again, behaving in a way that was very scary. It was terrifying. And sometimes he didn't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she can describe what she's, what are you describing what you're observing?
Yes.
Please continue.
In these kind of discussions I would have around this time, early February of 2016, sometimes in the argument, he would accuse me of something. Some person in the room with me that had just walked out, or I was hiding, for instance. And sometimes he would hold on to that, even when he seemed to have calmed down or come off of whatever bender he was on. And it was almost as if I had to confront what delusion he had, or what belief he had, or what accusation he made of me, in a new fight altogether. You know, sometimes he didn't make it clear to me whether he was mad at me or he knew he was mad at me. It was terrifying because I bore the brunt of it. And at around the 8th or 9th, we were in his Sweetser compound, the West Hollywood collection of homes that he has. And I got some cryptic texts from him in the early morning hours that scared me. I won't say what I said, but I came over to his main house. I believe I'd been across the street, and I slept on the couch. We had some interaction in the morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me, even though we weren't fighting. I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried that the momentum he was on was going to click into a direction of deciding that he was mad at me and I deserved it. And I was terrified that that was going to happen. So I had an interaction with him and got really worried about that on the morning of the 10th.
All right, Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638. It's already admitted in evidence, Your Honor.
God, this narrative's harder
This is
than
from
hell to
February
follow.
10, 2016.
They just keep bouncing
I'm gonna
around.
ask you to play it, Michelle.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened?
TMZ is going to copyright claim all of our streams today. Watch. I guarantee you. Amber Heard sold this video to them, and they played a redacted one for 6 years. I guarantee you they'll claim everyone's streams that's broadcasting this today. They did it to the last one because they shill for her hard.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Oh. Fake mousy sounds.
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going.
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really?
Play it all now. At the very end.
That shit on me?
No.
They cut it off early.
You were smashing shit.
Bye.
Look at her laughing. She thinks that's funny. She's gaslighting him. Look at that. She's all about that gaslight.
Why did you videotape this, Amber?
Because I knew he wouldn't remember. that he would
Objection
deny
calls
it.
for speculation.
Sustain.
Rather than what you knew, you can say what you thought. Just tell us why you.
I was afraid. Scary. That's scary. Scared.
Oh,
Scared
so
they wouldn't
fake.
remember.
Objection
Scared.
calls for
Your
speculation.
Honor,
I sustain the objection.
all right. So I'm going to now take you up to April 21, 2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please tell the jury what happened that night with respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
He uh, at that time we had a fitting that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time, like at night, vaguely saying like meetings. He had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days. Just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender
Calls for speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He's gone for 2 days.
You don't think, huh?
And I had my birthday was coming up, and or on my birthday I said, well, are you gonna make it to my birthday party? We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter,
Overruled.
sir. Thank you.
And he told me at some point that day that he had scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting. I think he said maybe 7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m. He, of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Texted me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and when we were cleaning up and kind of everyone was still leaving because we were waiting to give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And he let me know he was there. I tried to, without saying what I said, I tried to give him the impression that I wasn't going to get on him about drinking or anything. I just wanted him to be there. And we had a toast. We did a celebratory toast. And the guests left. And later that evening, we were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, what's your fucking problem now? And at the time we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said. It was important for me not to make him feel attacked. So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said, but I remember being very careful about how I worded what I was feeling about my birthday and him having missed it. An argument followed that. I got up out of bed. Johnny's side of the bed was closer to the door than mine. I remember him blocking the door, blocking me to get out, kind of shoving me down, and we had a verbal argument, and then that became a shoving match. I tried to shove him back. I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up a large, I guess it's a Magnum size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me. This time it went through a painting, and I loved this painting. I remember it just went like right through the canvas, left a giant hole in it. And I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore. And the fight continued into the salon area, which is outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs. Johnny picked up my phone. I don't know why. I don't remember what he was saying when he did it, but he picked up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon area, out onto the street, out onto the downtown street. that this window overlooked. In that moment, I went, oh no, you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened to me already several times before this from Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else for the evening. I left that room, went into the office. We were still screaming names at each other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair and he pulls me down. Kind of, I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with my body. I remember trying to fight him off of me. At some point, we're back in my main bedroom, and I believe I was getting my toothbrush out of that bathroom. And when I came out, we had another shoving match, but this one, I remember he chest bumped me in this like bro-y way, chest bumped me and fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he kind of held me down by the shoulders down on the side of the bed, kind of held me, wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that he did sometimes when he would taunt me, grabbed me by the pubic bone, pubic area. Just as best I can describe it is he kind of just pushed me down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it, and he was asking me, kind of taunting me, asking me if I thought I was so fucking tough. I think you're such a fucking tough guy, huh? Are you so tough now? Look who's so tough. You want to be a man? Tough like a man now? That happened for a bit of time. I'm not quite sure. I think at some point he left. I remember at some point shortly after that, I remember he was still in the apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of collapsing on the floor and being exhausted. It's just, I remember feeling exhausted and crying and kind of throwing in the towel, if you will. I remember saying to him, just, can we not fight like this? They're like, can we start over? Is there anything that we can do? Like, this is really messed up, but can we just not do this, please? Can we stop doing this? Just don't leave. It's my birthday. Let's just call it couch. Let's call it truce and not have it end like this. I don't want to have it end like this. I was just so tired, hurt, and I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this I would be crying and saying these things. I'm embarrassed saying it now. He responded cruelly. He told me it's what I fucking deserve, and that I'd wake up alone, and that no one would ever love me because all of this, pointing to my face or body, all of this was going to go away. No one would ever love me. My tits sag, no one would ever love me, and I better get used to waking up alone. And he said this was all my fault and what I asked for. And he left. I heard him come back in the downstairs. You know, you can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, oh God, is this going to happen again? What's going on now? And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, happy fucking birthday, and stormed out. At some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that effect.
How did he leave a note for you?
It was written on a piece of paper as best I can recall, but I'm not sure.
And so then The next day, what did you do?
I texted, actually, well, I can't say what I texted. I woke up that morning, the morning of my 30th birthday, and I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me and putting her arms around me. And I remember wondering how she walked in because there was a lot of glass on the floor. There's lots of glass. And she put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking for a few months, and Johnny just,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I offered to prove the truth.
Yeah, all right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
How is that not hearsay?
And so we eventually got out of my bed and grabbed a few things and got the dogs, left for our plans, which our plans had been to go to Coachella, which is a music festival that happens in California. And that had been the plan for a while, that's how we would go and celebrate my birthday. And I remember, as I am accustomed to doing, just trying to move on, and remember in vain trying to put on a brave face and have a good time, even though
Right,
it's impossible.
Get drunk
Let
on
me stop you for a
hallucinogens.
few things. What, if any, plans were there for Mr. Depp to join you at Coachella?
He was supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay in the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 to 3 hours away. So I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs you brought?
Johnny's dog at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies, and I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading.
We're going to get to me
relevance.
poo. We're about to hit
Overruled.
hashtag me poo.
She had eaten Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She was, we regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure out, well, what was wrong with this dog? Never met a dog that was quite like this. So she had some control issues, hence why she liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers. And it was customary that they slept in bed with us, but Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag to go to Coachella, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So you leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio, which is their designated bathroom break area.
And what, if any, plans were there? How often did you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The housekeepers were there every morning, or they came every day, as far as I know.
Okay. Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong.
Objection, hearsay leading.
I've said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I'll sustain the objection.
Oh no, I want to hear this.
Did you commit any kind of prank?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know what grown woman does. I was not also in a pranking mood. My life was falling apart. I was at a crossroads in my life that was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by my violent husband with whom I was desperately in love and knew I needed to leave. It was not really a jovial time, and I don't think that's funny, period. That's disgusting.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
She tried to
I'm asking
explain
what
the brown
understanding.
bandit.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
No, Johnny didn't come back to that house. That was my, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday. And as per what we did, it was he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the Eastern
Objection calls for
Columbia.
speculation.
I think she explained her answer on that
Okay.
one, what she
I'll sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay, next question.
Thank you. All right. So let's take you to Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay. And who was in your vehicle?
My sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life. And I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't
Okay.
know, this might be a good breaking.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll take 15 minutes, okay?
What a mess. What a mess today. It's been something, hasn't it? I want to look at that temple picture with you when we go to break. I've been taking snapshots of everything she does. And man, that picture is like the Where's Waldo of injuries. I can't find anything on it at all.
All right, we'll just come back then at 10:50. Is that okay? All right, 10:50.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, let me show you this because she's been listening to the media and she's been listening to criticisms of what she did because she hasn't tried to cry at all. Have you noticed that? She hasn't gone for any of that. Hey, by the way, let's do an update on our bingo cards. Let's make sure that let's see where we're at with bingo today. All right, so let's pull up our bingo cards. If you haven't been playing bingo, there is one connected in the chat, and you'll want to play. So here's my bingo card so far, but I haven't updated it for a minute. I know that she denied affairs. I missed that one. I haven't heard her go for I'm a mother yet, so I still haven't gotten that. She did raise her voice, but I don't know if I qualify that as a scream or not. Look at how many almost wins we have here. Gosh. I mean, 3 lies in a row, 5 lies in a row, quivering her lips. I can't recall. I'm the victim. Oh, it's been a good day so far. Again, if you want to play bingo, you can do that, or I'll kick it up to the top of my mentions too if you're on Twitter. That way you can find it. But yeah, let's talk about that Where's Waldo injury, by the way, because for the life of me, she'll claim an injury. She'll say, here it is. Okay, well, this is the temple injury that she just showed us a picture of. Check this out here. Can you find an injury for me? Because I'm having a lot of trouble finding it here. She says that she has bruising through her, and I guess that's supposed to be discoloration right there on the line. But I mean, again, have you ever seen somebody that has actually been volatilely, I'm talking about volatilely stricken? Because that ain't it. That ain't it at all. What a load of crap. Jennifer, thank you for the 10 there. We don't hold on to evidence. I'd love to see diaries. Exactly. So she's been bringing up diaries. She's been bringing up all kinds of insane stuff. And the diary thing, okay, you notice that how that came into the commentary, by the way. She didn't bring up diaries as a point of discussion. She brought that up as a counter to JD's evidence. He had brought in a picture of injuries on himself. Yeah. What did she do? She has him burning himself with cigarettes there. That's crazy. I can't see JD burning his moneymaker. You say too, right? Exactly. Sounds like a hate crime of a jealous person. It does. It's crazy. Have you ever heard of anybody that puts cigarettes out on their own face? I mean, I'm a mental health practitioner. Okay. I have never worked with a client that has continually burned their faces. Drug psychosis, anything. I've never worked with a client that does anything like that. Like that's insane stuff. Window of the Soul, thanks for the thought. Perhaps the judge should have a conversation with AH team. Are he coaching their witness? Well, indeed. I mean, they did a lot of coaching this weekend, don't you think? Magnuson, thanks for 5. JD's told Amber she's not his mother in the audio clip. Did you notice that audio clip too? So they make this big deal out of audio clips saying this somehow proves anything. It proves what he's been saying in the audio clips that they've brought up today. They've talked about him walking away. They've had him bring up criticism saying, this isn't fair. This isn't just. I mean, all these things that somebody asked about bingo. Again, it's linked at the top of the description. It'll go right to the bingo card. We have a bingo card every day. What do you win for bingo? You win the satisfaction of playing bingo. Healthy Gay, thanks for the 10. Question. What is this Bruce she refers to in the line of questioning? Bruce. I don't know. I have to listen again. I don't know. Maybe I distracted for a second there. I don't remember. Bruce. What did she mention Bruce for? Somebody answer that in the chat, would you please? I don't know. My brain is just overloaded or something. DJ, thanks for the 5. Princess Poo Poo lies again. Did you like her talking about hashtag me poo, by the way? Tomorrow we'll make a new Bruce. Okay. Bruce. I was like, Bruce, what's up? Because you said Bruce. I was like, I don't remember Bruce, man. You mean Bruce. Okay. Yeah. What is this Bruce? Oh, by the way, so we're working on a new shirt. It's gonna be somebody mentioned poop in the punch bowl. We're gonna do a grumpy in the punch bowl. It'll be a punch bowl with a certain Aquaman starlet or their likeness, maybe, and a certain cat lady maybe in a punch bowl. Stay tuned for that when we're working on it. I think that one will be funny. That's funny. The Bruce. Carrot, thanks for the 5. I have freckles in my hairline. In my opinion, that is a freckle. Like, I can't even tell what it's supposed to be there. Like, I can't see it. Go, thanks for the 5 there. Did you see her star Stephen Crowley said on YouTube, Stephen and Jason, about her being on coke way back in 2008. If not, check it out. Have you seen all the stuff with her, like being drunk out of her gourd in interviews? Like, she claims that she's not a substance abuser. And again, when I say this, I want to be very careful about. I'm not trying to dump on substance abusers. Okay, that is not the point of this. Her narrative is to say that substance abuse equals domestic abuse. And there are like a million videos of her just being drunk out of her mind. Here, let me play you one of these, for example. Here's one. They're all over Twitter. I mean, you can find these everywhere, and they're not hard to tell. Like, you're not gonna have to guess at her being drunk when I pull this up. Like, you can tell big time. So here's one of her interviews. The whole one has never been released, but just watch her through this. Like, I mean, she is.
Hell yeah. Who? Desire and repulsion. The best. Goals. A beautiful concept. That one, I'd say, worth dying.
Look at that. Look how drunk she is, man.
The best exile. Kiwis. So that's when you should ask me about Barnaby Joyce. Kiwi. I mean, really? Why?
Her facial expressions,
chocolate
too.
is
Her
not
over exaggeration. This is what you see on the stand.
Why?
Like that. Look. Whoa, whoa,
Why?
whoa, whoa.
Why?
Her mouth.
When chocolate is not available. Yes, please. Jason Momoa. Otherwise known as Mira. She has her own name.
There's some really bad ones in. Look. See?
Haven't found it yet.
She's even drinking in the video.
Beauty. Inside
she
and out.
drinks so much that she's even drinking in the freaking clip there. I mean, that's. But substance abuse equals spousal abuse, unless it's her doing it. Remember, unless it's her doing it. Now there are other ones though out there. Here's another one. This is my favorite one. Okay, if you really want to see like how much she drinks, and all of this stuff is starting to come public now. So she did an interview pushing Aquaman. The Aquaman interviews are so bad with her being drinking. So this one, like I said, this is my favorite one of the bunch. Check this one out. I watch her through this.
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for taking the time.
Let's see if I can kick the volume.
So let's talk about this character. When you started, researching,
like, she can't get her
Mira, and then started trying to imagine your own interpretation of the character, what was that process like? Was it really just about researching and reading as much as you can, or was it about finding a way into it personally and finding a way to bring yourself to her?
But that's a good question. I think for me, honestly, the most of the battle was in
look at her.
Getting,
What's your
getting enough.
Forward.
Well, getting familiar enough with the character to she stops and she says, "No, I have my own name. I have my own person. I have my own name. My name is Mira." And I
you see? Oh, that one's my favorite clip. Like, look at that.
My own name. I have my own person.
She can barely stay awake.
Mira. And I thought I had a vague sense or vague understanding of what I could expect the representation of my character would be based on the vague understanding of the representation I had seen in women in that particular genre, especially. And so I was pleasantly surprised when I read when I heard that she was an empowered superhero in her own right, when she was a badass. So I feel I'm really proud to be part of it.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to the Mira movie.
Look, did you see her like shaking around? So I mean, she is drunk. She is sauced up there. She's like, "Oh, I got it there." Hey, Don Day, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate you there. I will catch everyone if I don't catch you there. By the way, Healthy Gaming, thanks for tweeting you a screenshot of what I'm referring to. Okay. All right. I mean, she, like I said, she is some real, real drinking problem. You can tell. Nova, thank you for the super chat. Did she change the narrative in the beginning in order to get a picture of her mouth herpes accepted? No, no, no. She changed the narrative. Okay, that's a good question, actually. So this weekend, she tried to, or rather, let me take that back. Last week, she tried to input a picture that was not in evidence into the court, and it got denied. She introduced it. She actually gave this to TMZ, or her PR people did. Let me pull up this picture here. So this picture, she tried to get this into the courtroom, right? She says, this is proof of everything that he was doing. By the way, there is something inherently wrong with that anyway. Look at that. Like, it's not a mouth. Like, it's either makeup or because it's not right. It doesn't follow the graining of the lips. She has no scarring in the aftermath. And look at the size of it. Like, again, she's either picked because it doesn't loop out. It's just this little, like, again, it's either makeup or picking your mouth. But anyway, she says this is proof that of everything that she was saying, and she's holding up a post-it that she says JD left for her, essentially as a threat. I'm going to return. I'm going to finish this off. The problem here is that, well, number one, they tried to get around. They tried to get around the discovery phase. You know, when you're supposed to put in evidence, they actually tried to dodge that. They tried to enter this after the fact. And the reason for that is because the metadata, TMZ, by the way, they admit this, and they are shields heavily for her. They admit that this is true. The metadata on it, that's the data attached to the picture showing when it was taken, how it was taken, and on. It shows clearly that this was taken in 2012. That's why they started bringing up all of that at the beginning, because her evidence, she's tried to go back and just claim any date that she can. On top of that, too, what they did at the beginning of the trial today is they tried to open it up where she could claim any date that she wants, any time that she wants. I mean, you noticed that, right? She was just randomly claiming whenever. Call me thanks for the 5. Amber's Dr. Evil suit today. Yep. She's like, Dr. Evil. She but she said, my therapy notes, that's the first time I ever really expanded on it. I didn't have a chance to really tell my tale. Let me show you something. If you think that she never had a chance to tell her tale, I want to show you the best description I can of how many times she has changed her narrative. Okay. So you heard her say witness statement, right? All right, here we go. Let me show you this. This I think is a perfect example of just how duplicitous she is. So here are witness statements, right? Notice this. Witness statement 1 from Amber Heard. Witness statement 2 from Amber Heard. Witness statement 3 from Amber Heard. Oh, wait, more. Witness statement 4. Witness statement 5. Witness statement 6. Oh, wait, here's another. Witness statement 7. She input 7 different witness statements so she could continue to change up her narrative. That's what she does. She continually changes up her narrative so she can pretend, she's stunning, she's brave, but at the same time she was dealing with all of this. It happened 2013, but not really. Really, it happened in 2012, which doesn't make sense, by the way. Can you imagine this? You get into a relationship with someone, and right from go, they start doing that. I mean, from go, they don't take you on that whirlwind tour, which she alleged at the beginning. She had JD taking her on a whirlwind romance and all of this stuff. You're like, now she's taking that away. Now she's saying, no, that didn't happen. Right from go, he was punching me in the face. Right from go, he was doing all this. In what world? In what world? Amber Heard is the kind of person that probably wouldn't take stage direction, let alone allow somebody to punch her in the mouth without trading them in for some kind of fame or infamy. So what's really telling too, she highlights in her reports, she highlights the fact that the first incidents of violence, they were the most memorable. They really stuck with her. How could you forget the details? I mean, she goes into that. Remember, she remembers the carpet. She remembers the smell of everything. She remembers exactly how that moment it tasted in time. And yet at the same time, Amber Heard can't remember the narrative. She can't remember when it all actually sits and comes together. I'm looking at her timeline, though. This is her first witness statement. Let me pull this up right here because I was looking at her timeline for a second. So, with her own timeline, she meets JD in 2009. 2011, she ends up seeing him back on the Rum Diary tour. After their press announcement in 2011, JD asks her to come spend the weekend in Soho. She goes, visits, they drink red wine, they get into talks, da 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 da. Then she doesn't hear from him for a while, so she ends up hearing from him in early 2012. So what she's alleging again is now her timeline goes all the way back to when their first meeting. That's what she's trying to say. This happens from go. Why on both sides of that. So JD, with no history of anything like this, he's a mystery man, and in the media, he has never allowed himself in any way, shape, or form to be betrayed in such a negative fashion. He decides to drop all facade. He decides, hey, I'm going to go full blown aggressor, and I'm going to go after her, knowing that for some reason she's not going to ever bring that to the media. She's never going to try to sell him out for it. He's just going to get away with it. I mean, where does that all right, they're back. All right, they're back. So anyway, I think, like I said, when you go through that whole story, we'll talk more about this stuff, but I mean, you get some ridiculous stuff, explained to you. The story, it becomes more and more absurd over time, though, especially if you think about her adding in more details. By the way, a lot of new people. Thank you for that. If you would it's one thing I'd ask. If you just tell people that we're live too, and if you like the channel, you like what we do here, consider backing. We have memberships, merchandise, all merchandise, by the way. There'd be some funny stuff there. All merchandise profits, not proceeds. I don't control one half for the shirt, but whatever comes after that will go to the one place that her stuff doesn't go. We'll use it for local charity. That'll be like children's hospitals, whatever we need to. And yeah, beyond that, again, just call this mess out and get your bingo card on. You need your bingo card. Did Amber Heard kick him? Yes, she kicked him. She kicked him a few times actually in her tales. Now that's the crazy thing. Like, she beat him, kicked him, and then she steals the story about what happens in the aftermath. So it's not just that she does violence. It's then she takes said violence. She takes the story of the violence and she turns it into something that has been a vehicle that is beneficial for her. She takes that claim, she whips it around, and she throws it in Johnny Depp's face. I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. She's been on fire today, though. I mean, her lies definitely don't stick with anything else. Jury should be coming back in a minute. It's been a longer morning because they added an extra hour, but at the same time, I think it's gone by pretty well, to be honest. Like, there's an entire extra hour and a half, really, that's added to the trial this time, because you have the beginning hour. It started an hour early, but it's going to go 30 minutes later today too. So just to say, so what you're getting in for today. They always make me nervous when the sound's not on, so I always check it. Make sure my volume booster's on too. I don't know. I found her testimony to be pretty telling. It'll be something that you can just tear apart. I like, though, like I said, I like that she took the 14 allegations and she said, no, those were just examples of. So, and she said that in 2016, the reason she didn't detail all of that is because the lawyers told her not to. She was just giving examples. And then in 2020, when she's giving her witness statements, she's supposed to give a comprehensive overview of what's going on. And she said, no, that's not comprehensive either. What was really comprehensive is when I talked to my therapist about it. I mean, it's just insanity. Who's she talking to? Oh, she's talking to Cat Lady. You know, she hasn't tried to cry today either. That's because in the media, you know, she's been reading media reports. She's been interacting. She's getting coached because she hasn't tried to cry at all so far. She's done a little sniffle take, but she didn't do what she did that first day, you know, where she was throwing her fit. It's so sad. You notice that. And you know that's because someone told her you don't look believable. Come on, JD. You know, it doesn't matter how the decision turns out here. Like, she is destroyed. I did a video this weekend. Well, I did two. I talked to a Disney and a Disney source, and they were like, not her. Never, baby. And also, I talked to a Warner source. Nothing. She is a goner. She does look like Dr. Evil. Somebody said that's her Dr. Evil outfit. She really does kind of look like Dr. Evil today. Can you imagine her putting her finger on me like, asking for that money? Instead of a cat, she needs to be stroking. Oh my God. That's another shirt right there. Amber Heard as Dr. Evil would be a hilarious picture. She needs to have like one of the dogs that she's stroking. That outfit.
What, if any, contact did you have with Mr. Depp during the period from April 21 to May 21, 2016?
I had no physical contact with him.
Okay. I'm going to take you to May 2nd, 2016, the Met Gala. Can you please just briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is, and what's involved?
It's arguably the biggest fashion kind of celebrity event, red carpet event of the year. It happens every year in New York City.
And were you invited?
I was invited. Typically, designers will invite people in the public eye to be their, guest, and they will typically dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a celebrity world, and it's a big event held at the museum every year.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do to prepare for that Met Gala?
Well, Johnny and I we were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren, and Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. But we were planning on going together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it. I had, it's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would show up. No one would talk to me on his team. No one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, on the carpet or if he'd show up at the hotel shortly before. I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did. I got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by somebody from Ralph Lauren's team. And I sat next to an empty place setting for Johnny that they cleared as soon as we realized that he effectively stood me up on the carpet.
Why would he want to
Who
go with
did you
her?
meet at the Met Gala?
I was standing in line right in front of a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking. And he had reminded me that we had met once before. He was with his mother.
That's a lie.
And did you strike up a friendship with Mr. Musk after that?
We did. We, as I mentioned, we spoke on the red carpet, kind of on the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice, and he sat next to me. Well, not next to me. He sat kind of at a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
Okay. I'm going to, Michelle, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 46? It's already in evidence. It's Aaron Filati's notes. And I'm going to ask you to go to page 30.
Oh God, tell me they're going to explain away who the male
I'm going
was.
to direct your
0509.
attention to the entry for 5/11/2016.
Oh God, they are doing it. Have you been watching my
where it
videos?
says, if I can see.
Remember, I put this in a
Let me-
video. I was talking about. I
let me see
thought
if
this
can
might be James
do some
Franco,
Reasonable highlighting here.
because at the bottom it says, you know, they were doing illicit drugs and JD didn't know about it. Oh my God, they've been watching our
Says client
videos.
laughed
Mwah.
and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA on 5/9/2016 at
Oh, I
home
love life.
with a high-profile male acquaintance. Client reported that her husband was not aware of the male visitor nor her illicit drug use. Do you
Please
see
say it's
that?
true.
Yes, I do.
Who was the high-profile male acquaintance that visited your home on 5/9/2016?
I don't recall even being in LA at that time.
It's James
Where
Franco.
were you?
I don't recall. I believe I was in London at the time.
Okay. Did you have a male high-profile client at your home in or around 5/9/2016?
Not around that date. It seems like it's a wrong date.
Okay. And
Oh, so you did it with other dates?
use illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile client?
No, I did that at the Coachella Music Festival, and that was the end of that. I learned the hard way that that was a terrible idea.
All
You
right.
said you did it before in other
while we
places.
are on
Liar.
These same notes, I'm going to refer to the Coachella, which is up above, and it says it states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was high for at least 24 hours straight. Were you high for at least 24 hours straight?
No, I was not. I felt awful, but I was at home feeling awful. At home, meaning at the hotel, with my best friend in bed.
Okay. Well, while I'm still on these notes, let's go. I know while Aaron Filati was testifying, we recall the 5/21/2016 isn't on here. You'd sent her pictures, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Then let's go to 5/26/2016. And it says, client reports having the hardest week of my life. Client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity she has received. And then if we can jump that up, Michelle, to the next page, surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. When did you go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So that
after
was
this.
the day after Aaron Filati's note saying you just had the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Okay. While we are still on this one, let's go up to the first page for the client history.
Oh, they're going to try to explain
When
away
did you
cutting and
provide a
eating
client
problems.
history to Aaron Filati?
Never.
on intake. That's bullshit. You have
When did
to.
you first
You have
get
to.
assigned Aaron Filati?
I believe September of 2014.
Okay. Now it says here that client reports a history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. When did you have a history of substance abuse, including addiction to cocaine and liquor?
I did not. There's a lot of mistakes in here.
Did you ever use cocaine?
I have. I used cocaine a few times when I was 18, 19 years old, but stopped using any drugs, including cocaine, when I got into a relationship with my ex-partner. She was very against that, and I'm glad for it.
Okay. Then it also says here that I'm going to move up a little. Here we go. Client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. When have you had an eating disorder?
I've never had an eating disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
I've never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with codependence issues?
I have never been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably at the time, from where I stand now, I can see that the relationship I was in with Johnny was certainly codependent.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right, and then can we move up a little bit more, Michelle? Thank you. It has, per report from JD, Debbie RN, Dr. Kipper, client AH has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. Were you present for this being reported to Ms. Filati?
No, this is the detox.
Okay.
This is Johnny's.
And it also says your mood has been labile. What, if any, outbursts of anger and rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
None that she would have seen. None. I was there for Johnny's detox. This is what Johnny was going through. This is not me.
Okay. And at the time of the detox, was Erin Filati your nurse yet?
No, I didn't know her, and she wasn't there.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can take this down, Michelle.
You have to do
Now, I'm gonna
intake.
take you to May 21, 2016. And I'd like you to describe for the jury what took place that evening in connection with Mr. Depp.
Johnny and I had not seen each other for the better part of a month, or about a month. I was traveling. I had just shot a campaign in Italy. I spoke to him around that time when I was in Italy. I had gotten a phone. My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I had communicated with Johnny. He, on that phone call, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety, I didn't know where his state was. I didn't know what state he was in. And when I spoke to him, he was saying what I can only just, he was going on about scientists and DNA and feces, that he had some scientific analysis done and DNA analysis done, and that as soon as I heard about this feces, he thought that was a prank, and he was going on about all the scientists that he had conferred about the DNA results with. I just thought he was out of his mind, and thought clearly the drinking and the drugs are not getting better. Clearly the delusions aren't better. So
Objection calls for speculation.
It's not absolute the truth of the matter. We're talking
Oh,
about
quit doing that.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Please continue.
God.
So I hung up from that phone call, assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty Sue. we made a plan, Johnny and I, for him to come over. He said he really needed his wife. He had lost his mother and he missed his wife. He really needed his wife. He said it over and over again. I felt torn. I felt conflicted. I didn't think, obviously, the situation hadn't gotten better with Johnny mentally, and I was afraid that all the work and progress and distance I had finally got on the relationship for the first time. I had a month of distance on it, you know. I didn't want that to be undone, but I also wanted to be, I was affected by the fact that his mother had passed. So he said he wanted to come over and talk about that, and he said he needed his wife, and we made a plan. We made a plan for him to come over during the day, thinking that that might mitigate the amount that he would be drinking. Night is a little bit more dangerous. And in the early evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there, or that he's there. I think it was around 7:15 or so. And he came over, and we sat on the couch, and at first it was relatively peaceful. I mean, I could tell he was inebriated, but makes sense. In my head, it made sense. He wasn't like incoherent. It was peaceful. And then he starts talking about the feces again, and this prank that he said one of my friends had left for him in my bed that he wasn't going to be at. And I tried to point out how that didn't make any sense. I'm not even going to be there. I wasn't there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something a bunch of 30-year-old women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So I text my friend that it's
Objection, hearsay.
Don't tell the jury what you texted your friend, but go to the next thing. What did you do next?
I called my friend thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was having.
Delusion.
And I thought, oh, I'll hopefully, quell this by calling my friend to if he hears my friend say that didn't happen.
Objection, Your Honor,
we can
hearsay.
It's not offering to prove the truth of it. Thank you. Please continue.
So I thought if I could get my friend on the phone to prove that this didn't happen, we could move on and talk about the issues that we should be talking about. Our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I call this friend thinking that we'll take care of it. The friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I called that person. And that person is on speakerphone.
That'll be
And
Io
I said,
Tillett.
Who that person is?
Io Tillett, right?
Io Tillett, right?
Io Tillett, right.
Okay. And then you put him on speakerphone with Johnny.
Right in front of Johnny.
Okay. And what happened next?
I allowed for an opportunity for Io to say why this is impossible.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, as asserted, Your Honor. It's explaining the context that leads to the next acts.
Your Honor, it is being offered
We're
to
not
prove that.
here. We're not here
no,
about whether Io.
I'll
on
sustain the
the back.
objection. Next.
God, listen to her yelling. I mean, Cat Lady got mad and started yelling.
All right. So Io is talking. You can't tell us what he said. Okay. He's
Objection, Your
talking,
Honor.
correct?
May we approach?
Okay.
Look, Cat Lady is losing her cool, and that's what you want. By the way, you want her to absolutely lose her cool. You object to everything she does. You put everything that she does on blast. You give no leeway whatsoever, because if you do,
So Io is talking. We can't say what he said. What is the next thing that happens on your end with Mr. Depp?
It just made Johnny madder. He got more upset, grabbed the phone, and started screaming at Io. He just started screaming at the top of his lungs, said, you dyke bitch, you don't know what you're talking, you know, just screaming expletives, insulting names, and telling Io that he can have me and, you know, fuck off, and just screaming at him. It's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone, you know, down on the couch and heads upstairs. I pick up the phone and try to, you know, apologize for the fact that my husband at the time just screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to think that's why I had called Io, you know, to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy, for lack of a better explanation. It sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's
Oh,
to
get
show
mad.
what
Get
caused
mad.
Mr. Depp to be set off and come back. I mean, it's not offered to prove the truth of what he's saying. It's not hearsay. In that
I'll overrule the
nature.
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Please tell us what Io said and what then happened with Mr.
She just
Depp.
go mad.
Io said, Amber, get out of the house. Get out of the house now. You're not safe. Get out of that house. Io had been there after the cleanup, or for the cleanup after December 15th, 2015 incident. And had
Objection,
washed
Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
faces.
All right.
I think she can provide the context.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
So please continue.
Johnny hears this when he's on the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs, heard this, turned around, came bolting down the stairs, grabbed the phone from my hand, and really started screaming this time, lit into Io, called Io every imaginable horrible name that you can say to a LGBTQIA person, for one, and any person, any human being ever. I mean, just screamed at Io some really nasty stuff. And when he was done, he says, you know, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her, you can have her. And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in it felt like my eye. I put my head in my hands and immediately start crying. I said, you hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me. And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react, you know. I didn't even have time to put my hands up. I was still sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch. And I haven't seen him for a month. And several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me. And I didn't even have time to react to this. He comes over to me as I'm crying, and he does that taunting thing to me. He says, oh yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah? And he just feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy ringed hand landed on top of my skull, grabs me by the hair, yanks me up off the couch. I'm struggling to stand up. And I don't know if he was intending to hit me in the face, or if he was just trying to grab my face, but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if I pull your hair back? What if I pull your hair back? And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to prevent him from landing the blows to my face. I'm trying to prevent my face from being exposed. And I just remember this mocking taunt he was doing with me as he is yanking me around the room. And then I hear my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. Lets go of me and turns and
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
Rocky.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the neighboring
At the
apartment.
time. Notice that.
She came in, and Johnny moved towards her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel and Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got in front of Johnny. She kind of managed to get right in front of him, in between he and I. And I'll never forget it. Just very slowly, calm, in just a very slow but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way. Just put both of her arms, her hands up like this, and like I've seen people do with horses. That's what it reminded me of. She just went, "No, no, Johnny, no." And she just got in front of us, in between us, put both of her palms out. Johnny kind of squared off to her, ran into her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly, very calmly, very directly. He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that and barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me, next to me. She was sitting on my left, next to me on the couch. And I just feel her arms around me. And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times, so loudly. The next thing I hear is, "Boss, boss." And I realize that his 2 security guards had come into the apartment after Raquel. I see them or hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, "Boss, boss." And I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted at all.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
then they tell him something. And he picks up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is
Magnum.
Mr. Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay.
And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table, starts screaming. And they kind of, I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can kind of just sense and feel and sound and hear things smashing as he exits the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and breaking things on the way. I realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past it. And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
I believe it was
Objection calls for
Io.
speculation.
Your Honor, this is not, we have to have the context here of somebody called the police, because then the police come. So I think we have to put, it's not offered again to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's just who called the police.
Your Honor, the objection is not hearsay. It's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
I'll sustain the objection.
All
Next
right.
question.
Did you have were you present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking if she was
I'll
present.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you call 911?
No.
Okay. Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky called 911?
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
All right, so what happens, when did you learn that the police had been called?
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do. And I panicked. I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
And had you known this domestic relations attorney before then?
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I repeated to the officers, I refused to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did you call your publicist that night?
No.
Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at some pictures, but before I get there, I want to just ask you a couple of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
At that time, after I learned that they were coming, my best friend took pictures of me. We took pictures of the house and my face.
Okay. I'm going to, and did your best friend take any pictures while the officers were there?
We took pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay.
We took pictures throughout.
Okay. So I'm going to take you now, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 706? I think we can do the native on this one. Yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
No objection.
706 in evidence and published.
And would you please describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendant's 708. And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How do you get that on a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, lack of
If
foundation.
you want to approach.
Yeah.
They go quiet right when I go to get me a drink. They're like, okay. I like how she's trying to explain away everything. I mean, they are working so hard to try to explain away calling an entertainment lawyer instead of the police. Her facial shot there, too. Have you ever seen someone that's been smashed in the face with a phone? It's not a pretty picture.
Can you please explain how this particular item on here got onto the pictures?
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, you know, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And was that pushed in these instances?
I
of these
pushed
pictures?
info, and that's what came up.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 708.
Any objection to 708?
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds
Your Honor,
for the metadata,
Okay, if you want
alleged
to first,
metadata.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. They're having some metadata discussions. I'm curious what picture we're talking about here. There's a few pictures that have some real issues with their metadata, so that does make you question like which ones they're talking about. This is the last incident she alleges, by the way, but I would say that they've almost completed their circle, and we might actually get to cross, but they keep jumping around so much. Like, that's one of the most confusing things about their team. They don't have an established timeline. Like, they keep moving around in it.
All right. Okay, that's fine.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to that?
There still needs to be another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll get it. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, 708 with the redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury.
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes. There you go.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. as
Objection, Your
Exhibit
Honor.
20 No,
That is
Your Honor, we
that
couldn't
is
put him in
inappropriate, Your
because
Honor.
we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Your Honor,
was
we ask
shown
that we
as that
approach.
Okay,
exhibit.
we can
This
approach.
is-
Yeah. Okay. So they're trying to discredit the police officers now. They're trying to say we showed the police officers this picture, and the police officers said there was no injury. Gotcha. That's the game they're trying to play right there, and they're objecting to that because the police officer is a damning statement. I mean, if you think about it, 4 police officers
So
said nothing.
for the record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in both of the depositions that were shown earlier where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet because they hadn't been admitted. Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's a picture of my face taken that evening, shortly before 9:30, after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Now we can take this one down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 709. And based on the court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that, Michelle, please.
God, they are desperate to discredit those cops. They should be too. I mean, 4 police officers, 4 of them. It's
I
crazy
move the
though. They
admission of 709.
All right,
they
any
just showed a
objection?
random
Not
picture.
with rejections.
All right,
Thank you.
709 with redactions and evidence, you can publish.
If it could be published to the jury, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as Exhibit 25 for both of their depositions.
They're, like
Amber,
they
could you
said,
please
pink
describe for the
cheeks.
jury what's depicted here?
That is my face
It's a lady with pink
after-
cheeks.
after the phone incident. It's that night.
All right, let's bring defendant 710, please. And Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Exhibit 710. The redactions have been already placed
All right.
on it.
Any objection?
No objection,
All right,
thank you.
710 with the redactions, you can publish.
If we could publish, Your Honor. And for the record, this photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit 26 for both of their depositions. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here, Amber.
Oh, look,
That is
both
my
cheeks.
face in yet a different light that same evening after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Defendant's Exhibit 711.
What's up with her other cheek? It's kind of weird.
And I'm going to move the admission of 711, Your Honor, with the redactions.
All right, any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 711 with redactions, and evidence, publish.
And for the record, Your Honor, for the jury's purposes, this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is another angle, another lighting of my face after the phone
And
that
when,
evening.
and when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
I said, what'd she do?
So overruled.
Thank you.
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, really dark in some places. Anyway, so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
And why did you take the pictures?
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops were coming, and we knew we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say. So she wanted to protect me.
Okay.
So she was afraid she was going to get
let's go
outed
ahead and
as an
bring up
abuser.
712.
That's fascinating.
All right, now move the admission of 712, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 712 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please describe what's depicted here.
That is another picture of my face
Okay.
taken around the same time.
Okay. And then let's go to 713.
Notice they don't spend any time on these because they don't really show anything. So they don't spend any time, because if they spend any time, people might actually look and be like, yeah, where is it? Is that injury?
Move the admission of 713, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 713 with redactions, you can publish.
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well as Exhibit 29 to both of their depositions. And just describe briefly to the jury what this is.
This is another picture of my face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on, or an additional light turned on in the previous one.
Okay. Let's go to 714. Move the admission of 714, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 714 with redactions.
And please tell the jury what this depicts.
This is another angle of my face or another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay. Take that down. Let's go to 715.
That is definitely a Botox shot. That one looks like a Botox injury or a application bruise.
I'm going to move the admission of 715, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 715 with redactions in evidence from published.
Thank you. And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both. Please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
That is a picture of my face. Some point later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment or in the apartment that she was staying in.
Okay. And let's go to 716.
This is
Move the
all her
admission of
proof.
716.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 716 evidence as redacted.
And Emma, could you please tell the jury what this picture depicts?
Yes, it's the business card that one of the police officers left for me in case I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And with the pictures that we have just seen before this, were they taken before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left after, or do you know?
Objection, compound,
It's not.
and calls for
Your
speculation.
Honor, compound is
Overruled.
Thank you.
We took pictures before, during, and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before, at the time of this, before this card was presented to you and you took the picture, after, or do you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I can't tell exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to take this one down and go to 717. And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to move the admission of 717, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 717 is redacted in evidence. Published.
Thank you. And please just briefly describe to the jury what this is.
The two officers that first responded left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
Can you tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers, just describing what you observed as they came through?
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband ask them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands who was Raquel's fiance at that time.
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Because I wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know. I didn't want this to come out.
Liar, man.
I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want this to be. I wanted to protect Johnny.
Sure.
Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1374. That's 1374. One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Come on, quit wasting the court's time.
Thank you. All right, move the admission of 1374A, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
1374 in evidence, 1374A in evidence, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Amber, what is this?
It's another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493T.
This is a scary thing because you can get somebody with some pinkness to their cheeks and you can just say, yo, I didn't cry here. That was actually where somebody smashed me in the face with a phone. And you know what? It's guilty until proven innocent.
Move the admission of 1493T.
No objection.
All right, 1493T in evidence.
And what does this depict?
This is a picture of my face after that incident. Perhaps by the lighting, it looks like it might have been taken the next day, but I can't tell for sure.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493S.
Where is the injury? I can't find it.
And move the admission of 1493S.
No objection.
All right, 1493S in evidence. Published.
And what does this depict?
And this is another picture of my eye and side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the property that you described, Mr. Depp, destroying or damaging?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 700? And based on Your Honor's rulings, we will take off the metadata.
I think they should have to include the metadata. You know, they got to remove that because they got to remove the stamps on it because it has locations and on.
Move
And
the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 700.
I think they should be on there.
No objection with redaction.
700 with redactions. You can publish.
Can you please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays to show these bead necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse 5, to kind of set up those display racks. They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things, as he does.
And this depicts some of that damage?
Yeah, security let him in, even though I had asked
Objection,
security
Your Honor.
not to.
Speculation
I don't think that was speculation.
and lack of foundation.
Oh, I'll sustain as a foundation if you want.
Okay. So what's depicted in, what's the damage that was done?
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me. I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only purpose for him to be let into penthouse 5 in that state, he doesn't have property in there. The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it. And they, of course, let him into penthouse 5
Objection, Your
so
Honor.
that he could go.
Yes, ma'am.
Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Just tell the jury what he did here that's depicted in this.
This is just a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with this bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of things.
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculation.
All
She
right.
hasn't established that she was there.
I'll sustain if you want to lay a foundation. It's fine.
Okay. Did anybody else, to your knowledge, go in there and do this?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
I'm
speculation.
trying to lay the foundation.
Oh, look at her. She's getting
Sustain.
mad.
Well, let's do this.
Look, she
Never
just
mind.
talked
We'll let
smack.
somebody else tell who did it, okay?
Sure.
Just all I'm asking here is what is the damage? What has been done that's depicted here?
This is just one of Raquel's bead racks that he
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I'll sustain.
All right,
Objection.
let's go to 701.
They want to blame Johnny Depp because she sold beads at flea markets and yet lived in a
Move the admission
penthouse
of
across from
701.
him.
With redaction, no objection.
All right, 701 with redactions and evidence.
Thank you. Amber, can you please describe what's depicted here?
Yeah, it is our bedroom in penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just throwing things.
Objection, Your Honor, call for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
So just describe what
It
you
looks
see
like-
here as opposed
You
to
hear that?
what you say he did.
I see a bunch of art tossed on the bed.
Okay, where was that art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May 21, 2016?
Hanging on the wall where it belongs.
Okay. Let's go to, Michelle, can you bring up defendant 702, please? Oh, Your Honor, and I forgot on the last two. For defendants exhibit 700, that was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon. It was exhibit 39 to both of theirs. And exhibit 701 was shown to Haddon only, and that was exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 702 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was also shown to Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit number 40. And can you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
Yes, it is broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
And where is this physically?
This is in penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please?
There are a lot of breakdowns about there's some huge problems with the breakdowns for some of this stuff too. We'll go
The
over
admission
this
of defendant 703.
maybe at lunch. We'll talk about one of the
No
breakdowns.
objection.
All right, 703 with redactions. You can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as exhibit 41 for both of their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of the stairwell in the same apartment, penthouse 5,
And
which is the apartment where I kept my things.
okay. And is that glass on the stairway?
Yes, from one of the broken picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay. Let's take this one down and go to 704, please, defendants. Michelle, thank you. Move the admission of defendant 704.
No objection.
All right, 704 with redactions. Publish.
Thank you, and let the record reflect that this was shown to both Officer Sines and Haddon as exhibit 34 to both their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just another piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
They
When you
actually
say wine glass, did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the kitchen, and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw myself, swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking and things falling.
and he hit one glass.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Michelle, can you bring up 705, please?
Some of these are going to be fun because there's only 5 damaged pictures from the interior, which we'll go over at lunchtime. I'll show you what they allege. He supposedly went through the main area with
The
a
admission of
magnum-sized
705.
bottle.
No redaction. No, excuse me, no objection.
All right.
And let the,
705 in evidence. with
Thank you, Your
redactions.
Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
and let the record
Look.
reflect this was shown to Officer Haddon in exhibit 36 of his deposition.
He supposedly
Amber, can
swung
you
a
please describe to the jury what's
a
portrayed?
bottle and only hit one item.
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
That's not broken glass. It merges in with the
707.
countertop. It looks like soap sud.
Move the admission of 707.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 707 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
And let the record show that both Officer Sines and Officer Haddon were shown this picture. It was Exhibit 18 in both their depositions. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
This is the hallway leading leading up to the apartments. So this is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort of hallway, meaning it's covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like a plasticky. I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and what's depicted there?
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718, please.
So they have 5 interior pictures and 1 picture exterior, or 2 pictures, I guess, exterior.
Move the
Wine.
admission of 718.
No objection.
All right, 718 with redactions and evidence.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Okay. Let's go to 719, please.
Oh, look at random photo on the floor. That isn't from the main penthouse, by the way. That's from one of the auxiliary penthouses.
Move the admission of defendant 719.
No objection.
All right, 719 with redactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's one corner of the kitchen in penthouse 3. Looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Okay.
It's a wicker basket.
Let's go to defendant 720, please.
A wicker basket that didn't break or anything else, despite him smashing it with a magnum-sized bottle of wine. We definitely need to look at that on the break. Wicker is stronger than steel.
Move the admission of defendant 720.
No objection.
All right, 720 with redactions.
And let the
evidence.
record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon, deposition Exhibit 43 to both. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
That's my office. It's a corner of my office. And that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out, it looks like.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 721. Move the admission of defendant 721.
No objection, Your Honor.
721 with redactions. Publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in deposition Exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
It's again my office. Different, same thing, different angle.
Okay. Let's go to 722.
So the police say that none of this scene existed. They said that they went through, none of this scene was there. So it's fascinating, isn't it?
Move the admission of defendants exhibit 722
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 722 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
and let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit 42 to both. Amber, please describe to the jury what's depicted here.
That's a picture of my friends and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
You saw him punch this?
I heard it.
Okay.
Oh, you heard
All
him
right,
punch
let's go
it?
to 723, please.
How does that work? How do you hear someone punch it and know they didn't break it with something else? That should have been objected to.
Move the admission of defendant 723.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 723 redacted and evidence.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what's reflected.
One of the, it looks like a Magnum bottle of wine that is empty or spilled on the floor.
Can you tell where that is located?
It looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724.
That's the real crime here. Amber's like, I drink so much. Johnny spilled some wine. Oh my God. That's what she's really upset about. That explains everything.
Move the admission of defendant 724.
No objection.
All right, 724 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition exhibits 33. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
This is more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
Notice, by the way, it doesn't.
725.
The wine doesn't get on anything. It didn't actually touch any items. It's easily cleaned.
We're
Like I
almost done,
said,
just two more.
we'll go over those.
Move the admission of defendant 725.
No
All
objection.
right, 725 with redactions.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as deposition
Again,
exhibit
look,
37 to their deposition.
It hits nothing
Amber,
of
please tell the
of
jury
any
what's depicted
importance.
here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like penthouse 5.
Okay. And the last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726.
This will be fun to review at lunch, like I say, at their lunch break. Oh, we'll go through it because there's a good breakdown of they bring up a bunch of random things
Move
outside
the
of the
admission.
penthouse.
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Fuck.
We will get a tissue.
They're like, oh my God, all that wine.
Thank you, Alyssa.
They're like, RIP the wine. Hey, quit
All right,
trying
no
to
objection,
bias the jury.
726 with redactions. Thank you.
Holding her nasty tissues up there.
All right.
They're
And let the
sad.
record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as deposition 32 exhibit to their depositions. And Amber, please just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor.
No, okay.
Penthouse 3
You see
appears.
the rug at the top? Look how it's been moved up where only the wine hits the under
Now,
rug of it. It
When
doesn't.
the police officers were there, did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Yes.
Which one or both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into penthouse 3, the main penthouse, to speak there because I had been in penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay. And then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right.
I think she could, if she gesturing to her face is not hearsay.
I'll
it's not a
sustain-
statement.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. And it's also not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll say.
Quit arguing.
Okay.
She already told you.
So what happened next?
I
Let's do this. How long were you with the officer when she took you aside?
a few minutes, if that.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you cooperate?
No, I did not, but it was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay. And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
No, Josh, I was with them at the beginning of Penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house up through Penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, Penthouse 4, and then on to Penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Were you asked,
Yes.
but you refused to tell them?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Why did you refuse to tell the police officers Mr. Depp's identity?
Because I did not want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want any of this to happen. I didn't want to get him in trouble. So I said, well, I just refused to cooperate.
Okay. Now, approximately how long were the police officers there?
I don't recall exactly, maybe I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't know exactly, but they weren't there very long at all.
Okay. Now, after the police officers left, what did you do?
We cleaned up a bit because there was broken glass and we had dogs. So we tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen the body-worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gatelin's body-worn video?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just, I remember being surprised that they were there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right.
Just keep going forward. Okay.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe between an hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting, and they were comforting me when they came. And they didn't do it the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that that I was okay, or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned, and they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had, and they left.
She confirms the first set of officers
What,
did a
if any,
walkthrough.
cooperation did you give them?
Well, I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the couch. I was speaking to them from quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I, and maybe more. And I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered, and that was it.
Did you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
No way.
Did they ask?
No.
All right, I'm going to take you to the next day, May 22. And I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 772? What, if any, efforts did Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again, kind of going on what seems to be slightly delusional, thinking that just because he saw all my friends beads
Object
out
to
on the
that.
countertop, that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed
Object.
angry about, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop. And he also accused us of having, or me of having, invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there, who was just in the apartment when Johnny stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 772. And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
And it's on 5/22 at 12:23 a.m. So it's early morning hours after 5/21. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant 772.
No objection.
All right, 772 and evidence with the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and I know you started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot, PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, was that what you were talking about with him thinking that you're,
Yes.
okay. And then obviously we can read that he says, I tried to make it work. You just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit. The former him. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about divorce that night?
We did not have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was
There's going to be a big lie right there. She just got caught in a big lie.
obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
All right, let's take this down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 773.
She said that she filed divorce first. He never mentioned it at all. Well, you notice in the message right after that, he says, divorce, we're going through with it.
Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying here. Does that refresh your recollection of when he arrived at your penthouse on May 21?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next series are on 5/22. They start at 5:13. And you're discussing talking. You said, sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then he responds to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 773.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this
Sure.
exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
Man, they weaponize every text message. They're like, hey, look, a picture sitting in the floor. That means that he crushed it somehow. I mean, it's like, geez, Dan. It's got to win, right? Got to win at any cost. I'm curious. 3 pages of text, though.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 773 in evidence with identifiers redacted. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could, okay, we've got it published to the jury. So let's go to the top, Michelle. And so it starts out with him, this is the 5:21, 6:58 PM saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then if we move up, the next one is you at 5:22 at 5:13 PM, correct?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, and then can we still speak in a min? What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone, or that I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We
what
can give you control, yes. Maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead, go ahead. Your Honor, can
Well,
we
she can't
give?
scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly so she can read the whole thing.
Okay, makes sense.
Her texts do not show abuse. Please call me. Please call me when you speak, okay? With all the love in my
Does that
heart.
help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe that I believe he had apologized to me after the phone incident. I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I would also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster, and that he was so sorry. But I had already committed to filing for divorce. And eventually I have to let him know that it's not just saying it in the anger, in the fights that like we had done, both he and I did that at times in some of our fights, especially towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time, and that I had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor,
I had
hearsay.
enough.
Okay.
Overruled, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendant's Exhibit 773. And this is at 5:22, so this is 6:19 PM. Do you see that? 5:22? And he says, just let me know when you have a minute and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound apologies. What was he apologizing for?
Objection,
Do you
calls
know?
for speculation.
What was your understanding of what he was apologizing for?
Speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me. He didn't mean to hurt me. If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry. That he didn't mean to.
But you never recorded that one, huh? That's interesting, right?
Okay.
She records everything
So
else,
you
but
can go
not
to the
that.
Next page,
I find that fascinating.
up to the green, please. And he says here, I'm sad, I'm scared, and I'm broken, my sweet Slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you
I
have
know
an
what he
underst-
meant.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Did
there's
he
a
use
lot.
that phrase with you?
Hold on. I'll sustain that objection.
I'm
Your
trying to
next-
get to the
yeah, I
next
know.
one
Then
here.
you can ask your next question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Did he use those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says I'm clear and I am me?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
That he had sobered up. That he had sobered up and he was not the monster again, that he was him. That he was a good guy I loved.
You got that out
One
of
that I
that?
trusted.
Oh my God, really?
All right, now I'm going to ask, Michelle, if you can take that one down and bring in 771, which has already been admitted. Now, those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here, it's 5:22, it's now 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies.
Amber
are
Van
eternal
Reed?
and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you catch that?
And
Her
was it
thing
your
said
understanding he was
Amber Van
apologizing
Reed.
again?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection.
That's it. Okay. So tell the jury how you felt in that week, May 22 through May 27, and what you decided to do.
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy, I went to Al-Anon, I got help, I read books, I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So I made the decision to file for divorce. It was hard because, I loved Johnny so much. I loved him so much.
And why did you file for divorce?
Because I knew if I didn't, I'd likely not literally survive.
Oh, right.
I've been so scared that it was going to end really badly for me. And I really didn't want to leave him. I loved him
Oh, the fake crying again.
so much. I wouldn't have done anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay. The promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception. The violence was now normal and not the exception. And it was
so hard. It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. They would have, I believe he would have taken it too far.
No tears.
I wouldn't be here.
Why did you ask for a domestic violence temporary restraining order?
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them, no matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high. And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic. I was losing hair. I was losing weight. I got really sick. I had shingles. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic attack. I had panic attacks all the time. I was falling apart. I was scared and very conflicted because the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with. Really, really tricky. And I was thinking one step at a time. You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest, a good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks. I thought it'd be healthier if I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough, that he could get in any way, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It's not
Overruled.
up for the- Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay. So did Mr. Depp show up for the hearing on the DVTRO?
No, he didn't.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
He was out of
Why did you
country.
show up?
Because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a restraining order.
What, if any, warning did you give Mr. Depp about obtaining the DVTRO?
We gave him warning. My counsel and his counsel were in communication and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory. It's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Was there any confusion surrounding whether Mr. Depp was going to file suit as well?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation,
I'm asking
lack of
for-
foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as the foundation. If you want.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe. And I thought that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings are not private. You can't make them private in California. And remarkably, it had flown under the radar. No one picked up on the fact that I had filed. And
No.
as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm trying to think how to ask this. So without saying what the counsel said, what was your understanding and what was your concern?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 800,
Look,
please?
she sends a blackmail letter and gives him 4 days before it goes public. 4 days. Her own texts say,
You have the
I know
admission
that
of
this isn't
Defendant's Exhibit
public.
800?
So she just lied through her damn
No
teeth.
objection, Your Honor.
All right, 800 in evidence published.
That's crazy, man.
Amber, can you describe for the jury what this picture is?
It's me faking
It's a
another
picture
injury.
of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Come on, say Amica cream, please.
Michelle, can you bring up 801, please?
God, no Amica cream. Are they going
Move the
to
admission
are
of
they going to
801.
deflect the one from the
No
next day?
objection.
801 in evidence, publish.
Please tell me this is the one after the day after.
And Amber, if
Oh,
you
no.
can tell the
Damn.
jury what this is.
That's me while I was obtaining my restraining order. It's me in the courthouse.
She's not putting on a show
And
there,
what,
is
if
she?
anything, did you do while you were at the courthouse? Did you testify?
Oh, I provided testimony and sat there and cried.
And did you obtain a domestic violence restraining order? Temporary
I
restraining order?
did. The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
When you left the courthouse, what did you experience?
Here comes the lie.
I walked into the courthouse. It was quiet. First thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way. And I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras, photographers. It was to that point at that point in my life had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me as I walked out of that courthouse and screamed at me, screamed horrible things at me.
There's a recording of it, by the way, and that's not what happened.
I'm going to take you just for a moment to makeup, and then that would put
Okay,
after
good break
that.
point. Okay, great.
That'll be
All right,
a
thank
good
you.
breaking point after the makeup. You said
Yes.
that you didn't testify, you didn't wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock every day. Anyway, so I put on both of those. I put on concealer, and I do that before I leave my bathroom in the morning. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do about those? Would you try to cover them up? Would you try to just leave them showing? What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled out loud.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I am typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I'm somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face. So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon.
Mm-hmm.
Arnica is also a great
Amica
remedy,
cream.
Arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up
I just won my
bruise,
bingo.
Obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
And let me, I use this, I think, in opening statement, and it's Defendant's Exhibit
If you could
155.
by the microphone, please.
Oh.
We can't hear you. There you go.
May I approach the witness to let
That's
her
what you
show?
could show counsel.
She keeps talking away from the microphone. It's bingo today, baby. If you're playing your bingo card.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, well, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by
She's using
dabbing
the
on a
fake
bit of
color wheel.
green or something to counteract the red. After a day or two, you get more purple in a bruise. So you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 just, I feel like, well, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like 5-7 days in becomes more of a yellow green, and then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite, so in the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or two, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of course. But it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman, or if you wear a lipstick, I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
You always wear makeup?
It's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face. I put on moisturizer. My moisturizer has tinted foundation in it, and I'm certainly not going to walk around LA with bruises on my face.
Yeah, right.
I think that's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take
So
our lunch recess at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. And we'll see you in an hour, okay?
So she just called everyone that was around her a liar, saying she
Court is still in
always wear
session, so
makeup.
please be quiet in the gallery. Thank you. All right. And again, Ms. Hurd, since you're still under oath and testifying, you cannot discuss this case to include with your attorneys, okay?
She's been discussing this
All
case a
right.
lot, it
Let's
sounds
come
like.
back then at 1:40. Okay? All right,
How's
thank
it
you.
feeling?
1:40.
All right, we got some good stuff to discuss right here in the break. Like some of those evidence slides that she showed. Oh man, you can take those things apart and you can wreck her story. And it's pretty easy to do because most of the damage claims that she made, they come. Somebody's claiming that Eve Barlow is in the court. She's not in the courtroom, is she? I haven't looked close enough. Somebody was saying one of the people in the courtroom looked like her. I know she's not supposed to be there, but I haven't been paying particular attention to the crowd. Let me pull up a report though. I want to show you this. It'll just take me a second to grab it, but it's worth it. Okay, it's very much worth it. This is a report talking about the different evidence pieces that she showed. So they have been revealed. Oh my God, you will not believe the kind of BS she's trying to pull here. All right, so this is a discussion of the incident. All right, I want to. They work these through really fast, and I want to show you just how much crap there is in this, like how unbelievable her story is. There are actually, so from the rampage that JD supposedly went on, this is the kitchen island area. Props to Andy, by the way, the guy who puts this stuff together. He does a fabulous job of this, but there are, if you notice, like he supposedly, like they said, he goes around the kitchen island, he's busting up stuff. They only supply 5 pictures from that area. The other pictures, they come from other penthouses and on, but there is no proof that he was walking around swinging a bat like that. 5 pictures. Now, let me show you these pictures because in them, the damage that they allege simply does not exist. These 2 are probably my favorites of all of them. Let's see if there's a better one in this report. Let's see if they've got a sideways one. Okay, so this one right here. All right. Now, if you look at this picture right here, what you have, again, remember, you need to envision with me what's supposed to be taking place. Johnny Depp is supposed to be walking through the penthouse. Again, a magnum-sized bottle of wine, welding it like it's a baseball bat. All right? I mean, that is an image in your brain. Here's the glass jar. He somehow comes in contact with a glass jar. This is not glass, by the way. She alleges that that is glass on the counter. It's not. And you can tell because, like here, you can see that this is staining or something. And later on, by the way, all of this, so there are pictures in the aftermath that come months after the fact. I'm talking months after the fact. And they're realtor pictures. All right. So you have these realtor pictures, and you can find the glass jars. You can find the basket I'm going to show you. I mean, I'm pulling them up. There's another picture of this. So let me pull this up here. All right, I've got to close and show the other one. This is one of the realtor pictures in the aftermath. Okay. Give me 1 second. I got to switch it here. All right, this is the picture there. This is in the aftermath. Look, same jars, same items. You can see this jar is not damaged. There's no damage to it whatsoever, and it's made out of glass. They've just slid things around and pushed them in. And if you're like, where's that coming from, that umbrella guy? Well, again, if you look at this, this is a realtor picture. See the realtor pictures here? So the items, they're the same items from the same setting. So no damage in that picture whatsoever. All right, we'll look at it in just a second. We'll look a little bit more at that one too, because and then we'll go to another one. All right, so when you look, like I said, there can't be glass anyway because there's no damage to anything. And you can tell there's no damage to this glass jar because just the way it's setting. You can actually see through it. You can view it very well. There's no shatter lines. There's nothing. There is no damage whatsoever there. Now, my favorite picture, this is the one that makes me call BS on everything. This is the picture they showed, right? They said, oh, look, it's a basket. When he was on his rampage, he knocked off. Now, from a distance, you may be able to say, yeah, okay, maybe I can buy into that. But as we close in, you'll notice something right off the bat. This is a wicker basket, okay? Look there. That is a wicker basket. Now, I can prove that this is a wicker basket too. And not only is it wicker, but it survives the incident. A lot of people miss this. And again, props to Andy who put this together. But if you look into the realtor pictures, the exact same wicker basket right here on display. Notice it's hard to see, but you can actually see its handle and everything. You know, it blends in with the background, so it makes you so you can see the jars across the way, like right behind it. You can see the wicker basket itself. Again, it's got a small wicker handle. Like that would be destroyed if you touched it. You have the basket itself on display. It has been repurposed in another way. And if that's not enough evidence for you, again, wicker, if Wicker, apparently what she should have done really if she was alleging that she went through all of this, she should have built a bodysuit out of wicker because you know what? Screw Amica cream. Like wicker is the way to go. You put that stuff on, you wear a wicker shirt underneath. I mean, we should be selling this stuff to cops. I mean, forget Kevlar, wicker. Wicker will stop anything. I mean, it's amazing. So looking at that picture, it's not just the wicker basket that's a problem. There's actually a little bit more problem here too. Again, you have to imagine the incident with me. Okay, so here you don't just have the strongest material known to man, aka wicker. You also have heavy items that are stored in it. Again, imagine the scenario. You have a man that is wielding a I keep saying welding. It's wielding. That's my southern coming out. you have a guy who is welding a anyway, who cares? I don't care how I say it. He's got a magnum sized bottle of wine. He keeps swinging it around and he makes contact with it. Okay, let's just say in some hypothetical world that it lifts this wicker basket up in such a way that it does no damage. It lifts it and gently, maybe the air scoops it up because Johnny Depp is such a strong guy when he swings something that the air just whooshes it right off the counter. Okay, once it makes contact with the floor in the aftermath, what's going to happen? The weight of the items that are in said basket. Thank you. My lunch has arrived. Woohoo! Thank you. You want to say that? You want to say hi? There's 13,000 people. No, my wife walked in. Say hi, chat. Say hi. Hi, Miss Umbrella. Anyway, so you have all of the items that are in the basket. Okay, you have all of this fruit here, right? You see this fruit? See it everywhere? Well, you have avocados, you have bananas, you have whatever the hell the rest of that crap is. I keep wanting to call it a sweet potato, but it's probably a pear or something. All of that's weighted, right? That's heavy. None of that crushes this basket. Like the basket survives. And to tell you that it's faked, it goes even further. So now the footage is really hard to make out from the body cam footage. But the guy who put this together, Andy, he's got the eagle eyes, you know? So Mr. Eagle Eye Andy, when he looked through this, check this out. Here on the edge of the counter, this is when the second police officers go through, you can make out the shapes of the fruit. You can tell, like you can tell that these items have been put back here because the basket has been set back on this. Now riddle me this. If somebody has been on a rampage, smashing things around a place, and they've been doing all of this damage, they're alleging that there was glass on the floor. They're alleging that, again, he's done all of this destruction. Would you take the chance of picking up fruit, assuming that it wasn't damaged from the fall too? I mean, that would be a big if as well, because you would think that not only would the wicker basket get destroyed, but all the fruit, it would be bruised and damaged. Again, we're not talking about people that are thrifty either. Remember, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp racked up $13.5 million in debt in 15 months. So together, they accumulated that kind of money. And she's not watching her spending. She's not caring about, this fruit. I bet you it's just display. I bet you they throw it away anyway. She probably throws it off the balcony and lets the homeless people fight for it. I mean, she doesn't seem like the nicest person ever. And she's definitely not thrifty. So you're going to tell me that she's going to take the chance of possibly ingesting glass because something from that scene that ended up on the floor, she's I don't know, trying to save money or on. Yeah, I call BS on that. I call big BS on that. Now, not only that, now it gets more interesting too. There's actually 5 pictures from the interior. Like I said, that's only 2 of them. Okay. The wrong one there. My bad. Sorry about that. The only one that actually shows any type of destruction that you can say something did get broken in this picture. There's one singular picture. Let me roll back up here with something broken in it. And the only thing you can see this one right here, right? Now, the only thing that you can see broken in this picture, by the way, she says that there's a broken glass, a wine glass. But where's the rest of the wine glass? We have no idea because they didn't. They're documenting the extensive damage that Johnny Depp does, but they don't photograph the rest of the wine glass. They only get you the base of the wine glass. You can see it right there on the floor. And I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that this thing in the upper corner here, I'm going to say that that's a piece of glass there. So the only damage that they note, the only thing we can say was visibly destroyed are these 5 interior pictures that they take. Again, when he's on rampage through the, they talked about bead damage, all of that stuff. It comes from another area. This is the main area where she's saying, you know, he flips out. Now, there's even, if you think that's bad, it gets even worse. You want me to show you proof that they set the scene for this? So the wine spillage, you can see the wine spillage here. First of all, notice the wine spillage never makes contact with anything important. It only spills on the floor. This is a theme that you will notice over and over again. And here, this is probably the most telling picture of them all. If you look at the way this rug sets, somebody has actually, you can see where the wine makes contact with the under portion. Somebody noticed that and they pulled up the rug so it's only on the under mat, so it doesn't damage the rug. So when they were setting the scene of the crime here, they made sure that part of their display did not get damaged. Like, that says something to you right there. To me, it does, at least. Again, looking at this as a whole, I mean, just really drink that in. This, again, you notice how fast they show these pictures. And they wanted the metadata tags removed too. That actually, in my opinion, benefits her more than it benefits anyone, because the metadata tags, they set together an unbelievable tale of her going through, photographing, and there's the wine spillage in the hallway, which we'll talk about in a moment too. That's part of it. But so you've got that one. You've got these. Then you have this one. Here's your other wine spillage. Now look at this. So your wine, it's up here. You can see where there's spillage there, right? At the top. You can see that there's spillage over to the sides. You can see it underneath but again, it doesn't damage the little table. It skips the table totally, which is astounding. If somebody went on a rampage and they're destroying stuff, very thoughtful, right? But beyond that, if you look, it spills around, it goes around, it doesn't get on any furniture here. I'm again very considerate rampage, you know. Like me, if I broke a bunch of crap, you'd be able to tell I went there. What was funny too, okay, Raquel Pennington, they kept bringing up her bead stuff as well, saying that he smashed her bead jewelry setup. This is probably the worst thing about this entire setup. Raquel Pennington sold bead jewelry at the flea market, the thrift market, or whatever you want to call it. She would go down there, she would make bead jewelry and sell it. And yet, when it comes to her living situation, she was living next door to Johnny Depp. I mean, think about that. This woman, the only thing that she does in life, and again, that's no judgment if you do the same kind of stuff. If you can make a living, I'm proud of you. But you're not going to be living next door to Johnny Depp selling freaking bead jewelry. That is reality. She's alleging that, you know, Johnny Depp, he does all this terrible stuff. You know, the terrible thing that Johnny Depp did was he propped up their lives and their livelihood. He allowed them to live next door to him for years. He gave them the superstar lifestyle. They were living in a $1 to $2 million penthouse. he was giving people, according to Isaac B., the way that things would play out was you would have a delivery of money. You would get like a manila envelope with just a stack of cash in it. They would get like $5,000 to last for, a couple months. They have all their utilities paid and everything else. So it's just living money. They can do whatever. They can buy food or whatever. He's paying for their lifestyle. And she helps set him up for this stuff. I mean, it's insane when you think about it. And you notice too, when they were talking about Raquel Pennington, she said, my then best friend. She made that very clear. My then best friend. Now, there's another issue that comes up with the metadata. And I want to bring this up because I think it's a very important thing. I personally think this scene is staged. I personally think there's plenty of proof for it too. If you look at any of the pictures that are shown, you'll notice again, they have a metadata tag along with a timeline that's attached to it. These were taken around 9/26. All right. Now that's an important time. Why? Because remember Isaac B. When Isaac B. got out, when he was talking about what he witnessed, he talked about seeing the wine in the hallway. In fact, I mean, he brought it up. He brought it up very clearly. And there's surveillance footage that matches his story, which I'll probably put in another video since I haven't covered that yet. But this is his story. Okay. May 21st, I was out in the neighborhood. I arrived at the Eastern around 9:30 p.m., met a friend. We proceeded up to my apartment, which is penthouse 2 at the top floor. We then proceeded to round the corner of the hallway. We stopped in front of penthouse 1 because there was a large puddle of spilt wine along with splashed wine running down the wall directly in front of the door. You notice this, 2 descriptors here that are very important. Large puddle of wine, so it's still puddled, and it's still running down, not finished running. It's running down. It's not all over the walls. It's running down the walls. He says, I said to my friend something like, it looks like somebody's getting hammered. Probably those guys there, meaning Raquel Pennington and Josh Drew, her fiance. All right. Now, the pictures that he's talking about, or the scene that he's talking about is this. All right. See that here? It sounds just like he's described, right? There's only one problem with that. He's describing something he saw around 9:30, give or take 5 minutes. What they allege, these pictures, they come from 9:04. Wait a minute. Now, what makes that weird too is you have your interior pictures taken at 9:26, but your exterior was supposedly taken at 9:04. So you're going to tell me they took 22 minutes between taking pictures while they were advancing around? I don't think so. I believe these are fake. I believe that the time on here is very easy to manipulate metadata. I believe they manipulated the metadata on this. I believe that they did that so they could basically set up the anatomy of a crime. There's a lot of proof for that too. For example, all right, remember 9:04, right? Remember, there's a lot of stuff going on in the background here, right? So while all this is going on, remember, there are a lot of key components moving. For example, there's Josh Drew. Josh Drew, he's just come back into the building. When he goes in, he gets into the elevator. He has to go up to the floor that Amber Heard is on. He exits the door 9:20 p.m. And that's assuming that clock is exactly right, which is another layer to this too, okay? But assuming this is exactly right, he has around less than 2 minutes to take a photograph, right? He doesn't go and take photographs, though. He doesn't go into the hallway. What he does is he goes, finds Amber Heard, who's on the phone to her entertainment lawyer, and she also calls her public relations person, which they didn't say that. She said something else, which was a total lie. But he doesn't take pictures. He goes and sees her and says, we need to switch penthouses. And by then the cops arrive. See, right behind them at 9:04, when he's exiting, almost like 20 something seconds later, the cops enter the elevator and they get off the elevator around 40 seconds later. they would have ran into him taking pictures in the hallway if that metadata was correct. And it can't be because, well, they didn't. They didn't run into him in the hallway. Now that by itself is fascinating, right? But there's another layer to this. The other layer to this, I've done videos on all this stuff too. Like if you do not catch my videos, make sure you catch my videos. I try to cover stuff like this. I know a lot of people there are a lot of layers to testimony and stuff. And if you wanted to cover all that, that's awesome. I cover some stuff, but I try to cover problems in the case, things like these. And I love what Andy's presenting here. I cover this kind of stuff in live streams too. So the other layer that's a real problem is the fact that, again, remember 904, right? Well, what if I were to tell you that every clock in the area, the building, was set correctly? Like the mezzanine, the reception, all of these different places, they were within 40 seconds of one another, but the footage or the elevator clock was 6 minutes off, which would mean that, remember, if you're taking a picture, you would have the closest to whatever universal time is being used by everyone else. If all the clocks in the building are pretty much right with each other, but the elevator, you would discount it. You'd say, well, we need to go by the other ones. If you took that 6 minutes, because it's 6 minutes ahead, you have the other 6 minutes ahead. If you were to take that 6 minutes off, they would have actually been standing in the hallway when those pictures are supposedly taken. They would have been right there in the hallway with them at that time. And there's a lot of evidence for that. So this is a breakdown of it. Again, set up by Andy, who does a great job. The still photographs, like if you look at this, okay, the still photographs around, there are 10 footage stills which accurately demonstrate the aforementioned time discrepancies between the clocks shown. Here's the reception desk. Now, if you watch the cops when they enter, they go through a main door. After they go through the main door, they walk down a little hallway. Then they come through the hallway here into the reception desk. I mean, we can watch them walk the entirety of this area. I mean, that's how they go. They move through the entirety of that. They wind through it, right? So they get to the that area. And when they get there, they are greeted. They're told that they need to, they need to go upstairs. That's what they're telling the like there. So she walks them to the elevator. Meanwhile, while they're doing that, Josh Drew, he's actually on the. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I've got that footage. Remember, yesterday, by the way, my computer died, so I had to buy another computer. Yesterday was my birthday, so here's the let me pull up the footage of this while we're talking about it. Okay, there's actually footage demonstrating what I'm mentioning from the cops. If you want to watch them on footage arrive and move through the building, you can see it all. I have a video with all of it. I called it the police bust Amber Heard. Because they do. They absolutely take apart the narrative for that. But look, here's them arriving, all right? And you'll notice all the timestamps on this, they're about the same, except for when they get in the elevator, it'll be different. So when they enter, by the way, look at how they react too. I think it's very telling how the police are acting. When they enter the building, you notice we've switched two cameras, and two cameras, their time is almost the same. But the cops are pretty much business right now. They don't know what they're going to run into. They have no idea what to expect. So they're pretty much on that business level. So you'll see they go down the hallway. This is going to be where the reception desk is. They're actually going to enter that area. They'll run into somebody when they're doing this. Give them 1 second. They got to clear around. Here, let me bump it up. There. So they clear in. You'll see them pop up right here. They run into reception because what they want to do is they want to get into they want to get in here, and you'll notice third camera, the clock is still ticking the same way. This is important, what I'm saying here. So you notice the clocks, I mean, they're within 40 seconds of one another so far. Now, while you're doing this too, just to lay the foundation, Josh Drew, who is creepy to me, like, look at that shirt. Like I keep saying, Josh Drew, what is these guys are on an allowance from Johnny Depp. I mean, they got money to burn. It's not their money. Why don't they buy some clothes that fit? Like, why is he shopping at the Baby Gap? Like, is there a point to that? I mean, did I miss something here? Because, again, if somebody were funding my lifestyle, I'd be buying clothes that fit. I'm just saying, again, I'm saying that I'm not being mean about that. Myself right now, I got some COVID fat on. It is what it is. But you know what? Like, when I move around, Josh. He looks so creepy in this. Look, they've slowed the video down too that they put in here. And you can tell, like, look at him move. Look how slow he moves. This is not typical. So he gets on the elevator though. And when he gets on the elevator, I mean, he's pacing back and forth. He's acting strange. He looks like one of those Crime Stopper videos, doesn't he? But you'll notice the time stamps, okay, when the officers, I'll point this out again, when the officers get to the elevator, but you'll notice how far off. Like, again, when he's riding the elevator, if we just stuck to the same time frame, he would have to step off this elevator. You can tell he thinks he's a tough guy, too. You can tell he thinks he's a man. You can just see it on him. Now, okay, just to note, like, because this is part of what we're talking about here, you notice the 2058, right? Okay, so when the cops get on the elevator, that's going to be right here. You notice the jump. They just cleared the hallway, but you notice the clocks are different. 6 minutes fast. Now, that is important. Why is that important? Because remember, if the pictures were actually taken in the hallway at 9:04, and this clock is 6 minutes fast, again, the cops would be standing right on top of Amber Heard and them when those pictures are taken. Like, there wouldn't have been time to take it. As is, they would only have 2 minutes. But this clock, it's the only one that's fast. So again, that's just a weird little thing. But look how business they are too. Like they don't know what they're expecting. They're talking a bit, but you can tell they don't have any casual demeanor. They don't think that this is going to be just a walk in the park. They have no idea what to anticipate, right? So they're going in and they're taking it seriously. They get off the elevator. All right. Then they're going to come back. Now then we're going to have a commercial. Mid-roll ad. Woo. Which I don't get credit for. Come on, channel. But then when they're leaving, notice, like, they're in good mood. The cop here, she's smiling, all happy and stuff. She didn't see a bunch of destruction. Now look, like, she's like cutting up with her partner here. Well, oh, look at that. That's nice. She's like, yeah, this place is nice. It's $2 million penthouse she just went into. So they're probably talking about that. I mean, their demeanor's totally changed. They didn't witness somebody that they thought was injured. They also didn't witness somebody that was thinking that, again, that they thought was just being combative, but wanted to be in it. And notice the time switch again. See? The time switch off. Whoops. If you look at the time there, 21:20, right? Then when they get off the elevator, 21:14. So again, 6 minutes fast. That's a very important distinction there. That tells you about that's just a tip of the iceberg. When you're talking about problems just with that right there. There are other problems though. There's like when she was testifying just then, she was talking about the divorce. And she was saying all of this was public. I don't know how it didn't how media missed it and stuff. That's not it at all. For 4 days, this stuff set privately, and she knows this because her team served Johnny Depp with an extortion letter. Let me bring this up here. 1 second. Take me a second to pull it up. On May 23rd, her team served Johnny Depp with an extortion letter, one that was private, and she knows that it's private, by the way. This is the first time that you will have any allegations of sexual abuse, by the way. This is when they first appear. She's wanting much more than we knew, too. From what we understand, Johnny's team was trying to make a deal with her, and every time they would try to make a deal for the divorce, she would want more and more and more. It got to the point where she was asking for $14.2 million tax-free. That was her demand. And if she didn't get that demand, then she was going to go forward with abuse claims. She was going to rake Johnny Depp over the coals. But she says, all of this was public, and she was shocked. All right. She knows that it's not public, though. She just lied on the stand. How do I know that? Because she mentions this in her own text messages. Just confirm that the cover letter is completely private. It has nothing to do with any public record. So the abuse claims that they just made, those allegations that she just brought up, they were not public, and she was well aware of that. Her own text messages say that. You can see Slim on the top. That's her nickname from Johnny Depp. She's mentioning this to him, trying to calm him down because he's like, what are you doing here? Why are you trying to destroy my life? And she's like, whoa, that doesn't mean anything. And only included the domestic violence restraining order stuff because I called the lawyer when the cops were here and I didn't know what to do. So I only mentioned domestic violence. I only brought that up because I tried to beat you to the punch. I called the cops on you. You can tell it goes even further than that, though. So in her claims, or why it happened and was scared. But that letter is private. And unless you file as well, so again, it's a blackmail letter, which I guess opens us up to the press possibly catching it, as they seem to have missed this one, at least right now, then it can be revoked at any time. So again, she knows that this stuff is there. But if you settle with me, if you give me what I want, it'll never go public, Johnny. It'll never go public. But if you file separately as well, it's the same thing as far as being revoked is concerned, but requires both our signatures and is a new filed public document for the records. At least that's my understanding of it. Oh, and I confirmed with the lawyer. These are a little out of order. There's a mess up. That's why I keep jumping back and forth. The quickly part you mentioned in the letter between our lawyers, including the deadline for a response, that wasn't something I said. So she demands that he file with it or answer within 4 days, or they're going to serve him publicly. They brought up the fact that they could have served him at his movie premiere, which would have been the Alice movie. They threatened that. They said, we could have served you publicly on the 23rd, but she wanted a peaceful solution. She wanted that, even though she's scared of you, Johnny. But she says, that wasn't something I asked for or even noticed and is mandatory at all. We can take as long or as quick as we want and undo this, or do this and undo this as we see fit. You catch that there? And do this or undo this as we see fit. Remember, she's divorcing because she's terrified that he's going to kill her. She just wants to change the locks. I've got the shingles. She got the shingles, by the way, but I bet, just like every other injury that she supposedly ever had, I bet she never got a doctor to look at her shingles, right? But she's horrified from doing that. But we can undo this if we want to. Her whole narrative up till now has been that she was the one who pulled the trigger on the divorce. He didn't want a divorce, but we just saw one of the text messages from him too that just torpedoes this idea, blows it out of the freaking water. But you and I have the control and love each other. I thought you filed. You see that there? An admission. I thought you had filed for the divorce. You said we were going to and said goodbye. Now you see proof of that. See, this is a lot. She just committed perjury. She knows. I mean, she's done it many a time anyway, but she just for sure committed perjury. I mean, look at it there. As clear as freaking day in that. And you have proof of what she's talking about here from Johnny Depp. The piece that was missing in that puzzle that we didn't have access to before is this. This happens that night where he says, that was it. The last encounter forever. You were already ready to strike. You notice that? You were already ready to strike. Why did I even come in the first place? To be yelled at by you? I'm an idiot. So here, there's no mention of violence from her there or any him doing thing. She's yelling and treating him like garbage. And I'm an idiot. PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. Now, what she's trying to say there, she actually uses Rocky Pennington. The Rocky Pennington thing is weird anyway. So I want you to follow this idea with me, okay? Rocky Pennington supposedly pops up and calms him down like a horse. No, Johnny, no, with her hands in front of her, right? No, when she's curled up in a ball and afraid that Johnny Depp's going to lash out, right? So despite all of that, you have all of this craziness going on. She horse whispers him down. That's what she told us. She horse whispers him down. And Rocky Pennington, though, so what supposedly happens according to Amber, she's got her phone, all this stuff is going on. She texts Rocky Pennington. It's like, get over here now. Rocky Pennington says in her testimony, she's down the hallway. If we're facing forward, she's down the hallway to the right? So she comes running out. She runs to the door, checks it. It's locked. She has to run back to her apartment, get keys, come back. The only problem with that is Johnny Depp's security is out in the hall. So they would have made contact with her, right? And they don't because she was in the apartment waiting for him. This is an ambush. Remember, like he'll say in the closet, but it wasn't in the closet. Like you and I understand it. Their closet is like a room for us. So she was hiding out there. Let's see. Debbie asked, thanks for 449. Can JD get her for perjury? The testimony thrown out. Now, you want her to make mistakes like this. They could tear her up on cross for so many different things. What will they do? You got to remember, though, here's part of all of this. You have to keep this in mind. A jury of your peers means, how many of your peers have you ever met? Because for every person with an average intelligence, I'm sure that you've met somebody that is brick dumb. I mean, they are dumb as a brick. Because there are a lot of people out there like that. I mean, that's just the average person. The average person's IQ is very low. Okay. I mean, the middle, the mid-range. Yeah. So that's your average peer. Like, how much can you make them understand? So they got to work around that. So getting stuff stricken, you want her to make as many mistakes as you can and go after that instead of going after things like like metadata and things, because most people, they may not follow. Like, you're smart enough to sit here and talk about that. All you folks are, but the average person isn't. They're not going to follow along. They're not going to follow it at all. So, Healthy Gaming, thanks for the 5. I walked away because I'm a coward. What's going on? There was a lot of stupid. There was a lot of stupid you missed. I'll catch every super chat too. If I catch some right in here, I'm going to catch a few while we're talking. But if you put some through, I will catch everybody. I always do. Thanks for the 5. Rocky's an MMA fighter, and Rocky is scared of JD stomping her out. Okay, Amber. Yeah, no, she's not the MMA fighter. That's a different person. That's a different Rocky. Debbie McGill, who is Liz, said she was in PH when the cops came. Okay, so there's actually a whole cast of characters. All right, there's a whole cast of them. Let's look. Like Liz is Elizabeth Martz. All right, so Elizabeth Martz. Here, check this out. So this is Elizabeth Martz. Elizabeth Martz is one of Raquel Pennington's friends who lived by Raquel's own invitation, rent-free in Johnny Depp's penthouse for a long period of time. She gave a statement on all of this stuff too, but that's who Liz is. It's Elizabeth Martz. Now, all of these people have given statements before. And again, Elizabeth Martz is it's not heavily in depth. She might be somebody to cover, though, because she talks about the second set of officers and stuff. It's not very extensive, though. Her statement, actually, now let's just look at this. So her statement is, again, there's a lot of redaction off of it, but, through her examination, she talks about, what was going on there. Is it your testimony? The officers saw extensive damage. I don't know what they saw. Had any damage been cleaned up? By the time the second set of officers arrived, we cleaned the kitchen. And so by the time the first set of officers arrived, did you clean anything? No, I don't think so. So this is a main part of the testimony that's brought in, which she saw extensive damage. And again, it's interesting. They say they're telling you the cops, they were on premises, but they didn't see any of that stuff. Amazing, isn't it? Lost on Long Island, thanks for the 5. Keep it up. Thank you. Barbara, thanks for the 5. Just heard a lawyer from the courthouse who said the jury's looking bored during a testimony. One guy smiling when Camilla objected. Yeah, I'm hearing that they're not responding very well to her. That's why she changed. You notice she changed her approach, right? She didn't cry or go, oh my God, like she did the other day. She didn't do any of that craziness. She's keeping up with the testimony. I'm telling you, she's watching videos here. And I know she's put this specific channel, me, into 3 court filings before, because before this trial, a lot of people are covering now. We covered this thing for 2 years plus. We've covered it as it built forward. And because of that, she has filed multiple filings, including one that said that that Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp, they were making contact with the media and social media accounts that included ThatUmbrellaGuy. She named 3 social media accounts that included us. So I get the feeling they're still watching channels because they included everything that we've talked about for a week. The guitar stuff, for example. You notice they covered that. They were like, oh, well, guitar, she had that. You notice every single thing that we brought up. I'm not just saying for us either. I'm sure they have a checklist, but I get the feeling they've been keeping up. Candace, thanks for the 10. Did you catch her say, I punched my head. I repeatedly punched my head. This girl, I tagged you on TikTok. Yeah, I'm terrible about checking anything on TikTok. Okay. Like I put 2 things or 3 things up there, but I'm terrible about keeping it up because I hate short form videos, just to say, for me to make them, not to watch them. I hate making short form because I'm long winded. As you can tell, I've been talking for what now? At least 15 minutes straight. I already had to stop yet. I could talk for like 4 or 5 hours straight. It's just not a problem. But it takes me about 8 minutes to really make a narrative so you can understand it. I believe that you need to explain things. Like, this is my problem with short form. The reason I don't use it is because there are new people that are seeing all of this. And I never want to assume that you understand where to enter a story at. So, but I am long-winded too. I don't deny that. I don't deny it at all. It's a gift. It's a gift of gab, my friends. It's a gift of gab. No, I enjoy it. This case is I hate the buy-in. I've got to say this carefully. I don't enjoy what the case represents, but I enjoy the hell out of the fact that she has made so many mistakes in this case that require it requires a team of spin meisters to continue to go out and tell you why it has to be spin. Like, for example, she started today telling you about how 2013 wasn't the beginning. 2012 was actually the beginning. And the reason that she did that today is because, again, as I was mentioning before, early on, she sold a picture to TMZ. Her PR team did, because they're a team that they've worked with forever. It was this picture right here, but the metadata on it is from 2012. It's not from 2013. It's from 2012, and she got caught in that. So, oopsie. Bagbiz, thanks for the 25. Your commentary has been absolutely invaluable. Thank you for that. I try to make everything make sense to people. I want people to understand this trial, because at the end of the day, you need to understand that this false accusations are a cancer on our society. They damage men aimed directly, but also indirectly. You see the damage done to any type of survivor. You see the damage done to women in general. Like people, when they look at Amber Heard, you have many people that are like, women. No, this isn't women. I feel like I need to say this all the time, because I hate that mentality. I don't believe all women, because these kind of people, but I also do not blame all women. Amber Heard is not all women. Amber Heard is the people like this, they're a very short selection. But the justice system is geared toward people like this. When they come out, we're looking at a case where Johnny Depp had to prove that he's innocent. It's guilty until proven innocent. That's wrong. Societally, it's become the same thing. It's guilty until proven innocent, and it's wrong. Go. Thanks for the 2. What was up with AH using Van Ree still? Yeah, I don't know. That was weird, wasn't it? AJ Staraker, thanks for the 2. She's playing Social Chameleon, but flipping too fast. Yep. She gets caught in that. James Street, thanks for the 5. Is Turd's team going to go through their witnesses before Depp's team crosses? No. It's been such a long time since we dealt with courts. No, I swear, a team sucks. She'll be crossed next. I wondered if cross would start today. I thought it would, but we'll see. That's why I put it in the thumbnail, because I figured cross would start today. Candace, thanks for the 10. Did you catch your? Oh, okay, I caught that one. Thank you, Candace, too. I did catch your statement, though. But did you notice all the problems? Like, okay, her evidence, when you look at it, is so ridiculous. Hey, Carol Ann, thanks for the 14. Keep up the good work, my friend. Thank you. Like I said, my birthday was yesterday, too, so it's been an interesting weekend. Again, I had an entire computer meltdown. I had to buy a new computer to keep covering this today. I had to go out and be like, yo, I got to buy a computer today. I had to go buy one yesterday. And I live out in the boons, so it wasn't the easiest thing to do. Let me pull up these injury photos. Now, her injury photos are fascinating, because I figured that in this trial, they would actually, the first injury photograph that she used was a higher resolution photograph before. But now, again, they're using stuff like this, for example, stuff that when you look at it, people are going to have problems finding any injury. Again, it's like the Where's Waldo of injuries, right? You would think they would be using those high quality ones like they were depending on before, but they haven't. Hey, William Taylor, thanks for the 10. I'll send you some pictures of actual DV. Let's compare the two. My face looked a lot different than any of the pictures she had. Indeed, I work as a mental health practitioner. I work with victims of domestic violence, and I'm not the person that you meet when you walk through the door, for especially like you're supposed to get somebody to to calm things down and, to situate things. But for me, like I work with the poor. So I work with Medicare and Medicaid. So if you don't have good insurance, you can't get anything. I may be the first person that you would run into. So like I said, I work with a lot more kids than anything. Like that's been my particular calling. I would rather, kids are the hardest people to reach after something like this, but they can also be the people you can make the biggest impact on. Like if you're if you spend the time and you catch it early and you work with kids, you can absolutely make a difference. So I'm trying to load up the PDF for the injuries to show you where I thought they would pull them because they didn't go with high profile. I mean, again, look at that injury there. Like, can you find anything? Because I can't. Francis, thanks for the 3 there and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Marianne Rush, thanks for the 10. Even though I am a woman, I've been against this believe all women movement from the start. Abuse is not exclusive to women, just like the fact that people lie regardless of your sex. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Yes, indeed. Okay, if you want to, if people want to really think about this, if you truly believe all women, then I invite you to go online. If you think everyone's trustworthy, I want you to go online. I want you to open up your bank details, and I want you to invite 100 random women online into your bank account just to prove it. If you can prove that 100 random women with access to your bank account, nobody will steal anything from you. That'll be amazing to see, because that won't happen. Now here's where the pictures actually come from. A lot of them, they come from Josh Drew's witness statement. The guy we saw in the elevator there. Josh Drew is the fiance of Raquel Pennington. You can see like these, you can tell they try to hide. They've taken out a lot of pictures. They haven't shown us these because you can see the level of manipulation behind them. Like, look, again, these are so overexposed that it looks like somebody abused the walls, right? I mean, it's crazy, right? Can't wait for Cross. I don't care how prepared she thinks she is. Going to be good. Justice for Johnny. Indeed. I think it'll be fascinating. Tina, thank you for the super chat. No statement with that, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you for your backing there. Candace, thanks for the 10 there. That's the pick. She said, I punched myself. I punch myself. I want you to punch me. Look at her. What is that funk in her eye? What kind of eye booger is that, by the way? Look at this. That's not a tear. Like, did she get amica cream in her eye? What is that? You see that right there? Like, that's not a reflection. She got some kind of eye booger or something. Something like hanging on. No, not arnica. Like, she corrected it on the stand, but we've heard amica forever. It's amica cream, baby. I don't arnica. I don't know what you're talking about, people. I saw somebody try to correct that. I don't know what you're saying. Like that arnica cream, I think that stuff, it only helps lightly fix bruises. The amica cream, though, the amica cream is for miracles. Me, I love the amica cream. Like I said, I was going out for real life testimonies. I met this guy who he had burns all over his body. He looked a little bit like this. And he was like, I hate those Elm Street kids because of what they did to me. I was like, you know what, though? You don't have to hate them anymore because there's a cream for that. Justice served. There was also, I heard about this little minnow attack where somebody was just lightly bitten by it was just a small fish, just a tiny fish there. Even though they had, let's just say, a tiny injury. I mean, you could see that there, just not bad. I mean, you can walk it off, right? But you put a little amica cream on it, bam, it's even easier. Like I said, miracle drug there. I was walking through the forest one day, in fact, and I came across a scene sort of like this. That guy right there, I thought, man, ain't nothing wrong with him. You just splash a little bit of that amica cream on, he'll be good to go. Again, amica cream. What is that eye booger, though, for real? Oh, Lord. We're working on a shirt right now too. Like somebody was saying, like, the turd in the punch bowl. We're working on a grumpy in the punch bowl. It's going to be like a punch bowl with a a cat lady and a mermaid were swimming around. I think that'll be funny. Barbara Kangas, thanks for the 5. She's been watching online, so I bet she has seen all of the commentary trying to ship Johnny and Camilla. Will make Cross interesting indeed. I feel like she's jealous of the world. It's weird how you know she was trying to text Johnny Depp in 2018. We have proof of that. We actually have the texts themselves where she was hitting up Johnny Depp. She was telling Christian Carano to hit him up. You know why? Because I still love Johnny. I still love Johnny. Like, you said that he was a monster and a spousal abuser. I mean, can you imagine? Like, can you imagine if like Johnny Depp would have gone on and he would have said, you know, Amber Heard, she did crazy things. Like, she put out cigarettes on her face. Can you imagine the reaction from the media if that would have happened? And yet she actually had the audacity to pull that today. That was crazy. Debbie, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, happy birthday again. Are we not seeing some of the same stuff that we saw at the beginning of her testimony? They'll loop back to a few things. Yes, they loop back to a few things, but they're working it all into her narrative is what it is, because they're trying to, their timeline has been all over the place, you know. I mean, it has absolutely been everywhere because they're crazy. They're crazy. You mean you gotta look at how nutty everything that they say it is, you know. All right, so let's see. Hey, Cheeky Fox, thanks for the super chat there and the popcorn. Yeah, I got my popcorn ready. I'm ready for that. Kim, thanks for the 2. Mood, indeed. Look at these, though. I mean, you can tell, like, how fake these pictures are. Like, look at how darkened. You know, she said the reason that they took them from place to place was they were trying to get different lighting, but it doesn't explain the overexposure. I mean, again, look at how exposed some of these are. They're so overexposed that she has a t-shirt on. Remember, a white t-shirt. Johnny Depp hit her so hard it knocked the white off her t-shirt. I mean, what kind of monster is he? What kind of monster? I mean, that's crazy. Looking at her though, again, like she's crazy looking. Like she is out of control. She's just out of whack. Here's probably the best closest picture from that incident. And you can tell that this injury looks like it's an injection site. Like a lot of people have pointed out, it's probably from something like Botox. Or she had, okay, so one of the nurses mentioned that she had a sty removed, right? When she had her sty removed, I imagine that left injury as well. So, I mean, she has pictures in here where she's trying to claim injury, though. And like this, like, what, is it this that she's trying to say is an injury? Look at this. The only injury is me having to zoom in on her freaking pores and notice how grubby her skin is. Come on, wash that shit. I mean, seriously, if your skin gets this nasty, wash it sometimes. I mean, her skin is, she's addicted to acne medication. Did you know that? Like, she is addicted to acne medication. She takes about 3 times the prescribed dose of like heavy acne medications. And yet her skin is still grubby. It's crazy. Larissa, thanks for the 5. I work in outreach at a women's shelter. Putting aside the fact that this is terrible towards real DV victims, JV is the DV victim here. Thanks, Tug. Exactly. That's exactly right. And you know, if this is the same problem, like things have not changed as far as men and domestic violence for decades. There was a guy who tried to open up a domestic violence shelters for men across Canada, where other charities, it was the first one. And the reason he did that is because his wife had alleged that, I mean, rather his wife was an abuser, and he went in and alleged that, you know, she was an abuser, and the cops got him help. All right. They sent him to anger management. Can you imagine? You get beaten and it's obviously your fault. It's the same thing. Like I hate both sides. It reminds me of the same thing of she deserved it because of what she was wearing. That's the same type of arguments, and it's disgusting because that is victim blaming. You know, you are no more responsible for getting assaulted when you're walking down the street because of what you're wearing than you are being assaulted because of the gear between your legs. You didn't cause that. You are the victim in this instance. And this guy, he tried to open up domestic abuse shelters in Canada. You know, all of this stuff is big money too. So when he tried to open it up, he was countering the big money corporations in that. They didn't like that, so he got $1,000 from the government, and then they promptly destroyed him. And they destroyed him to the point so thoroughly that he committed suicide. That's where we were decades ago, and I feel like we're still there. We are still in that same mindset. David Briscoe, thanks for the 5. That gunk on her eye could be pus from the sty. Gunk on her eye. Yeah, okay, they're coming back. I hear them. So 12,000 of you wonderful people, like this thing and tell people we are live if you would. And also remember to tell your friends and neighbors that you love that umbrella guy. Actually, check out our shirts and everything else if you want to. We have quite a few. Again, remember, all profit from merchandise that goes to charity. So if you want to do that, it's a good way. You can have fun with this. We have all kinds of fun little shirts, goof off things. So you can have a good time with that too. Weasel Games, thanks for the super chat. Have you seen the Photoshop on one of these over exposed pictures on one of the magazines? They Photoshopped her supposed injuries to up real bad. Oh yeah. Have you seen the one that they tuned into the that she first turned into the courtroom? Like, I mean, that's insane. Bond Socks, thanks for that. Everyone in the world knows she gave up. Yeah, it's true. Like, I liked her trying to explain away the poopins. She's like, I'm going to tell you about my poopins. And like, everybody was like, we already know about your poopins. We already know what you did. We heard about it. We've known about it forever. Like, you know, the reason she wants to explain that pooping away, it's not just because of, it's not just because it's embarrassing. It's because it's career damaging. Like, she sells herself on her looks. How the hell do you sell yourself on your looks when everybody knows you as a serial pooper? You know, I mean, like who exactly wants to hire a serial pooper? I wouldn't. I would not. I imagine most people wouldn't want to either. It is gross though to think of somebody like dropping a deuce on your bed. You notice she denies that fervently though, because she knows how bad that is. I mean, nobody nobody in their right mind would be dropping a deuce on somebody else's bed like that. Like, nobody. I have never met somebody that would be like, yeah, that's normal behavior. You know? And I mean, like I said, she knows that. All of us know that. We know that that's really beyond jacked up, to be honest. All right.
All right, your next question.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Dr. Evil's back on the stand.
The makeup palette.
Oh, okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 155.
She's going to try to explain away the makeup palette.
I think it's there. We had pictures for.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence. 155, got it. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit? And it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right. Is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to
or-
move the admission of it. Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank
so was that going to be for the whole 357 or is that 357A or is that?
That's just B. I have that as
B.
B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was put in earlier.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like, it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
And it's just not.
Okay.
And you did. Well,
Okay.
your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was private in TMZ. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. You know, and if you say you have proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
It seems to make sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, you know,
Yeah.
it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's not gonna file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally. Meaning I'll have to go and pursue the. No, I have to pursue the whole course of action because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically we'll know because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything's in their court. We literally
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like that was all worked out. So the thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem, that she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I'll tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now. And I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just, but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Let's look it up, timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything has been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes,
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign. That he had
Objection, Your
launched.
Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said. And that he'd ruin my career, and he refused to not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay, all right, I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your
going
Honor.
overtime.
Cause for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. Remove the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 357C in evidence.
All right, Michelle, if you complain.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us, or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross corroborated. Then it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it. Do you understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey, Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose, and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I don't know how bad it will be until the morning, and we may have to cancel. But the appearance, I don't know how I'm icing it. I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing. And all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence in this case, which it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And we had a third party prosecutor come, and a criminal lawyer come, and they went, the problem is, hearing from you, your biggest struggle is that it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I would never want that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call my phone in my head, and it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have
Yeah.
to sit where I'm sitting today.
Give me 14
I
million.
didn't want this. I want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries.
Where are all those years of
On the
injuries?
dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012.
Object to
I was trying
that.
to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
She wanted $14.2 million.
Depp Exhibit 357D as in David.
Tax
And
free.
that is 17:25 to 17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any
No
objection?
objection.
All right. Any evidence? 357D.
Baby.
Called a liar.
Baby.
And I've been called
Baby.
a gold digger.
Baby.
Everyone is.
Baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
Oh no, he was nice to her. Every time he's
I'm going
nice.
to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after using the phone at my face, and it got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's your fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
Oh my God, no more tears again.
going to ask to bring up plaintiff's exhibit, Depp exhibit 357F as in Frank.
Reach for a
24:04
Kleenex
to
so you can at least pretend you're
24:48,
crying.
And move the admission.
All right.
Look, she doesn't even reach
No
for
objection.
Kleenex.
All right, 357F.
I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what it keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or even that this text message is not actually happened, or that your security guard, just by the way, the follow-up to your security guard thing, they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
She's crazy, man.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor,
way.
hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
did you go
Honor.
to
Yeah, if we could approach, please.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, you heard her. You heard what she said. She entered something in there that was She just threw a statement in there so she could speak to the jury. But she says, I didn't want anything. Yeah, she didn't want anything except 3 penthouses, Range Rover, $10,000 a month, $7 million in settlement money, $13.5 million.
Exhibit 357G, plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28. Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're gonna have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Amber? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the fuck that again. Yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I sustain the objection.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day
Objection,
there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack. and
Calls for
something to
speculation,
stop.
lack of foundation.
All right.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to
drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do
What?
certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of, you know, everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me, got bombarded. And the media
Objection,
campaign
calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stay in just the last part of that, all right? Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship is and was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled, that's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement. And in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never it would never get completed, would never settle.
Objection,
and then it
hearsay.
would be overturned.
What was
Right,
your
sustained, go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money.
Liar.
And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So then I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
But you wrote an
So
article
why
about
did
him,
you
right?
donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I'd been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time.
Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. You know, it's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is 100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with 350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to 250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made 500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
Once you come forward.
So she's admitting that $6 million, like, again, it's all Depp's fault. She gets $7 million paid to her that she's supposed to give away, but she has excuses on why that she can't give it away. Amazing, isn't it? You didn't set aside the money that went to charity. You just considered it yours until. Amazing about that. Yes, and you got sued. You know why she got sued, by the way? Because in moving on, apparently moving on means writing articles that you weaponize against your ex, putting them into drafts, saying, you know, I did this, I did that. I'm going to bring his name up in it. I'm going to attack and assail him repeatedly. Yeah, that's fascinating. You know, if that's how people move on these days, man, I'd hate to see getting obsessed with someone because my goodness. Oh, man. We just made us a new shirt, by the way, a grumpy in the punch bowl. Oh, man, these people, though. They're fighting to keep this out because what they're trying to do, they're trying to play the game that I'm not a gold digger. I'm not a gold digger when. Oh, yeah, she takes $7 million. I'm entitled to more. Well, yeah, she got $13.5 million. Again, community liabilities written off. She gets so much else added to it. And she fought tooth and nail. She wanted to keep 3 penthouses. I mean, it's an insane list of stuff, but she didn't want anything except her name. And you notice in that recording when Johnny Depp was nice to her and said, I didn't call you any of that. I didn't call you any name. Even though he's saying that I am not agreeing with this, they weaponize it. They weaponize any time he is ever nice. And that's the problem with people like this. You never let some manipulator, never let someone like that in, because when they do it, when they weaponize, they're going to do everything in their power to get what they want. And what they want is to further themselves at the detriment of you. You know, that is classic. That is a classic manipulator and a classic abuser. Like, it doesn't matter about you. It matters about them leaving their footprint on your back. I mean, look at how many people in the entertainment industry talk about her being a monster. being terrible. Look at other people in personal life. All of her friends turn on her, but hey, you know, good person.
So going back to that, then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No,
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted. Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm.
Weapon.
Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something.
All
He
right.
acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman, but I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it. And managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release, and I was getting my career back, even though it was. It took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was a female lead of the movie.
So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time. And I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
Yes.
No.
Liar.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues, and I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2? This has also already been admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence.
If we could publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
A tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. I mean, it's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Lies.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, Plaintiff's 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can load this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
What, if anything, thing did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and
Oh,
endured
so it's
to this
about
point
that.
2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters
Fascinating.
in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now, from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further.
She just admitted the op-ed was
Well,
about
actually,
Johnny
that's
Depp.
perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
They
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions
She's
did
trying
you
to save her
have
career.
or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to
Right.
write that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
They're going to try to play the metadata game. They're going to say we tried to do everything that we could to cooperate with the that's gonna blow up in their face if they want to play that game. That will blow up in their face and big time. Guaranteed. 100% guaranteed.
All right, I'm going to turn to your.
Oh, she missed that
you
one.
have made a counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And it's based on 3 statements that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made.
Mr.
correct?
Adam Waldman.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But Your Honor, I'm going to ask, do we have
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if I may approach, if we may approach
Okay,
just real
sure.
quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time.
She's desperate to try to salvage. I think it's fascinating though. Okay, so now they've gotten to the point that they think it's indefensible to say that they're going to say that the claims were about her life, but they admitted that this stuff is about Johnny Depp. They just admitted it. They admitted it on record. So again, I mean that's a pretty bold move there. You know, their whole case was about this ain't about him. Well, I guess they figured that was a lost cause because they did an about face on the stand just then. I thought that was fascinating because again, they kept playing that game. It's not about him. It's not about him. Well, you notice they're not playing that game anymore. Like I said, I feel that I guess they feel that was totally a lost cause. And I mean, she just straight up admitted, "Oh, what happened 2 years ago? Well, this was him getting I got a TRO against my then husband." She quoted the lines. So she actually wrote those behind the scenes. She wrote that line behind the scenes. Like I said, I find that fascinating that was the line from that stuff that they wanted to deny that these things they were about him, but I guess somebody finally was like, no, I guess we're going to go with the defense of. So what they're going with is if somebody is actually an abuser, you can talk about the abuse that they heaped upon you. That is a public safety message. You can talk about that under free speech. So that's the kind of defense that they're going with right now. They're saying, nope, I needed to talk about this because again, it's about public safety. I'm just telling you about this monster here. It's all true. None of that's defamatory, you know? So, I mean, if it's all true, she'd be able to talk about it. And she's playing a game though. That game, that's the kind of game that'll get you burned if you're not careful. But that's what they've been doing all along. I mean, they've been playing it. The ugly part of the game is that they've been playing it with somebody's life, you know? Like I personally don't care what they do to themselves in the game. What I care about is the fact that they decided that it would be okay to play that game with someone else's life.
Okay, we're going to start by bringing up defendants 1245.
All right, moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail.
Oh, it's a whataboutism.
April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
100% true.
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
It's true.
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through.
Harming domestic
And to say that
survivors.
it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I have been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I protected that.
No.
I had to go to
another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246.
I got to testify with confidentiality. No one got to hear what I said about Johnny
I'm
Depp.
moving this
All
into
right.
evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told dailymail.com. And let's keep going.
Well, I'm not hearing any fiction in that so far.
So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to
Objection,
echo
Your
this
Honor.
abuse at me over and
Hearsay,
over again.
speculation.
Sustain the
Man, she was about to go with the Russian bot thing.
All right. And so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny.
You contacted your
Every bit of
publicist,
this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
And Amber, this is another daily, a Mail Online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25
Boy, they hate Adam Waldman.
June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some
Objection,
time.
calls for
But
speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it.
Oh
But I
my
survived
God.
it. And, I have mountains of evidence,
Where is
mountains
it?
of proof. And yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
All right.
speculation.
No, sustain the
That's
objection.
fine. Okay. So I'm going to take you now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing
Objection,
reputationally.
that's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward.
Whoopsie. Yep. They're like, yo, you can't say all that. You're just you're testifying. That's what they just said there. You're testifying. You're not actually asking questions. And you know what? Elaine has done a lot of that. There should have been a lot of objections to that throughout this trial. I'm glad that they're at least trying to object to some of that now. But my God, man, they let her get away with a lot of just.
From the record, we'll disregard that question. All right, your
See?
next question.
They knocked it from the record.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for
If-
speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want.
God, it sounded like somebody was. Did you hear that? Whoa! What was that? Lord, it sounded like somebody needs to go to the Lamaze class or something. I think somebody was having a child in the background. Either that, or they need to go to the bathroom ASAP.
So we'll move forward to my other question here.
How
were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning?
She's going to
April
sue for 100.
2020.
She's suing for
April
$100 million.
Objection, Your Honor, I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled, I'll have.
It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. On my career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was waiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember
She
at
afraid to
that
bring
time,
L'Oreal up.
the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, all right.
They,
This is
they
L'Oreal,
said
by the
no.
way.
I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
That she can testify to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to
I'll
testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
I guess she
Were
can't.
you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before?
Oh, you mentioned
these
L'Oreal.
articles?
Good job.
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with the Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was the Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right.
It was
And
terrible.
were you actively involved in publicity for the Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I
Were you-
was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No.
Yes,
shoots
you were. That's a
canceled.
lie.
Okay.
That's actually a
With
lie.
respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for.
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No. The communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
If it's over $12, it's a crime. That's what I object. I object because she's overpaid, because if it was worth more than $12.58, then, here, by the way, if you don't know, she's suing Johnny Depp for $100 million counterclaim. Why? In her counterclaim, she actually says that she's suing for double what Johnny Depp is. She actually put that in her legal document. It is amazing. I mean, it is amazing. She alleges, everyone that talks about her and their craziness, there's some kind of conspiracy and Russian bots. She tried to dox 200 average users. That's right, 200 just regular people out there. She hired a company to track them. She tracked 16,000 folks. She started with 200 people, put in a subpoena to Twitter for the user information of 200 just regular people, not stars or starlets, just regular people out there. She was denied, by the way, but her plan, in my opinion, was to dox 16,000 people. So she did an about face. And now, as part of the counterclaim, you have Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp reaching out to media and social media, and they name 3 people in social media. They name Laura B., they name Incredibly Average, and they name me. So front and center right there in the counterclaim is yourself, baby. That's right. That umbrella guy is the devil. Oh my God. What a bunch of wackos, man. I think it's funny. They act like nobody could reach out. You know what? If you want to reach out to that umbrella guy, it's pretty easy. I have an email anyone could write to, but
So, Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a 3-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the
Tell me about
contract
Umbrellas.
for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud.
as
Please
far as the
continue.
contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
1 million.
Okay, and then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses.
It's in your own.
If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2, at the time you entered into the contract and with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract. for
Objection
these-
calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay. And what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets, promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, well, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that
Okay.
sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of.
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is as of November 15, 2021. This is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done 1 in-person event with them, and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019.
She did.
And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
She
Okay.
did
And
PR
what, if any,
for it.
marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. I mean, to promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for The Stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for The Stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
$200,000 an episode.
Okay.
God, that's a lot for her.
Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years, called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If you
sorry.
can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can.
Lack of foundation.
Overruled as the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. They're 2 characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation,
It's
and hearsay.
responsive, Your Honor. She gets to give her consent for it.
Well, the question was, your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating, and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day, over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. I want you to have to do that. I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on.
Oh, I'm a mother.
I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead
We're
and
gonna have
do not discuss the
cross.
case and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes. okay?
Cross is
Thank
about
you.
to start.
Please, court is still in session. I need it to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
I mean, I can't believe like they actually are they're going to start cross now with that. And that last statement by her, here's the problem that I have with that last statement.
Well, we
I mean,
just
it's
make
a
it 3:25 then. We'll come back at 3:25. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
she decided to go and play the, what a monster, basically. What a monster Johnny Depp is. Johnny, he did this to me and he did that to me. Okay, well, who burned whose life down again? Who's the one that went public with statements about a guy being, such a monster that he would that he did the worst things in the world to her? Like, because I don't seem to remember it being him writing a hit piece article about her. I seem to remember her going out of her way. In fact, the part that she brought up again, okay, she brought up a lawyer that she was working with. Let me pull this up. She brought up one Eric George, right? She was talking about him. Okay, well, Eric George had to get onto her about how much material that she wanted to put in the op-ed because she wanted to totally weaponize it against Johnny Depp. She wanted to go the extra mile. She didn't want to just go part of the way. She wanted to go all the way. And she was mad that they couldn't go further. And Eric George was like, yo, you can't say some of the stuff that you want to say. By the way, what do you think of this shirt? I want to get your opinion on something real quick. So just give me a second real quick while we're we're talking about this, I want to bring something up for you. But Eric George, her lawyer, he's also the reason that we found out. See, she was mad because Eric George told us everything that was going on. Hey, Sir Vaughn, thanks for the 50, by the way. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Olive Juice, thanks for the 5. She has to relive the worst days of her life. Yes, she can't cry. If I pooped in bed, it was publicized, I'd be crying. I want you to think about it this way. Like, she says, I'm reliving the worst days of my life, and yet she's not the one who had a claim against her that is so bad that it destroys every career opportunity. She brought up The Stand and stuff too. She said that she didn't do publicity for The Stand. There's a video out there. I know because I did a video about it where she talks about 2020 was the worst year. You know, we moved on and everything. It was publicity for The Stand. She brings up the case and everything in it. So she's lying about not bringing up stuff. So what do you think about this shirt here? You've heard of a turd in a punch bowl? What about a grumpy in a punch bowl? How's that strike you? A grumpy in a punch bowl. Baby, that's some goodness. Now, Aaron, thanks for the 5. Turd, you turn them against me. Depp, you've done that to yourself. Indeed. Indeed. Love that shirt. We have a link of it. I put it at the top of the chat if you want to check that out. If you like one, remember, all profit. I don't control all proceeds, but I do control the profit part. The profit will go to the one place that she can't go to. I will put that profit, all of it, into charity. We've been doing that already. That's what we're going to continue to do. But I thought that was funny. A grumpy in the punch bowl. Look at that mad face there. Susan Enlich, thanks for the 20. Thank you for your coverage and insights. I appreciate that. I'm going to have me one of those. I think it'll be funny. A grumpy in a punch bowl. Oh my God. Look at that face. Look at the cat lady. Commemorate these moments. These magic moments. Oh, Lord. I have to give props to the artist that put them together, too. Peter Gilmore, he did a great job there. I'm right. Thanks for the 5. Tell him I'm wrong to be a little worried. The jury doesn't know the nitty-gritty details like we do. They only know the court allows them to, and I'm afraid Amber might be a little bigger impact on them than we may think they are. Well, you never know. The cross is what makes or breaks this case. We're about to see whether or not the case can be made. Because she's going to go out and actually, just to be honest, I expected her to try to do more. She didn't promote that many pictures. She talked about her tons of evidence. She actually didn't go like I expected a lot more from her. I expected her to go on the warpath, and she didn't. Like, she went so far. I mean, she did present stuff, but it wasn't, like I said, I was expecting a lot more from her, like a lot more from her. And yeah, it didn't, it didn't go as far. But you're right in the fact that it really boils down to, as a layperson, how do they feel about her claim? That's why she's not crying as much today. You notice that she's tempered her fits today. She hasn't had like gigantic crying fits like before. I mean, she's still having fits, but she's not having them like before. She's given up the idea that this op-ed wasn't about Johnny Depp. They actually threw that to the wayside. They admitted that they wrote this about Johnny Depp. She said it was about her, but she admitted that it was about the restraining order and this and that. They admitted it just then on Cross. I bet you that was something new because they were like, this other way is not going to work. Kelsey Hogan, thanks for the 2. Narcissist, once again, blaming everyone else. Indeed. Indeed. That's what they all like. That is what narcissists do, though. Italians do it better. Thanks, 7. Tug, what's the jury breakdown? How many men? How many women? I believe it's we have stand-in. I think it's 4 men, 3 women, and stand-ins. I believe that's let me look that up again because I'm tired. Does anybody remember the makeup of the jury right off the top of the head because I've got to look it up again. I can't remember. I can't remember just right off the top of my head for some reason today. I think it's because I'm looking at a million other things. Richie thinks the two cross has to start with her pooping in the bed. I swear, Greg. Yeah. 12. Okay. 12 men, 2 women. 3 women. Well, like I see. Somebody said 12 men. Carried by 6. There's 7 men, a million men. Yeah, I thought it was 4 men, 3 women. I thought that's what it was. I thought that's how it went with 4 men, 3 women. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, Sergeant Vubar, thanks for the 20. She can kiss the female vet's butt. She was never abused. She never cried. She never had no body language to show it. Just bad acting. Like I feel like I agree with that. Very much so. I didn't think I was surprised, like, we got L'Oreal at the end of there. We got, she didn't do a lot with Amba Cream. She did try the medicine or the makeup wheel. Ace Lopez, thanks for the 2. Cross-examination drink game. If you want to see, too, that she was keeping up with testimony, you notice how fast she switched the script. When she brought up the makeup, she said, not this one specifically. So you notice how fast she did that because she got called out. Like I said, she's keeping up with the headlines. She's been doing it as a witness, too, which you're not supposed to do. But she's been doing it both ways. She's never stopped, you know? Hey, Gillian, thanks for the 18 there. The suit she's wearing reminds me of an old English prison wardens from the 1940s and 50s. Look it up. No, I got a better one. Okay, you know what it reminds me of? Check this out. I've got one for you. Just give me a second, okay? Got to pull it up. It'll be worth it, though. When I was looking at it earlier, I kept thinking, man, I know who that is. I know exactly who that is. All right, so check this out. You tell me. All right, so her. Who wore it better? Her or Dr. Evil? Who wore it better, baby? Who wore it better? That's who it is. That's what it is right there. I'm telling you. I look at it. Dr. Evil, baby. She's like, how much do I want for my settlement? Oh my God, $100 million. That's why she's bragging about her divorce claim. She's like, I was entitled to so much more. How much were you entitled to? You can see her put that little pinky to her mouth. Oh my God, $100 million. That's what she meant. Oh my God, if she said she always owed that, I would have fallen out of my chair laughing. Shabaka Wookie thinks at 279. If you, I need you to seriously look at my email, please. I will look at it in a minute. If emails have come in, by the way, I have looked at all of them. I look at every email that comes through. Let's see. I'll look at it in a minute. $100 trillion, I said. She sure can cherry pick. She cherry picks a lot of information there. A lot. They married in California, 50-50 divorce place. It was really dumb to go in like prenup and prosnup. Like, I love her story about, I didn't want any money, though. I didn't want any money at all. I don't think she felt she could get 50-50. Like, there's the thing. I don't think she felt that she could do it at all. Like, she settled for she wanted her original demands were around $14.2 million with all tax liability removed. She wanted over $14 million though, and she ended up with half that plus community liability. So she really ended up with about a $20 million settlement when all is said and done. But they figure the way that they mention it, when they're talking about it, I feel like she probably had $7 million in debt and $7 million in payment. That's the way it sounds. Christina Bax, thanks for the 5. Hello, Dr. Evil, because he doesn't lie about being evil. That's true. That's true. Dr. Evil, because Dr. Evil is actually likable. We'll say, name your villain. I know who my villain is, babes. Julie, thanks for the 5. No statement, plenty of statement in that. Thank you for the backing. Like I said, anybody will go all the way back, On a new PC? Yeah, I'm on a brand new PC today. My old one is dead in the floor lying over beside me. I would have to have the hard drive pulled out of it and stuff. Yeah, this new one is definitely it's much better than the other one for sure. Yeah, my PC on Saturday, it was I laid down for I guess for about 15 minutes. I was just sitting there, closing my eyes, resting my eyes because they were burning. And I had a live stream, and I got about 10 minutes before it. And when I pushed a button on the keyboard, it did nothing. It did absolutely nothing. It wouldn't register. It would you get wheeling and spinning. So when I when I went to set it up, when I went to try to reboot, it was doing the select proper drive, select proper boot drive, which means either your boot order, it's like it's trying to boot up something without Windows, or your drive failed, or something else has failed. Well, you could look at it and tell that it had a motherboard failure, and one of the drives it looks like failed, and then something else too. So it spitting band-aids doesn't work anymore. So for my birthday yesterday, we went out and I went really quickly, picked up a band-aid of a computer and threw it in here because I had to buy something. Otherwise, we wouldn't be covering it today. We'd be sitting on the sidelines, and I ain't sitting on no sidelines. Do you know how to recover your drive? I don't know how to. There's a guy down in town that does that kind of stuff. They can recover the information. I can tell if a drive's shot and stuff, but recovery, I don't trust myself with that. I've never done recovery on my own. And Mo, thanks for the 5. Thanks for the coverage throughout the years. Never believed her, so I found your channel. Yeah, it's funny. Is she plays this game of everybody turned against me and no one believed me, and it's like, yo, the entire public believed you, like everyone, and it was wrong. The media believed. I'm not saying let me define that. The way society sets up as a society, people just bought in hook, line, and sinker. They believed her, and they shouldn't have. Never should have. Bearded Chef, thanks for the 5. It's 5:20 a.m. I should be sleeping, but the fireworks are about to begin. Yes, for sure. P.S. Big shout out from Australia. Hey, props to you Australians out there. Bunch of you. Appreciate you. Annie T, thanks for the 5. What should Johnny's team focus on the most, in your opinion, on destroying some of those abuse claims? They should focus on what they need to do is just destroy some of the claims that you can take apart, the inconsistencies. She's tried to brace that today. That's why she keeps opening the timeline up. She keeps saying that there are more and more accusations that are out there because she knows she's about to get wrecked. Because there's just way too many inconsistencies, and people have been pointing it out everywhere. K-Rap, thanks for the 10. If your idea that she planned on killing him was right, then a prenup would have been bad. That's true. Would have had to go. That's sure the kids were okay. She wasn't in his will. That's true. That's true. I mean, she expected. We know that it would have gotten bad there. I mean, I think that was the way forward, though. I think that's what she planned. Maybe the lack of will helped. I don't know. And then Juice, thanks for the 5. Tug, when you said horses earlier, it made me realize you sound like Ellis from Left 4 Dead 2 in the best way. That's hilarious. Healthy Gaby, thanks for the 5. Amber Heard. What is Amber? What is it, Amber Heard? I just thought it was funny when she started yelling about, you know, she just started yelling and like going. Give me 1 second. Let me see. It was like she got stuck on a boot drive earlier. What statement was it? Like she threw me off with one of them. Give me 1 minute. I've been making notes of some of her stuff. I do that on Twitter while I'm listening, and it helps me go back and remember what the heck she's been talking about because there's so much garbage in her statements. Again, you could go back and listen to 6 hours of stuff, but when she was like, "Amber, get the F up. Amber, get the F up." She kept like repeating that like a mantra. It's like, what in the heck is she doing here? It's weird. She has her eyes on you. She's your first stalker. Now, she wouldn't be the first, but it's weird. It is weird to have like celebrity stalkers do that kind of stuff. Hannah, thanks for the 10. Christy Mack, adult entertainment star. She was viciously attacked by her then boyfriend, War Machine. What's your testimony compared to turds? Christy is real and raw emotion. Amber is a liar. I like I said, I work in mental health. I work with victims, especially child victims. When you see raw emotion and then you see fakery. I've worked with people with personality disorders that were forced by the courts to go and get treatment, because they've done something to someone. They've hurt someone in some ways. And those folks, like, they never see any wrongdoing. They always have an excuse for what they did. It was always someone else that caused it. Michelle Limits, thanks for the 5. You rock to go, Johnny. Indeed. This will be a good cross. Thank you, too. Did you or your chat notice that she brought, her baby up in it too? Yeah. I'm a mother. Yeah. It's a good weapon. I actually believe that. Well, we'll talk about that at the end. I gotta load this real quick. We are back, babies. Actually, weren't gone very long. Oh, it's gonna get good. It's gonna get good. Anybody that wandered off like from there and it's not, I'm telling you, they're gonna regret that because this is about to get busted up. Yeah, she brought the kid up though, for specific reasons. Like we'll talk about that a little bit. And thanks for the 100. Thank you for that. She says other testifiers lied who testified against her. Won't that cause a mass perjury investigation? She was actually lying under oath. Nah, probably not. Here's the problem with Amber Heard. You want me to be truthful about what the problem is? She's got a lot of money. She's a Hollywood elitist, white female. When you put all of that together, there won't be any real investigation. There won't be anything into that. No, it would be really hard to get anything like that to go. Should there be? Should justice actually look at stuff like that? Yes, indeed. But the reality versus very rarely. Also, thank you for keeping us all in the know on this case and its actual facts, keeping us under the umbrella of knowledge. Indeed. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for your backing. Thank you for being here. Sleepers in Scotland, thanks for the 449. Did AH just lie about her mom dying on April the 1st? Elsewhere reported it happened in May. I can't remember when her mother passed away. I know Depp's passed away in May. So maybe that's the confusion there. I can't remember exactly when. But you know what was crazy? Okay. So everything that happened to Depp, like his mama passing away and her weaponizing stuff, that didn't matter, right? But all the stuff that happened, her mama passing away, that mattered. People going out and like talking about her accusations, that was terrible. But her making accusations and blowing someone's career up, that didn't matter. I mean, again, you can compare everything she said to what she did with Depp, and it didn't matter then. Captain Oreo, thanks for the 2. I'd rather watch B. Larson than Amber Heard. I'd rather watch none of them. Like either one of them are. But that's an acting thing, I would rather not watch Amber in anything whatsoever. She was terrible. Like The Stand, I think The Stand casting was to go after Johnny Depp. You think about this. She was cast as the wife of the Antichrist role, and she does terrible things in that, but she always does it at the beck and request of the Antichrist figure. She's not really to blame. It sounds like a shot at Depp. Shabaka Woogie thinks for 279. Anger, right? Fake eyelashes, crying, contempt face. AJ Starhacker thanks for the 5. Not here. It sounds like Australia is going hard after Nameless lying over the dogs. Yeah, you know what though? They've been saying that for a while. Like, I'll believe it when I see it. A year ago, I broke a story that the media, it was funny because I got all kinds of flack about this. But a year later, well, I'm sorry, 6 months later, I was vindicated in that. So I broke that the FBI were making contact with witnesses in this case. I knew that from a source that the FBI was actually helping make Australia make contact with witnesses. There were 2 specific witnesses that needed to be contacted. You had Kate James and you had Kevin Murphy. Because they were part of that. Kate James is actually an Australian citizen, just to know too, and I broke that, and I mean, the media went crazy over it and stuff. They're like, liar. And I mean, they targeted my channel, all kinds of craziness. And then 6 months later, the media, they were like, exclusive. We've just found. I was like, I broke that story 6 months ago, you liars. And you guys tried to destroy my channel for it. Oh, killed me. Yeah. Thanks, Nation, for Health Plus. Thanks for the 5 there. Did you notice her jacket is now undone? And she keeps fidgeting with it, trying to keep it open. Yeah, she gives off a lot of vibes of, she gives a lot of liar vibes. Susan Dolan, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug. Besides the I Survived AH testimony t-shirt, how about gummy bears for Johnny T? Since H had a fit about him noshing on gummies, that would be like, I survived. That is funny. I survived her testimony. That would be funny. I might do that too. Was justice for 100 ever successful in expunging the 2 Karens trying to cut in line? I don't know if that actually was good or not. I don't know how that ended. I saw that, but I don't know how that ended. Age, check, tongue, and open her jacket. For real, like, no joke about this. Okay, so when she unfollowed Jason Momoa in the Aquaman movie, again, this is before the trial. Like, you have a lot of coverage now, but before that, like, we had a lot of people that covered, but they get a lot of. They alleged, again, it was about sources. Who's sourcing, and they were saying, sourcing. I was talking to Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp. That was the thing that they claimed, and she put out she unfollowed Jason Momoa and she unfollowed the Aquaman movie. Was it a dead giveaway that there were big problems? Well, we started laughing about that in a live stream. And again, this is before the trial. 2 hours into our live stream, guess what happens? About face. She fixes it. She's like, oh, they noticed it. Oh my God, maybe I shouldn't have done that. And it was hilarious. I was like, ah, ha, ha. Jersey Girl, thanks for the 10. This goes to jury, May 27th. That'll be Lily Rose's birthday. Hopefully, good luck for JD. Yeah, hopefully. They said they would have it by Memorial Day. Is what they were saying. That was the aim. That's why we're on this insane. Actually, is it Memorial Day the 30th? No. Okay. I got what you're saying. No, closing arguments start the 27th. So closing arguments are the 27th, and they were talking about finalizing by the 30th, I believe. So that's what you're talking about there. So yeah, I see what you're saying there. Took me a minute. I was checking the broadcast to make sure it didn't lock up or anything. But we're planning just released a video from AH in UK. She said she informed TMZ. We know TMZ, we know the TMZ stuff. We know that they were being sold and contacted too. I mean, we know about it. Any news on the sexual assault bad date PR guy? Well, have you seen the new articles on him today? So the Daily Mail dropped a big article on him, like wrecking him. I mean, it was bad. I'll do a video on it because I got a lot of pieces to it, though. But man, ooh, it is bad. Is Cross starting? Yes, Cross is starting right when they get going. Doris Beck, thanks for the 2. Where's Baldo? Her PR guy's not present. Oh, he's gone. I bet you money they fire him. I bet you money because the industry has been calling him the walking Me Too case. And people can say, well, due process. The guy is the spokesperson for Listen and Believe. So he wanted to be the spokesperson for that. I say let him reap the whirlwind, because again, these people, the only way this stuff changes is when the people that empower it, they face consequence. And that includes like the PR guy that's he's totally okay with Johnny Depp being attacked. He's totally okay with all of that. Let him, Emanation, you're going to be typing real quick. I'm going to put this out there. Tell everybody we're live, by the way. Amber Heard begins. Tell everybody to get in here because it's about to get feisty. This will make or break the case. So for real, I mean, if you're wondering how this case will go, nothing's mattered. Well, let me take that back. Johnny Depp's testimony matters. Okay. He did very well with the jury. They liked him, and that matters. That matters big time. So, but the end of it, how they take apart her case, that's the only thing that matters. They have to destroy her claims because if they don't destroy her claims, she'll walk away with that. Hey, Legacy Adventures, thanks for the 5. No statement in there, but plenty of statement backing. Thank you for your backing. Appreciate you. Someone asked to slow down the chat. Now I like the chaos to it. I like watching it move. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Ugh. I put it on subscriber only, though. If you're watching and you want to comment and you notice that you can't, maybe a subscriber thing. Actually, somebody wrote me earlier and said they couldn't do that. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe they got unsubscribed. But what happened? We're waiting on them to come. They're having a sidebar. They're just talking about information before they're doing the stuff that they're supposed to do on break, but they're doing it now. Ugh. Let's see. They'll be there though. Rotten, yeah. Oh, Rottenberg should be scared. Somebody said, do you have dislikes? I can see them. I turn on the dislike thing. There's an extension for that. Now, creators can turn off their dislikes, but I don't. I actually didn't get asked if I wanted to turn mine off either. I'd keep them on. I think dislikes are fine to have. Who cares? It's interaction. I don't care if people dislike what I put out there. You like or dislike it, that's your prerogative. You're allowed to. Vinny Ghost thinks so too. My bet is that AH loses her cool in the stand. We'll see. We'll see. It'll be interesting. Let's restart okay. Here's something. Restart your bingo cards. Bingo was actually won. There was a winning bingo set up from earlier. If you were playing along, if you're wondering about bingo is actually at the you can go on Twitter and grab the setup for that, Hey, I got a mail asking for a shout out for Sylvia. So I want to give Sylvia a shout out in Northern Ireland. It sounds like there's a lot been going on there. So I want to give y'all some love, support there. Hear my thoughts. So props to you, Sylvia, there. I hope things are going on well. And that's and Will, I hope things are going good with you too. I caught your message there. Like I said, I try to read every message that comes through. I've been getting about the last week, I've been getting about 200 something a day. So it takes a minute, but I do want to make sure that I try to read everything there. And Wood thinks for the 2. Nearly pooped the bed. I'm so excited. I know. I'm so excited. And my bowels can't hide it. They need to get past their sidebar, though. They're arguing about something viciously. I bet you money it's about them not wanting something to be entered into the courtroom. They're like, yo, we can't have that coming in. I bet you money they're arguing hardcore about something like that. Novelty Doe thinks for the 5. The fact that you know which parts of today's testimony came from her team watching social media. Man, I've been for real. I've been covering this case for over 2 years. I've been looking at it. I've been watching all the pieces. Again, I'm not the first. There have been people that have been on it for a long time, but I've been watching dedicated, keeping up with everything before the UK 2020 trial. Because I heard incredibly average. Well, first of all, Yellow Flash 2. If you don't know him, check his channel out for sure. Check him out. He's been getting hit hard by suppression on YouTube with a lot of his content. So check him out, Yellow Flash 2. But he was like, yo, you need to look at this shit, this mess. Like, drop whatever stupid stuff you're doing and do it. And as I covered that a couple of times, and then I went and I was checking into more information, and I ran across incredibly average. And that was a rabbit hole. I couldn't stop. Oh my God, this is interesting. I just kept going. Morgan Holmes, thanks for the 5. Bro, she just took a line from Game of Thrones over and over until we realized it was just a lie. Well, I mean, that's what, that's somebody that believes the fiction over fact. And you can tell it a lot there, Movers Unit, thanks for the 2. I'll twat you another bingo card. You could you could send me another bingo card. Yeah, really. Like somebody, Pandora said, give a shout out to the stenographer, the real hero there. Yeah. Subscribe to Yellow Crashed. Now they've been giving him a hard time. He's been covering this, and when you start covering it, they hit you over and over again with the old censor hits. It's rough. Rachel Link, thanks for the 419. She's watched body language expert. She's not using her hands this time to show abuse. This will be where she cracks and uses her hand to show abuse. Yeah, I think you'll see a lot of the coaching goes out the window right here. It's going to get fun. Like, I'm ready for it. I'm ready. B&H, thanks for the 10. Amber's testimony shows how bad she is at acting and how hard she's trying to keep up the lie. If you barely survived abuse, wouldn't there be medical records or really any proof? Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Why is all your proof coming from tabloid media? Oh, the tabloids, they caught pictures of my abuse. Yeah, why didn't I got the shingles. I was so worried. Really? You never saw a doctor for any of this stuff? Like nothing? Like you never saw a doctor for anything whatsoever? Okay, I got you. Carmen, thanks for the 5. Why is AH looking down? What is AH looking at? I hope it's not a cell phone or notes. She probably does have it. She's probably thinking, man, this is going to have to be the performance of my life. Oh, man, she better have one too. I mean, she better, like again, this is the performance of her life. And JD's team better bring it. Oh my God, I'll be pissed if they if they mess this up. Oh man. Somebody said, is that Eve Barlow in this? Is Eve Barlow in there? I wasn't paying attention close enough. Somebody said Eve Barlow in the 3rd row. Surely not. Surely that little Satan hasn't snuck her way back in there. Virginia Burton, thanks for the 5. She straight up decided to dress like a dictator. Kim Jong Amber. At least her fashion choice today fits her personality. Indeed. I mean, it should. Like I said, it'll have to be a good one. Seymour, thanks for the 2 there. She just said the op-ed is about Johnny. Yes, she admitted it straight up. So what they've done is they've given up on their other narrative about it not being about Johnny Depp. They've given it up. Like what all they're banking on is the fact that the jury is going to believe that he was an abuser. They're banking on that because they have nothing else. Virginia thinks so too. Tug, it's a new game board with answers. Dork. Hey, Rotillion Shapeshifter, thanks for the 2. Tuggy Rock, auto tune, please. Oh man, I got to auto tune this. Got to auto tune that sexiness up. Is that what you're trying to say? Let's see. Give me 1 second. Make sure it's on the right one. She's about to get owned. She's gonna really poop the bed this time. There you go. I love that auto tune. Healthy Gaming, thanks for the 5. Amber's Tender Bio, I suspect. I've got Pringles, shingles, and I'm ready to mingle. I need. Verve D, thanks for the super chat there. If Amber drops a single tear, it's because she's now really scared going to jail and realizes herself that none of the act is going to help her there. That's right. That's right. You know, she ain't going to get out. She's in trouble and she knows it. Yeah, you need some more auto tune. I like this other auto tune too. There's another one on here. I have to pull it up later. I forgot I reset everything, so I'm gonna have to like sign in all my stuff. I haven't done it yet. I forgot for all the crazy stuff. Yeah, we're at cross exam. Yeah, that's what they're arguing about. Like some people are asking if this is cross exam. That's why they're having such a long sidebar right now because Amber Heard's team is like, yo, we got to get this right. Because if they don't get it right, they're screwed today. Oh, it is going to be a mess. It's going to be a night tonight. Man, we are up to 222,000 subscribers. My God, man. Thanks for all you new people. Oh, I hear somebody's coming back. Amber's fixing to go down. Tell everybody and their mama to get their butts in here now. They need to see it. She's about to grumpy in the fishbowl. Oh, she's like, oh my God. Up. Here comes the jury. Can you hear it? It's almost like a funeral. You can almost hear it, you know? Oh, it's going to be bad, Amber. I can just feel it. I can just feel it.
All right. Thank you. All right. Be seated. Cross-examination.
Here it goes. It's fitting to go on. I'm ready for this. I'm ready for it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229. You want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
No. Oh no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just
I
went
just wanted to touch you.
through. Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking
Yes,
accused me of? You
yes,
want to
please,
touch me?
please stop. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to take it back.
We did that last time. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm.
What? You're not my shrink. No. No, it's yours. You're in No, we'll never see each other again. You don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
Yeah. And he tells you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
Can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember
Medusa.
that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
A man.
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that. Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr. Depp was wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger, every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15?
I love watching her get wrecked.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Miss Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
There were I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty
in
much
March
always.
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Oh, whoops.
This picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times,
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you, Ms.
I don't
Wright?
know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
That's the only picture you've shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose was bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Let's please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1248.
Oh, this is going to get bad because there's going to be a lot of pictures of her with no
This
injuries.
is a picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248 in evidence. You can publish.
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Let's look at plaintiff's exhibit 1249. This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
Whoops.
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled?
He did.
While wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
Oh, that fiction falls apart.
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
Where are they then?
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers, everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252.
God, she's getting destroyed
This is a picture
here.
of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record, but yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
Oh, yeah.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
This is a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253. This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1253 in evidence.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Wow, those lies, boy.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254. This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254 in evidence, publish. Thank you.
And just to confirm now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event, the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine. And for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my
Where
job.
is it? She's lying. Like you have.
Approach.
Yes.
Yeah, because she's playing a game. She's saying that she has evidence that has not been turned over. That right there, that is a flagrant lie. Either her team is setting on evidence that they have not produced, or she's lying, and they need to wreck her for that because she can't play that game. Oh, yeah, I have more evidence out there. This is it. This is the big game. You're here for the dance. You need to dance. You need to buck up. You need to play the game, or you need to sit the fuck down and admit that this is fake. One or the other, because you don't get to do both anymore. You called it. You said you wanted to bring it. And if you had it, your team would have supplied it. That is the damn truth right there. And she knows it, but she's trying to play the no. I wasn't allowed to present this. I couldn't bring this, or I couldn't do that. There is no mystery meat out there. There isn't. I said she needs to get taken to task and destroyed for this game. And she's doing a good job so far. You hit her and you hit her. You know what? Right now, Johnny Depp is indeed hitting her with proof. That's what the only thing she's ever been hit in the face with is proof. And she's getting smacked right in it because her lies, they're coming home. And they need to. Yeah, if she's going to play that whole, oh man, I got more proof out there. Sure. Yeah, right. Like I said, you take her to task, you burn her with it. She's a poison little monster though, you know? I'm glad the world gets to see who she is. I am freaking thrilled the world is getting to see who she is. Yeah, she's getting mad there. She's not happy. Like she's what it is people like Amber Heard are not accustomed to being challenged. They think that they can run unopposed and do whatever they want to do. Yeah, Elaine wants to call the side. Well, they want the sidebar here because they know they're getting wrecked. They're getting called out on it. And they're like, oh, don't lay this to me. Produce it. Bring it. Again. Like this is the venue when you have to bring your evidence. There is no overtime. There is no other time where there's other pictures out there that are suddenly going to be miracled on display. They were supposed to turn them over, and Johnny Depp's team is supposed to have them all too. It's not just that her team would have them. Johnny Depp's team would have them as well, And I said, you're supposed to be a sucker enough that they think that you're dumb enough that you're going to believe that those are pictures of her with her face bashed in. Again, the day after, that's the problem with all of her claims. Like there are pictures. The same thing she wants to weaponize. The tabloids, they caught her on film. Again, at the Met Gala. She's supposed to have a broken face. But she's telling you that a little bit of ice and some makeup, and she's good to go. The problem isn't just a face either, and I hope they point this out. Like in a lot of the way she dresses, you can see her neck, you can see her arms, you can see everything. You know, the only thing sometimes we don't have revealed is like her big toe. I mean, seriously, we can we can see the crack of her butt. We can see where hashtag Me Too was actually developed. You know, the origin point. And yeah, you know what? No bruises. Man, there must be some contentious stuff going on though for them to sidebar as long as they have. Somebody said she's wasting her time. She's not wasting time. What she's doing is they're desperate. Again, she's in the fight for her life because if she loses this, she already knows. Like she's already playing the victim game because she knows publicly that she is done. The public will never support her again. They'll never support movies that she's done. Here we go.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's Mordecai, the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that they couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it was after I was concerned. After, concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256.
She is not happy.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
And you would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
I'll show you one other photo. If we could please have Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
Where could they be? It's what I've posted this before. Like, I want to know, like, where.
This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
I'm going to post these. I have both these pictures.
I'll show you one more picture. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258. And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence. Publish.
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No,
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Sir, do you recall giving testimony on day 16th in this trial? You were
Yes,
under
I do.
oath, right?
Yes.
You can have a transcript for the jury. Or, excuse me, for the witness.
Okay. All right. We will get it.
Man, she's getting destroyed by it. Like, again, picture evidence alone says, hey, well, if you're alleging all of these incidents, where is that again? And she's getting taken apart by that. That was her problem when she started setting dates to everything.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
All right. Yes, ma'am.
And would you like a copy?
Yes, please.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593, the jury trials transcript. Lines 8 through 13.
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Yes.
Starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, start that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Heard?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute. But I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure. You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? 35A in evidence.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and.
Oh, really?
Not
a big ballet community out there in Texas.
Not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace.
Right.
So I knew.
Your Honor, I'm
I
so
knew I had to
sorry,
train.
but it's not published to the jury. We may have it please published.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and.
Oh, really? Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
Not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace.
Right.
So I knew I had to train for it, and what they don't tell you, I crammed about 3 months of solid training in, and I'm kind of like working my way up from the floor and learning.
No injuries.
technical
Notice
aspects
that?
of ballet.
No broken
And I've
nose, no
got
broken
these
face,
dances
no
down
range of
technically
motion.
perfectly. I'm learning all the movements, but the last thing we get to are the hands. And I haven't yet got to that point, but everything else is working, and I'm acting it up on my face, and I'm selling the ballet. And I think I'm doing really good at this point, kind of nailing it. And so I send videos and images to my friends to like get encouragement, look for their support. And everyone shoots back, what's with the claw hand? And I look and I realize like all the stress and fear of performing and doing this thing had just kind of like funneled out through the one thing that I hadn't yet like
What were your hands doing?
So I'd be doing this amazing, I'd be doing like a jump with a back bend, and you can see this like graceful falling, and my hands are like. And my face though is like, I've got that you saw in the clip, like this beautiful 1920s, stage makeup on, and like flower crowns and all this stuff. And then my hand and my face, and then my hands.
Oops.
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98. These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs, stills. They're not like it's not like a photo shoot. It doesn't seem.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right, and Ms. Bernhardt, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you, so Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you. All right, 98 in evidence. Thank you.
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right, right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom
That's correct.
with a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup.
So you had a split lip when you
I
were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way
I sure did.
in those
Yeah,
photographs.
right.
Absolutely.
Okay. You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence. You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
And if we could also please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
Oh, they're calling out the fact that she doesn't have injuries to her lips.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence. These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
You also have a medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence? This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went to
didn't-
Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature Kipper down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that. We could please go, well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah, it doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
An ears, nose, throat.
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike. Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the objection. I'll move it to strike.
Thank you.
Yes, that's garbage.
So again, just to try my question, there's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Heard, you never went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case.
I don't object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know.
They have not been produced, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
they not only
All right, if
been
you would
produced.
come and approach.
Yeah, let's see them then. What they're trying to say, though, is in the aftermath of I've broken my nose 3 times. 3 freaking times in my life, and it is not fun. And they're going to tell me that she walked around with a broken nose? Hell no. I have a pretty good pain tolerance with it. And you know what? After breaking it, there's a lot of problems you have. There are breathing abnormalities that come up. God, this is so much bull. You know, they're trying to dance the idea that they have never provided a medical record. During that time, they saw no medical provider whatsoever during it. None. They're trying to say, oh, in the aftermath, I saw somebody. Yeah, you were able to wear around a broken nose. Well, that's what they say.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as a
Yes.
result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
And you don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence. You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
That's a
And I
yes.
took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1091, which is already in evidence. You took this picture as well.
Yes.
And this is a picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
It's one of them, yes.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Sleeping on the nod on his island.
They're very different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence. You also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs. Didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg. It was cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug usage had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you took a picture of it?
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection, Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Heard. So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Bretta? Could you turn your microphone again? I'm sorry. Thank you.
I need to see it first because I don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the identifiers and anything that's not Ms. Heard's
Up or down on
text
this?
messages, consistent with hearsay.
You want me to reapproach?
Okay.
Oh, let's see what they got going on with this one. Like I said, this stuff's fascinating. Oh, they're getting demolished. I'm enjoying it too. I'm enjoying watching them try to wiggle and worm. I mean, she is, oh God. She's gonna have days of this. It's gonna be glorious to watch. I mean, it's just started. She thinks it's bad now. What's bad is I'm sure in her head she's like, this will get better. I'm sure this will get better. It's like, no, it won't. It's just getting started. And it's deserved too. Again, I would feel embarrassed for her, but the fact that, she did this to herself. Like, that's what people, when they see this, they need to remember. She decided that she would go and she would claim that Johnny Depp was the biggest monster ever. She decided to take on somebody that could actually defend themselves if they decided to stand up. But she thought, he'll never do it. He'll never stand up. He would never risk his career. And he did. He was like, my legacy is not going to be defined by this person calling me some kind of monster. And I agree. I agree that standing up, it may have been it's the hard thing to do, but you know what? It was the right thing to do because she's defined his legacy. She's defined him as an abuser, and that just there's a much easier road though he could have taken. It's just, again, she would have. Here's the problem with it, and that's the question a lot of people bring up about Elon Musk. Even though she's broken up, why does he keep paying the bills? Why does he keep doing all this other stuff? And reality is simple because you allow her to hold something over you. What is it? Who knows? But Depp, when he walked away, when she tried to hold something against him, he was like, "Nah, I ain't going to do that. I ain't going to allow you to do that to me. I'm not going to allow you to sell me a blackmail letter and tell me and define the terms of our relationship." Telling somebody with her personality, telling somebody that's as nasty as
does
she is
this
now.
refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
And you sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
didn't stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
Why would it?
Why would it? Why would you
Mr.
be
Depp's
afraid?
Right hand is in his pocket, right, Miss Heard? In this
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
So please take a look at one of those. If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is going to be in evidence.
They're going to hit her with a cocaine pick. Oh, I'm going to love this.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to a photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table?
that is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are
She's
4
getting
lines
salty.
of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And
It
there's
doesn't stay on the
residue.
table.
There's
Oh,
residue
she's getting
from that
bad.
cocaine when your lips and
She's
nose
losing it.
touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to
Oh, she admits it.
the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there,
Um,
back right.
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending stage photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen that was played again for this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again?
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did. I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings from Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
That's incorrect. I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
Right. She wouldn't know how to contact the media.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8, exactly.
Your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259. This is an article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full. Is that correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the portion on the second page where it says, quote, read the statement below. Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is some.
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
May I see the full?
Everything else is redacted.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
The statement reads, as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no, it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each
to the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce as per our agreement.
You also
And
publicly
he chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break. That if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it, you know, a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260. This is an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp Row Over Divorce Donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page. Her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released.
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
You want to come forward?
Depp is laughing about it. Depp has been enjoying this. I have to say, he's not the only one enjoying it.
Donations to the ACLU and CHLA. You released a statement
You're right,
through.
may we approach again?
Okay.
Oh my God, this is this has not been going good for her at all yet. This has not been going good for her at all yet, and it's just getting started. I mean, this hole's going to get deeper and deeper because they have a lot of stuff that can be taken apart here. Oh, you don't have any medical evidence? Nope. You don't have any. You don't have any proof here? Nope. Oh, you lied about charity? Oh. Oh, it's just getting.
Before we ask the next question, I'll just hand you a copy of this one. I want to see it before you ask. That's what I'm saying. Okay. That's exactly what I said. Your Honor, would you like to see one as well?
No, that's all right. That's fine. Thank you. Could you please turn your microphone on? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, they gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full
I
document.
plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
I'm sorry, you can't delay this trial
Your
from
Honor,
going
the witness
forward.
can testify as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do, we have the right to be able to see the document.
All right. Do you have a document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Give her an opportunity to look at the unredacted one.
Thank you.
She's like, if I only delay a little while, maybe the pain will go away. Oh, man. This is funny to watch her. This has been enjoyable so far. I have to say, like I said, she's having a bad time. She's having a bad go. Oh, man. Who would ever want to be in a relationship with this woman again? Like, there's you a powerful statement. Who would ever want to work around her? Who would ever want to be in a relationship with her? Who would ever want to deal with her in any way, shape, or form again?
May I approach?
Yes.
They're fighting over items. Again, I feel like she's just trying to delay the inevitable, honestly.
So, Your Honor, can we have a copy of this?
You can get a copy of that later today. Okay.
Right.
All right.
I mean, I think she should be giving us copies of the full.
Well, I
thing
understand, but
before.
we'll take care of that. But
Okay.
as of right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of, there's some quotation marks missing.
Okay, come forward.
She's like, come on, quit wasting the court's time. Come on, cat lady. Let's do it. She's like, but Your Honor, I want to waste the court's time. It's part of my purview. You're like, no, come on, get it done. Didn't Heard's mom die on May the 3rd, though? Wasn't that the right date? Actually, somebody asked about that page. Heard died. Let me look this up.
All right. So directing your attention, Ms. Heard, where it says her spokeswoman responded in a statement.
Your
The
Honor-
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show
The language that follows.
Right. If you want to lay a
Is this-
foundation to that, go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA, correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that starts
Objection,
at
Your Honor.
Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Did you read all the way to the very bottom where the last word is supported?
Yes.
That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU, correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 1260 in evidence over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just can't help themselves.
Statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Well, that's nasty. That's venomous right there.
Thank you. After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had, I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for permission to publish it.
It contains, it has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach very briefly.
This actually looks pretty bad for her. This is a talk show that you'll see quite a few times. But her own statements are made in this. They're trying to get her own statements out of it because, again, she looks terrible in this stuff. And again, it's all about her vindictiveness and her lying. Like, she lies a lot. That's one of the points, like a major point that they've wanted to make. And again, they want to prove that this isn't just about proving in the court of law that she's something or nothing. It's about proving it in the court of public opinion. And yes, they have proven that case, but why stop? They don't need to stop. They need to destroy her. They need to absolutely demolish her, destroy this case that she's tried to build, this foundation, the idea that she's some altruistic person. I mean, look how petty and vindictive she got about giving charity. Oh, he gave charity there. Well, he's trying to get out of his obligation. He's really trying to screw me over. Well, he paid directly to the charity. No. She gets to do that. Why does she get to do that? Well, because if he could have paid them directly. He was offering to pay off the obligation and keep it going. Well, in my opinion, she wasn't going to do that at all. She says that it was she was stagger stepping it out. I don't think that's the case. I think that she was trying to get out of her obligation to it. I think she wanted the clout of giving $7 million to charity without actually having to give $7 million to charity. $7 million is a bunch of money. It's more money than she's ever, you got to remember what she's worth. We just heard that for a 3-movie deal for Aquaman 2, she's all the way into 3 movies, and that was a $2 million payoff. Remember, Warner Brothers didn't want her bring her on for that. Like, she admitted it, but we knew that before. And Warner, what she didn't admit in there was that Warner went on record and stated that it wasn't because of Johnny Depp. Like, she lied in this.
So if we could please play and publish to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
346 in evidence.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this. And then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. Yeah. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard of.
I wanted nothing.
This interview was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence. This is the deal point memorandum from your divorce settlement, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4, there's a heading labeled Equalization Payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page 5, so the first payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berderhoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. That.
Okay.
It's a he literally testified to it in court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's
testified
not my
to
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would agree with me?
That is correct.
And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Entitled.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement,
that's
$7
not
million
my
to
question.
charity, and I
Ms. Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those
Ms.
obligations.
Heard, that's not my question. Please
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence.
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim.
Oh, she got
Nor have I
mad.
ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
No. Ms. Hurt,
Oh, she's
this is really
yelling.
inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for
Ms.
the
Heard,
entire
Ms.
house
Heard,
at one time.
respectfully,
You pay it
I'm
over
not asking,
time.
Ms. Heard.
This isn't a
Next
house.
question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But
to
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a no, right, Ms.
obligations.
Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct,
I
Ms. Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK.
She is getting mad. I'm telling you. I like hearing her. She's losing it.
Thank you. Ms. Vasquez, do you want me to close the shades?
That would be
Okay.
wonderful.
There's this light coming across. And
So I appreciate that.
Has
It's
to be a little
probably good
uncomfortable.
light.
It's a halo of light. It's drowning her. She's
All right.
like, ooh. It's God saying, smite your enemies.
This is your third witness statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And this statement was made under oath, true?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made this sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4. It says, quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
So he's just
You
paying
got him
for
to
randomly.
pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
I'm very wrong about that.
I think this, if Your Honor is
Okay,
fine,
you said
this is a good
it's a
stopping
breaking
point.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
we'll stop
it's
here
gonna.
for the evening.
This stuff is going to get
Remember, tonight, do not do any
contentious.
outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I appreciate your patience and your taking care of everything here. Please take care of yourself tonight, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 9 a.m.
This trial's going to get so nasty and contentious. You can feel it already. I mean, you can feel that air of, ooh, it's so good. I have to say that I am enjoying this. Like, it's everything that it needed to be cracked up to be so far. And remember, part of this, yes, it is definitely about winning, but it's also about
Again,
more
Mr.
than that.
Since you're still on the witness stand, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow then? All right, we'll see you at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Oh God, this has been good so far. Like, it's everything that I was imagining it could be. We'll have to talk about it. We'll have to see what everybody thinks about it, though. Let them get out of the courtroom. Let's make sure nothing happened. One time I clicked out and it actually got lively when I clicked out. So I want to see. What do you folks think so far? Have you liked the have you liked it? Because I've enjoyed it so far. I think that, hey, look, there's Johnny. He seems in a great mood, by the way. I mean, he seems pretty amused by what we've been seeing. I don't blame him for seeming amused. I've actually, I quite agree with him in that. I think it's been good. It's been good. I may have to slow the chat down just so I can read what you all are saying. I don't like slowing the chat, but I may have to slow the chat down or I may not be able to see any words. I'm just grabbing them in there. Here we go. Margarita, thanks for the 20 there. Love what Camilla is doing to her. Happy belated birthday. Thank you. Like, I mean, she's destroying stuff. It's good. It's Camille needed to go in and then she needed to light her up. And she has lit her up with her own statements. I mean, let's look at a few things before we do anything. Like, she's been, since they wanted to use tabloids, first of all, they've resorted to looking back at pictures. Some of these are a little blurry because of the way that they were captured at the time, but it doesn't matter. It makes the point for it. So the Met Gala, for example, she was saying that her nose is broken, Now you notice she's redefining. Ace Lopez, thanks for the 2. You giving you $2 donation, but I'm pledging 100. Indeed. And I'll pay you when yeah. No, you might as well pledge like you should be like, I pledged 2 million, but here's $2. Well, what's really bad about it though is the way that she used it. The way that she used those public statements was as a weapon. I don't want anything to do with him because it's dirty money. It comes from an abuser, yet she kept it. So here's her with a broken face. The Met Gala pictures. Actually, you can look her up. Amber Heard Met Gala. Let's look her up. Amber Heard. Actually find plenty of pictures from then. Like, there's just like an army to choose from. And the beautiful thing about it is you can see her from any angle that you'd like. I mean, you don't have to. So I'm going to pull one of these up. Okay. I'm going to pull up a few articles. All right. Just to show you like what they're pointing out here, because they're using the same ammunition that you could find just by looking up articles on it. So here's one, for example. This is her saying just with ice and a little bit of makeup that she's camouflaging a broken face. She's camouflaging broken nose. Let's find some other ones. I mean, like I said, there's an army of these. Oh, here we go. Here, I'll just pull up the main Getty pictures, you know? There's a bunch of them there. Here, check this out. Let's just pull up a random screen grab. Because again, that's her whole trial is based on this push. So here are the pictures from there, but you get very good looks at her face, you know? See right here. Look at that. Like you can see her nose perfectly in these pictures. And there is no break, there's no injury, there's no wound there. It's all joke. Boy, thanks for the 10. Camille is absolutely destroying her. I'm so glad she is. Yes. Amber is so angry. You can see she's losing it. Indeed. Michael Kim, thanks for the 15. Amber is being angry. It's the most authentic emotion that we've seen from her in the trial so far. That's indeed. If I miss somebody's super chat doing it this way too, I am returning to you, everyone. Is that Faisal? Am I pronouncing that right, girlie? Thank you. I hope this pledge sends my thanks for the coverage. Indeed. Koiji, maybe? Thanks for the 5. I wonder if JD is writing with his right hand to show the jury that is his dominant hand. All of her bruises on the right side. His left seems odd. That's true, too. Yeah, moments. Thanks for the super chat. Yay. Thanks, Tug. Hey, thank you all. Like, I'm glad that you stay here and you entertain, but you also keep me feeling like I'm not going crazy, you know? Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz, thanks for the 10 there. Clearly, AH does not understand charity. A pledge is a promise to pay the charity a set amount, either in full or in installments. A donation is the payment. That's correct. Either in money or in equal value. Well, she knew what it is. Here's a game that she's played. Like a lot of people that have come into this trial, they also don't understand this. She was all happy about talking about pledges until Johnny Depp started asking questions in the courtroom about, did you pay it or not? Then she started shutting down information, and she tried stonewalling everything about charity. She did not want to come off it. And that told you that there was something wrong there, that he was actually onto something. As he kept pushing forward, she shut down any discussion, though, because she wanted to win UK 2020. And she knew if she brought it up at all, they would get the information faster. But she stonewalled her way through the UK 2020 trial, but she couldn't after this. The ACLU, to get the information that JD has on the ACLU, I mean, just think about it this way to tell you what kind of co-conspirator they are. He had to sue them in a separate court. Even though they're subpoenaed, they tried to drag their feet so heavily that he had to sue them in the New York Supreme Court and win there to make them do it. And to Jane, thanks for 5. Check out the YouTuber The Pascal Show. Theory of AH responsible for car accident. See, I don't believe that though. I'll tell you about that in a minute. We'll talk about that in a minute. Aaron, thanks for the 5. Can we get SS Hammer Turd sinking ship? You know, like the Titanic. I like the the loose lip sink ships, those kind of things, I would think that would be funny. Like a World War II kind of shirt. That would be really funny. Sprouts Mom, thanks for 5. Okay, I'm going to need everyone to stop attacking AH now. I'm overdosing on dopamine. Hashtag justice for Dottie, indeed. And Max Nation for Health Plus, thanks for the 5. I was hoping they'd show the video of having a dance recital in Australia, supposedly the day after dragging her feet or running through broken glass. They may go back to stuff. They may well go back. She started losing it at the end there. You notice she started losing her cool. Like when they brought up victim, how dare you say I want to be a victim? She got mad. Thanks for the 9. She called the makeup kit a bruise kit, then panicked and corrected herself. She also admitted that she bruised her face by punching herself over and over again without realizing what she said. Yeah. Is it over? Well, it's come to a conclusion for today. For today, it has. Yes. Well, thanks for the 20 there. Camille was highlighted as an angel of retribution in that courtroom. I don't even need Netflix right now. I just need some popcorn. I've been telling people this is going to be a hell of a show. I've been saying it for a long time. Because I knew it'd be good. We were leading up to it. There'd be a lot of truth bombs flying. Nat Wood, thanks for the 2. The look from Camille to turd, priceless indeed. Daria, thanks for the super chat. Not a fan of dark mode. Just not using it today. I've been setting up a new computer, like I said, so it's a brand new computer there. And it helps me stay awake when if I've been up forever. All of juice, thanks for the 2. This is my kind of Monday, indeed. It's not another manic Monday. That's indeed. Finny Ghost, thanks for the 5. I was hit by a girl with one ring. Her hand destroyed my face. Yeah, Johnny did no damage with all those rings. That's exactly it. Like, I mean, like I wear rings. I wear rings on almost every finger. And if I were to hit somebody in the face with that, like it would do two things. First of all, you could see my hand where it would be scarred from doing that because it would leave marks, but it would also break someone else's face. And his rings, like she said, chunky rings. He has big rings on. Like they need to continue tearing that apart. Like just hit her over and over again with something she's never been hit. Just like Johnny's fist, she's also never been hit with logic. She needs to be. Highlander, thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement there. Appreciate that. Eve Barlow is freaking out behind it. She's like, "Oh yeah, Amber's gonna hit me tonight." Run, Eve, run. Fair. Thanks for the super chat. If Amber drops a single tear, it's because she's really scared to go into jail and realizes herself that none of the act is going to help her here. That's true. Sammy, thanks for the super chat there. She got so inappropriately angry at Camille. The jury is noticing. It's amazing to see her fall apart. Camille's king. You knew that she would be great at this. You knew. That's the way to go. Light Shines, thanks for the 10. She set her own trap. She didn't donate it all from divorce. Exactly. She's the one who did this to her. Somebody said, well, don't you feel a little bad for her? Hell no. She reveled in destroying somebody. She reveled it. I feel nothing. I feel like that little weird pang that you get in you that's like, oh, I'm embarrassed for you, but I don't feel for her. Mr. Hat, 84, thanks for the 5. Hard to believe. 3 of the most high-profile court cases in my lifetime are OJ, Timothy McVeigh, and Amber Turd. That's true. That's true. I mean, I remember sitting through OJ, but now look at how technology has changed from then. Now we control the coverage. We're not relying on someone else telling us what's there. We can talk about it, discuss what we think about it. It's a beautiful, that's one of the things I do love about this conveyance of technology. Highlander, thanks for the 5 there. With everything that's happened in the U.S. trial, how do you think officials in Britain feel about their trial was handled? That's a good question. Part of the appeal that's gross in the UK is the fact that verdict returned. So when you first appeal, the guy who got to decide whether or not the appeal was okay was the judge that decided on the case in the first place. So the guy who said, nah, he got to decide whether or not you had an appeal, and then you kick it up to a next level, and that's it. That's all you get. Now, that's garbage, but that's how it worked. So it was judge who made the ruling, then the judge who made the ruling gets to rule on the appeal, and then it went to a higher court, and if it kicks, then that's it. You got nothing else. I mean, that's just trash. Christopher George, thanks for the 5. Ice doesn't take out bloody eye. That's true. When you break them, that is very true. Ice doesn't fix the swelling to that level either. Black Ice, thanks for the I like that there was a comment about ice and then Black Ice comes in. Thanks for there. Love your coverage, Tug. Give me an inbox next time your PC dies. Would love to help. 25 years of experience. With this one, I was pretty sure like what happened was it had been given out a little bit anyway. Been having problems with it. And then it went to the reboot and select proper boot drive issue with no hard drive detecting. And of course that could be your boot sequence is messed up, or it can be something much worse, and it was something worse. So it was catastrophic. So that night, I mean, if it's something where I can't figure it out, hey, just hit me up on granularheaven@gmail.com, be like computer person, and hell yeah, if I ever have a problem, I would hit you up for sure. Cam, he's Motorsports. Thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement backing. Thank you for that. I'm good. I will take help where I can get it for sure. Cheryl R, thanks for the 5. Was the Corden show the day after the Australian incident? No. Her arms are clear. No, that's after. So the Corden show was after she said, let me pull this up for you, okay? So that's after her March allegation. She said, remember how she said that he had sat on her back and beaten her? and it broke the bed. Like, that's what the James Corden show was after. So in the James Corden show, all of that video, she said that he pulled out her hair in clumps, not one clump, but clumps plural. He broke her nose. He blacked both of her eyes. He busted her lip wide open. He had also beat her unconscious. He sat on her back and braced so hard that it broke a bed as he beat her unconscious. And then on top of that, she decided, hey, I'm going to go on James Corden show the next day. So not what's really weird in that if you listen to her story again too, what I don't understand is, so she said she was beaten unconscious and she laid there until the next day when her friend Rocky came in, was like, oh my God, right? So here's what I don't understand. And somebody brought this up. I wasn't the original one who heard this, but someone brought it up to me, and I thought it was a very good point. If she was beaten unconscious and she didn't wake up till the next day, she said that she iced her nose the night before. How did she ice her nose while she was unconscious? How would that work exactly? Because, again, Johnny Depp supposedly sat on her back, beat her, broke her face, and knocked her until she passed out or until she went unconscious. Again, her friend comes in next day. They take pictures, all of that crap. But at the same time, that's the way I understood it anyway. There's some huge discrepancies in all of her stuff. Inventory management, thanks for 5. Perry Mason was being channeled at the end there. Love it. Indeed. But if you look, I mean, these are the stills from that. You can go watch, actually, if you want to watch the James Corden show stuff, it is on YouTube. I would play it for you right here, but they always copyright it. They'll hit us for it. They did that to me earlier. And they'll probably try to hit our live streams too. They'll hit everybody, just like TMZ is going to hit a bunch of people because Amber Heard does business with them, and so will James Corden. What's his face? Thanks for 5. I pledged. No one pays for a house at once, so that means I paid the total donation, but staggered and returned. Exactly. What did that even mean? You know. But the December 15th thing, there are a lot of so the pictures themselves from that, like I was saying, they come from the Josh, even though she says that the pictures were taken by Raquel Pennington, many of them are attached to Josh Drew's witness statement. Josh Drew's witness statement is a smorgasbord of pictures. Like if you want to go in and you want to look over all of that stuff, that's where he comes from. But that statement, there's actually 2 statements where all of this is brought up anyway. You have that in her own witness statement. Her own witness statement is kind of amazing too, because her being on record for what she says, I mean, there's so much there. If you really, really want to see what differences are out there too, like have somebody with my memory, I remember well enough. I remember a lot of things, but there are some people out there with steel trap memories, and they'll tell you the differences between UK and this trial, like what testimony differences. Christopher George, thanks for 5. Watch out. She's changing her story now that she sleepwalks. She's been changing everything. I mean, that's true. Darth Sidious, the Emperor. I'm surprised she hasn't been sleepwalking. Thanks for the 2 there. Camille should have been the end boss in Elden Ring. Oh, there's going to be so much freaking stuff about her. I mean, she's a clear indication of what people think about Johnny Depp. Because you can see it. Like if they don't like somebody, look at Cat Lady, for example. Look at how people view her. And she's abrasive anyway. But look at the way people view her versus they view Camille. I mean, it's astounding. I'm pulling up the December statement here because I want you to hear this. I mean, there's just she likes that. You're a tough guy. So I mean, I love how she I love how she tries to pull that over and over again. So here's the incident. These are her own words. If you want to know what she alleged, let's look at it real fast. All right. Because this kind of sets that record straight. So this is her own witness statement. Okay. I'm going to read this to you in just a second. Hey, Michael, thanks for the 5. AH betrayed her knowledge of makeup and creating illusions of no bruises, meaning she also understands how to create them with bruise kit. That's true. Yeah, I liked how she called it a bruise kit. Oh, it's your bruise kit, is it? Really? You paint those on a lot, you say? Okay, good job. Give her. Thanks for the 2. A house is paid at once. The lender pays the seller. That's true, too. She doesn't understand house, ignored that. So they're at their penthouse. Johnny Depp supposedly gets mad, throws a glass decanter at me. He also knocked things around the room and punched the wall. He slapped me and grabbed me by the hair, dragged me by the hair through the apartment, all around different rooms. I was trying to get out of his grasp, and in the process, he pulled out clumps plural, of my hair. Now, they mess up in their statements, too. We'll go over this another day as well, where Raquel Pennington actually gives away the fact that there were clumps, plural, because she's the one who goes in and photographs, like I said. And she talks about seeing one clump. I photographed the clump. She uses descriptors of the, not identifiers with many. Thanks for the super chat. Did you notice her demeanor changed when she said she isn't a victim? That was probably the most authentic reaction from her. Since the trial started, that's true too. So I got free from him, ran upstairs to try to escape, but he followed me, caught up with me on the stairs. He grabbed me by the hair again. He hit me in the back of my head. He dragged me by my hair up the last few steps. When he had me at the top, he shoved me a couple of times, making me afraid I would lose my balance and fall down the steps. I had to get him to stop. So I said that I thought he had broken my wrist, hoping to calm him down. Unfortunately, that didn't work. So she's got a wrist injury. She's saying, I'm telling him broke my wrist. So again, she's claiming an injury. Hey, Black Eyes, thanks for the super chat. Today was the first time she got beaten live. Indeed. That was an injury. Call a paramedic. Rob the Van, thanks for the 5. T-shirt idea. Jurassic Park, the amber encased turd. Gross. It's a turd emoji and amber. That would be funny, actually. Healthy gaming. Thanks for 5. I'm assuming you're going back to read the ones. Oh yeah. I'm just reading some in the moment while we're doing it. But yes, everybody gets super chat read. I do not skip people. It's you back the channel that way. Everyone that shows up anyway. That's why I know a lot of people have panels. They if you like panels, that's cool. I consider you my panel. Like you're my guest here. You're part of the show. You run it too. Like a lot of people they don't think that way. They don't look at it that way. And I mean you're the ones who made it work. So like why wouldn't I? Like that's why I just like covering that with me and then looking at the chat and seeing what you guys have to say about it because you have just as much input. You have more valuable input. There are experts out there. You know what's going on too. Yeah. These things for the 2. Can they bring in testimony of makeup artists if they wanted to? I don't know if they have anyone for that though. Beautiful Gypsy, thanks for the 2. Her crazy wants to come out so bad. It does. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz, thanks for the 10. Only clump she ever saw were the Nebraska remake, indeed. Britt, thanks for the 5. We bear witness to Camille Vasquez, Warrior of Light. Yeah, we saw the light coming in. That was beautiful. Black Eyes, VA. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to the Tuggernauts. Appreciate that. So anyway, she goes on this you're a tough guy thing. Remember that? You're a tough guy. You think you're a fucking tough guy? This is supposed to be Johnny Depp. You want to prove how tough you are? She thinks she's so fucking tough. You know how like she likes to throw that around. Like that is so annoying too. It is so annoying. So she staggered back, completely stunned because he headbutts her, supposedly, right? So we're skipping over. Now, here's where we get into the I resolved to leave Johnny in that moment, which she doesn't, by the way. I told him that I wanted to leave him. I'd call the police if he ever touched me again. What? Oh, did the statue come? Oh, yeah. Is it huge? Oh, yeah. Is it heavy? Oh, yeah. I bought one indulgence for my birthday. All right. So I bought myself one thing. Like I needed one item. Let me pull this down. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna show you something real quick. So I love Conan the Barbarian. Like I love Conan the Barbarian. So my birthday was yesterday, like I said, and the one thing I've always wanted one of these, by the way. So back in I think it was 2014, Sideshow put out a Conan statue. This one, I just got to show you this real fast, okay? Because I need to show you because I'm excited about it. This Conan the Barbarian fighting. They have a one that kind of looks like a grizzly bear, and they have one like it looks like a snow yeti, and I love yetis. So I bought this, and it's humongous. Like I wanted one forever, and I've never gotten into it, so I wanted one. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy one. Damn it! I've been covering this trial. I'm buying me a damn statue, and I did. So anyway, going back to that play, I just had to show that off. My wife said it's here and it's heavy. It's huge. So she said she's gonna leave, right? So Johnny grabs her by the throat, pushes me to the floor, hits me in the back of the head. He grabbed my hair, slapped me in the face, screamed and swore at me, saying he was going to kill me. He dragged me over the carpet. I was trying to dig in my nails to stop him to get free, but I couldn't. He pushed me onto the bed in PH4, got on top of me, pushing my face down in the mattress, smothering me and pulling out more hair. I was suffocating. I was trying to scream, hoping he would get off of me, but I couldn't make any sounds. It was a nightmare. I was panicking. I felt like Johnny had completely blacked out. He was gone. So his whole weight was on her. Knee in the back, the other foot on the bed frame. At the same time, he was punching me in the back of the head, screaming over and over. So she's saying, through that, he beats me until I lose consciousness. I come to in the room with my friend Raquel Pennington saying, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." Like that is an insult and a half to actual, like I said, actual victim. When I make fun, I want to be very clear about this too. When I laugh at the stupid in this, that's exactly I'm laughing at the absurdity to it. I'm not mocking the plight in any way, shape, or form that people have gone through, and that is something I want to be very clear about because there is there are horrible things that happen to people, and this isn't one of them. Like for example, that hair. Okay, this is her hair picture from that ordeal. Notice there are no roots in the hair, none. See that? Nightcat, thanks for the 5. Maybe some amica cream, cover up the bruised ego. Now that was abuse, Amber. Yeah, bruised ego. That's hilarious. Thanks for that. $17.99. I was 14 years old. The social worker took me to see Gilbert Grape. The movie somehow helped me to keep my siblings together with our mom. And today I have amazing nieces, and my mom is grandma. One day I want to thank him. You know, send him. I would like to put together a thing that would combine all of the messages and send it through like a sourcing. Because I'm telling you, I could get it there. I could get it to where it needs to go. I'm pretty sure. I'd like to figure out a way. Maybe we could think of something to do like that. Just I know somebody sent a thank you book to him. I thought that was interesting. I wouldn't mind because I mean the positives, when you see the negative, hopefully, like I want people to know that positive. By the way, I'll make a statement here in just a second. Jester Gas, thanks for the 5. No statement, plenty of statement backing. Thank you for the backing there. He knows that people are on his side and that they back him. He absolutely, I know that for a fact. Okay, I'm going to say that. I'll just say from sourcing that, and he has good support. He's he knows that fighting the good fight was appropriate. But
People could send them to me, and I could put it together, and then you could send it through.
we'll figure out how to think about it. You think about that if you want to.
Be a project for me working.
We'll think about it. We'll see. We'll see. It'll be a crazy project if it starts up. It'll be like nuts and lunacy. You know that. All right. Gamer, thanks for the two. Betting knife on the bed is the one she used on the frame, of course. Yes. Yeah, okay. So you have this picture, right? But yeah, he knows for sure that people support him, and like I said, I know that I've got good sourcing, Let's just say it that way. I've got good sources. I'm for sure of that. I know he has good support too. I know that his mood has been very good throughout the trial. He's actually felt like he's winning. They set out to do. Remember this too. I asked sources early on. I wanted to know why he did not file a an NDA violation. That's an easy win, right? Like, she violated non-disclosure agreement, right? You could just beat her on that, like, bam, it'd be so simple, yeah? The problem with that is, though, that everybody would be screaming about how he silenced her. She was speaking her truth, he shut her down, da-da-da. So he had to go with a way that he could make sure the truth came out, and that's why he went this direction. And that's what you're seeing the remnants of. Now it all makes sense, right? It's a lot more. D. Thomas, thanks for the $5 there. Super chat $2 bill, but I pledged $999 billion. Thank you for that $999 billion pledge. Appreciate that. Skip, thanks for the $5. We come for the tea. We stay for the free mega pint. Also, happy belated birthday, Tug. Thank you for that. Mine was last week too. Hey, I'm happy birthday to you for that. I hope you had a fun one. Yes, thanks for the 10. AH was quick to take pictures of JD, but somehow didn't take one picture of her injuries. Very telling. Exactly. Pip, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tug's Thugs. Like I said, if I miss you in there because it's moving fast, I will catch everyone. So this is the bed that he supposedly braced his foot on. What she's saying is he straddled her from the top, sat on her, braced his foot at the end, and just pummeled her until she passed out. Now, the problem with that is these bed and the floor and everything else, they would be saturated with blood. Like, have you ever injured your nose? It's not fun. It bleeds everywhere, And being beaten like that, you'd be a swollen potato lump. I mean, you'd be awful. Like, it'd be something to look at. It'd be an awful sight. There's nothing. But yeah, you see the knife there on the bed. Remember, these have been available since about 2019. So, these things have been gone over heavily. And I remember, like, when we first got to look at these, I was like, what is that thing? It's a knife. Oh my God. But yeah, you could see the knife and you could see the strip away marks. I mean, it's very clear. The striation of the knife. Take it away. G-Night, thanks for the 5. Have you heard anything about Valentino? He is being called or making a statement about abuse from Amber or any of the rumors he was abused. I haven't heard anything about him being called. But his name was brought up late, so I don't know if he would have been anyway, But I haven't heard anything about it. Thanks for the 179. Can Amber come take pictures of me sleeping? I know, man. Like, want somebody to photograph you while taking nap time? Hey, Amber might be free. She could be a sleep photographer. Need a sleep study? Need somebody to document you asleep? Don't worry. Call Amber. She should start up a sleep study. She isn't going to have any other career. Why not? I love things for the 10. And into this, Tug was destined to be sponsored by Amic Cream. It is I, the guy who watched a lot of Yellow Flash and Quartering Alone, can tell you the days of high adventure. It's been a day of high adventure for this, for sure. I've enjoyed it. Yes, I need a serious question. Do you think that your content has assisted Hurt's defense in any way? No, not at all. Like Hurt, I think she's responded to content. But that's good because what happens is it locks her into a lie. Now, I can say I know that the content we put out is not taken negatively in any way, shape, or form by the people that it's meant to talk about. It's not taken in any negative way. It's very good with that. I know that for a fact. We're good to go, So from Win Adam, thanks for the 5. She threw her attorneys under the bus, insinuating they withheld evidence. That's true too. Like, she played the game of I have medical records. Like, that should have been she should have been forced into a state. I would have, like, you could tell that she was pissed. She was like, wait a minute, are you telling me that you didn't turn over all your medical records in? Is that what you're trying to say? And yeah, that's exactly what she tried to say there, Elizabeth Weddle, thanks for the 20 there. T-shirt idea for you. Have you heard about the turd? You could do like the Pee Wee Herman thing too, turd, 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 turd is the word. Gross. Oh, she's a mess. Just want to give you a huge thumbs up on the coverage of the trial. You've truly done superb coverage with some honest and direct reporting of facts. Thank you. I appreciate that. Helena, thanks for the 2. A woodworker made a video about the bed story. Yeah, the woodworking lawyer. Yeah, I saw that. It was a good video. It was a good video. These are the pictures though from then too. These are being brought up a lot. You see her marks here, and there's what's there. Daniel Robertson, thanks for the 22 months. Wow, thank you. Tug, have you seen the channel that debunked the bed breaking? Yeah, that was the woodworking lawyer. He did a good job. I like that. Briefcase, thanks for the briefcase. I like that. Thanks for the 9. Pull up Rihanna's picture. Comparison as those who haven't experienced abuse can see it. Yeah. Let me pull that up side by side. Let's pull up her. Let's look at her. Let's look at one of Rihanna's injuries. If people haven't seen what happened to Rihanna, I mean, it's terrible shit. Jesus. So Chris Brown, if you've never seen the pictures of what happened with Chris Brown, I mean, they're bad. Like there's some rougher ones than the one I'm going to show. Okay. But this is just one picture of many with Rihanna. All right. Just look at the comparison here. Let's put them side by side. Fuck it. Give me 1 second. I was going to pull one up. I was going to lock it, but instead. All right. This is Rihanna. Look at her face. That's a busted lip right there. That's a busted face. It's the same way her face would look if a phone smashed into it. Remember, Johnny Depp supposedly wound up like a baseball pitcher and threw that thing at her face. This is her in the aftermath. No swelling. None. Nothing at all. Like this is actually her this is her with the beating rather incident. But also, let's go back to the pictures. Again, that's from this incident. That's from her getting her hair pulled. Look, this is what she photographs and says is the evidence of her taking a beating like she described. Again, let me pull one up side by side. Okay, so try to get one that's not so blown out. Man, they're all so bad. Her photos are so terrible. Let's use this one. Jesus. They're all terribly. You can tell she's doctored those, though. Batsy, thanks for the 50 there. I suffer from nerve damage in my legs as long as I could remember as a kid. I would watch JD as Captain Jack to distract me from all my issues. I would like to say thank you to JD and you, Tug, for fighting for the truth. Yeah, I would. I'm trying to think of a way, like I said, I think like a letter thing or something campaign would be good. Let me think about how to do that. So here's her. Here's that. Like, look at that. What was done to her. Look at this shit. And I mean, the reality of this isn't even that. Let me pull up one of her pictures from today. Let me pull up like those actually, that's with all her filtering. She was forced to cut down on some of the filtering from in these submissions, I'm thinking, because her pictures that they admitted in the last day, they're much tamer than, okay, so here you go. You want a real comparison of what that looks like? Here we are. Here we go. That's her alleging that a phone was smashed into her face. See that little pinkening? That's what happens when somebody smashes you in the face. And I mean, again, like when you've seen the real thing, like the fake thing stands out. That's her problem for Amber Heard. The fake thing does stand out. Kim Izzle, thanks for the 10 there. No amount of makeup or eyes could cover up Rihanna's face. Turd must have Deadpool hero factor. Yeah, I figure, that's the rumors of mutants like Wolverine are actually based on Amber Heard. She was giving Johnny Depp knives. See, I think about it. She was giving Johnny Depp knives, right? And she has a healing factor. Obviously, Wolverine is based on Amber Heard. Obviously. Because she couldn't be lying, right? I mean, what a mess. Hopeful Aim, thanks for the 5. I don't understand why JD's lawyers didn't read from the dictionary definition of donation and pledge. Then AH wouldn't have weaseled her way out of it. They're hitting her in front for what they're doing. You got to remember, again, the jury, they'll go so far with the jury, but the jury of your peers, your peers aren't smart. Most of the time when you're dealing with a case, like you and I may be sitting here and being like, yeah, this is interesting. Many of these people, they's not smart people. Let's just say they are very not smart people. Ugh. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to hit some super chats. Jim Orman, thanks for the 10. Happy belated birthday, Tuck. Thank you. Terry Edenfield, thanks for the 10. I can't wait to see how today goes for AH. Well, what do you think about that? Tiff, thanks for the 5. Please, can we get a t-shirt that says there's a turd in the punch bowl? Got you there. Did it. Stocky Pixels, that's funny. Thanks for the 10. Happy birthday, Tug, you shyster umbrella. Did I catch I remember that one from earlier. Yeah. Let me see. Darth Tony, thanks for the 2. CUP exam this morning. Wish me luck. Hey, I hope you had a good one on that. And Drill Power, thanks for the 2. RP should hit AH with a pillowcase full of beads. What was telling? So Raquel Pennington was complaining about her beads being destroyed. Raquel Pennington, what it is people want to get back at JD because their life, the life that they had, he supported them. Like, think about this. You live next door to Johnny Depp because he pays for your life, right? And meanwhile, in your real life, all you do is make bead jewelry. Now, again, nothing wrong with making bead jewelry if you enjoy it, but you ain't going to live across from Johnny Depp. That's just not going to happen. And they got to live that way. They're mad. Jewel in the Machine, thanks for the 5. I wish Camille would ask if AH actually showed the sleep pics of JD. Hence, that is why she supposedly took them. Ask if actually showed the sleep pics to JD. Yeah, that I think she showed them in court. That's that count, but that's a good question. Actually, that is a good question. Did she ever show those pics to him? I'd like to hear it from him too. Fiery Demon, thanks for the 5. She said she had shingles. Shingles produce red spots about the body. What I'd like to know, if she had all these, if she had something like that, she's addicted to looking a certain way, to the point that she would go out of her way to do anything to conceal any problems. Like, she's addicted to acne medication. So that should tell you about her. If she came down with shingles or something, she'd be in a hospital in New York minute. Son, thanks for the 5. They should bring a real victim in that literally has just been abused and allow AH to apply her miracle makeup and skin creams. I'd love to see that. David J. Bisco, thanks for the 2. Turd in a wicker basket. I think that the wicker thing kills me. Like that wicker man. It just, that kills me. Crazy, thanks for the 5. Today is my birthday. Hey, props. Happy birthday to you there. And watching her reaction to Cross was the best present of all. Great job, Doug. Took half the day off to watch you. Hey, I appreciate it. I've taken a lot of days off to cover this with you because this is so I appreciate it. Warren, thanks for the 10. Hey, Tuggy Man, greetings from Switzerland. 3 a.m. when this started. Shiva equals Irish for Irene here. Today is the day when Amika Turd embarrasses herself on the stand again. Such an embarrassment. I've been hearing people say embarrassment instead of embarrassment. I think it's funny. Yeah, thanks for the 20 there. I like that super sticker. I like the little hugging one. That's cute. Thank you. Elsa, thanks for the super chat. Was ICE overruled? There's a lot of German there too. Was which in which part was she overruled? Which part are you asking about? Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know which part you're asking for there. Give me 1 second. You'd be happy about a German answer. Is what you were asking for. Like I said, I don't know which part. You said you'd be happy about a German answer. I'm not really sure. Lauren Hill, thanks for the 5. Not her job to turn over medical records, is saying her lawyer's not doing their job. Yeah. Yeah. She's saying, well, I turned them over. I did. But she was being obstinate. I would have loved to see her get bashed for that. Healthy Gaming, thanks for 5. Bird Herd and the Magical Turd. Where shines, thanks for the 5. It's embarrassing to listen to her talk. She makes it sound like she gets off on a imagery of abuse. I feel like she does. Thoughts on this, please? You think Grumpy gave JD yum meds? Yeah, I think she was drugging him. I very much believe that. Zeus, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. I get to welcome Zeus. Man, that's awesome. Rain that lightning down, Zeus. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 9. I'm from Ireland, but been to Nashville and around Pigeon Forge area as a kid. My dad wanted to be able to say he's been to Gatlinburg in mid-July. That's cool. Glad to have you around there with you. Oh, what does overruled mean? Okay, I understand what you're saying there. Overruled means like if I say I want if you admit something and I don't want it admitted and I put in an objection. That's what they're saying. I don't want that to happen. If the judge says it's going to happen anyway, your objection doesn't matter. We're not going to listen to that. That's overruled. So when the judge says overruled, they're saying I don't agree with your objection. Amanda Jane, thanks for the 2. I'd love to hear your thoughts on AH's high school accident. We don't know. Like there's a lot of conjecture in there. We know that Amber Heard lost her license and she got multiple hits to her license, but her record was sealed. We also heard her tell about a high school accident where a friend died, but there's been a lot of inference drawn from that. I mean, that we just know a tiny bit, and some people have been like, she killed her best friend. There's nothing that proves that. Like that's pretty much what we know, and it's been drug out into a lot more. I'd be curious to see what her record was from her youth, though. I mean, we don't know what the record was that was sealed. But it's probably just drinking and driving. Like what I think her records say, we don't need something that drastic. What her record actually says is that she's been a substance abuser forever and that she lied about it. Mabuti, Kish Mabuti, thanks for the 2. Happy birthday and thanks for the lives. I like that name. I like that's a slick little name. I like that. That's the way you put that together. Betsy, thanks for the 10. Oh, the super sticker dog with the heart. Susie Q, thanks for the 5. Keep up the great work. Johnny Depp for the W, indeed. He's been putting down the W's. He's been winning quite a bit. Janice, thanks for the 5. Samantha McMillan, makeup artist, who did Amber Heard's makeup before JD Show gave decoration. Yeah, I covered that. Will they show it? No, I guess not. I mean, I haven't seen her called and I haven't seen her listed. Now, why is that, by the way? I don't know. They either there was a problem with that or she just didn't want to cooperate. Some people, you saw how one witness responded. He was vaping and driving off. People are sick of being called for this. So some people may not be cooperative. I mean, we don't really know what happens with that. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. So I am curious about that, though. You went to the bathroom after getting hit and you didn't look in the mirror? Yeah, exactly. You take pictures of bathroom mirrors, but not your broken nose. Do you amica? That was a very good question, too. I thought, like, so she doesn't look or check. I mean, it's just kind of strange. Lilith, thanks for the 5. You will never see my eyes again. JD, pure poetry. Yeah, that I like that they made that remark because the media kept saying he won't look at her. That was her spin machine that was saying he won't look at her because he's an abuser. So I'm glad that they set that record straight. They needed to. They need to put her in her place for it. Hey, Christine, thank you for that. Amanda Connor, thanks for the 3 and the fishbowl. Your driver's license on the table. Yeah. The cocaine thing. I did an entire video breaking that. It's her driver's license on the table with her signature. So that tampon applicator, I would have liked to seen that pressed a little harder because tampon applicator, my sister showed him how to. Come on, what man carries around a tampon applicator? It was Amber Heard's table, for God's sake. It's her table. Like, forget cigarettes in the ashtray and ashes. It's her freaking table, her driver's license, a tampon applicator on the table to snort with. I mean, that's her cocaine. She's doing it. She's at least part of it. Swedish, thanks for the super chat. Love the coke scene. She arranged it on the table. Exactly. Like that is such a setup. And she knows it's a setup. I mean, she absolutely knows it. So here's the cocaine picture that we're talking about. Let's pull that real fast. So this is what's being discussed. So you have a tampon applicator that they're saying, oh, he's snorting cocaine with that. This license, by the way, is a driver's license. People have zoomed in and everything, and there's a signature on it, and that's Amber Heard's. Okay. This is a bag that Amber Heard carries quite a bit. She says it was Johnny's medical kit or whatever. She's photographed carrying this bag quite a bit. This, again, it's his company, so he may have a lot of these, but she carries it around a lot. So, take that how you will. Again, this is a very, and she's right about cocaine on the glass. See, cocaine, if you've been using a lot of cocaine, if you've been cutting it, it presses out and it doesn't all come off the mirror. Maybe a line or two. But if you've been sitting around and you've been snorting cocaine, I mean, it's Johnny Depp. Come on, man. You know he's going to be hitting some hard lines. He ain't going to be like hitting a line or two. He's going to be tearing it up. That's just too clean. Briefcase, thanks for 349. They were going to kill him by overdosing, hence the pics. They were definitely, I think in some of the audios, they were drugging him and everything too. Never Here, thanks for the 5. She's right over Bono now as the biggest piece of crap, like in that episode of South Park when it was 5,000 cubits. That's hilarious. She's gonna be she's gonna be the biggest piece of crap now. She does have the right name, Turd. Briefcase, thanks for 349. That's why the Three Stooges are lying for each other and dead. Megan Van Sickle, thanks for the 5. Camille ended today like a boss. Let's call it today because the Turd's about to get hot. Yeah, they've been having it was a good day. I think the first day of Cross went very well. Briefcase, thanks for the $8.99. Their plan was foiled when he abruptly chose to leave the relationship. Had to file for divorce, PO first for a new plan to look legit. I think her text messages give away how it caught her off guard and everything too. And I think his new like the new message, they've been selling this idea that she filed first, she did this, but this new message that we got, like, we hadn't had the real record of all the text messages that have been put out. Man, we should have, wait, let's look at the bingo. I didn't even look at this because I was so enamored. So let's see. Fire PR team, not yet. This is real. Is this, let's see. Amica Cream. I was a hostage, Elon Musk. I want couch, Australian, Santa Curry, Monster, Blame Yorkie, ACLU Pledge, Coachella, Crocodile Tears. She didn't really try to cry in that. That was kind of surprising, yeah. Not yet. Batsy, thanks for the 10. Tug, I just wanted to say thank you for covering this. I've been watching from from this moment since 2018. I wish all the best for you and your family. I couldn't watch it more. The bullshit alone for sure. Yes, exactly. I don't like watching this crap by myself because you can hear me sometimes if I leave my mic on. I'll be like, shit. Because I get frustrated with these people because they're lying, and they're lying. Anybody can tell it, but especially if you've been keeping up this for a while, or you read into it, even if you're new to it, but you've been like looking into it for a week, you can hear the lies. If you've been keeping up for years, oh my God. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for 279. Misheard. The picture doesn't exist. So owned. Yes, exactly. She kept playing that. Oh, there's another one, right? There's another one, right? Yeah, sure. Krisha, thanks for the 5. Why does this pic look like it's taken by someone sitting at the table? That was her. Is that not her sitting? Yeah, they're surrounded by stuff. Yes, that's her. You're right. Yeah. She took the pic sitting at the table. There's other pictures and her legs in it and everything. I mean, you can make her out clearly. Johnny's girl, thanks for the 2. I've had insomnia since I was 30. I'm 51 now. I've always had like insomnia. Like my mind just runs. You can hear it in my voice when I get going. Like my brain just goes crazy. It never likes to sleep. Michael Singer, thanks for the 5. Amber, Dr. Evil Look, she's asking for $100 million. Exactly. Huntington, thanks for the 2. I missed this courtroom. I'm glad to be back. Zombie, thanks for the 5. Everyone stay hydrated. Don't want your fake tears drying up before they fall from your eyes. Indeed. Sergeant Foolbar, thanks. That's good advice. Thanks for the 20. Dedicated for all the victims of SA and DV. Stand strong. We are forced to reckon with. Amen. All of you, for real. And remember, this person doesn't represent you. You know that. And they don't represent anything toward your pain or your bravery. They don't say anything about you. So, fuck them right in the ear. Like they get nothing from you. Nothing but contempt. Thanks for the 5. How's it going? It's going good. How's it going for you? Just remember, like they don't represent anything for you, and they don't take anything from you either. PTC, thanks for the 2. Let's go, Camille Destroyer. David Bisco, thanks for the 5. If he wins, he won't talk about it. If she wins, she'll do interviews, write a book, and do memoirs. I think maybe he will talk about it. Maybe he'll finally do something, but he won't be like, I ruined him. I'm the best. She would for sure. Cam Dizzle, thanks for the 5. They should bring back Celebrity Deathmatch. That'd be awesome. Amber Turd versus Chris Brownstein. I'd put my money on Turd. That'd be funny. That's for Bells. Thanks for the 10. I would love to see that come back, though. I think the IRS would beg to differ on the difference between pledged and donated. That's true, too. I'm pretty sure their forums ask about amount donated, not pledged. That is very true. She was having a fit about the amount donated, not pledged, too, when you bring that up. So, yeah. Celtic Warrior Poet, thanks for 5. Turd took one hell of a beating. I couldn't say those 2 words there. That's true. She did. Alex Bird, thanks for the 2. Law and Lumber at court said AH was staring at him. That's creepy. Oh, God. I imagine, I kept thinking, I thought about going to the court, and then I thought, man, they'll get me kicked out. I bet you will. Speedish, thanks for the super chat there. You think she arranged the sleeping photos? I think she waited until he was conveniently asleep and nailed him for sure. Cheryl, thanks for the 10. If she's had a nose job, then she should know about black eyes. I hope they ask her about medical. Yeah. The Botox fillers, cheeks, nose. Ask if she ever got any redness or bruising for face injections. That'll be interesting because JD's brought it up. So it would be interesting to see, Christy, thanks for the 5. You should show what shingles are and how it is treated for those that don't have any medical knowledge. That's true, too, actually. I didn't think about that. Yeah, so shingles, you got to remember, she's obsessed with looks. Now, shingles looks like a rash, but shingles can be like horrible in the body. I don't want to show a lot of the picture on that, but I'll just give you a little idea, okay? A little taste of it. So shingles, like it can be really bad. It can be small and spotchy, when people have nervous reactions, their bodies could break out, but I mean, it could get bad. It can consume. But even having like a small outbreak of that, she's obsessed with her looks. She would be in the hospital freaking out, like, oh my God, I'm dying. It'd be worse than anything. Cindy the Cringy, thanks for the 20. Elaine arguing with the judge should be on the bingo card. That's true. Somebody make a new bingo card if you want to. Like, make us a brand new bingo card if you want. I want a new bingo card for tomorrow. Mail it to me, and we'll play it. Mama CEO, I'll put it up tomorrow if it's a really good one. Like, or multiple people will make one, and we'll put them out like a couple of days or something. We'll have fun with them. They were talking about her testimony, right? Motel Wi-Fi. Motel Wi-Fi. Thanks for the two. Camilla's rapid fire. Those objections. She was early on for sure. Michael Singer, thanks for the 5. My diaries and journals of where there were many reads. I have 0 diaries. She wrote emails and stuff to herself, but it's all considered hearsay. Like all this stuff that she admitted was hearsay evidence. It meant nothing. So it got kicked. But she did admit into evidence emails to herself and just all kinds of other weird stuff. Like I like how we didn't see the Jason Momoa text come up or any of that stuff either. I thought that was kind of fascinating. ER Leah, thanks for the 10. In the JD slamming cabinets, the cup she holds, yeah, that's one of those. Yeah, she's so dishonest. And there's another in the damage video, or in one of the damage pictures from the one where she says she was beaten so severely. If you look at the downstairs damage picture, it's down there in the floor too. RS, thanks for the 10. I would like to suggest creating compilation support videos, 5 or 10-second clips edited for supporters. I would love to help edit it. Johnny Spirits, UK for JD. I would love to get clip videos. Like I have, I would put them on Tiny Tug channel, but I'm one person. Like I would clip live streams and everything just to do that kind of stuff. But I can't manage it. I don't have enough time in the day. Annie T, thanks for the 5. Many YouTubers doing Dr. Evil sidekick. LOL. Came across a TikTok user. Come Geek Sum. Hey, Come Geek Sum's good people too. He's been on this case forever. Like the guy. Caption met Dr. Evil's sidekick. That's funny. Yeah, I like Come Geek Sum. He's good people. Just to say. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 10. As a former cocaine abuser, yeah, been there myself. Lines would not be left out. No, drinks would not be undrunk, and cigarettes would not be unsmoked. The passing out only happens when at least 2 of those things are ran dry. No, man, you wouldn't leave your cocaine laying out like that. Like, you'd see it and you're like, that's mine. You know what I'm saying? And you would leave residue. Like when they're talking about residue, you definitely leave residue. You'd be there, scrape it. It's just like it loves to be there, even with a glass top table. Mariah Mendo. And also, like using the glass top table is strange too, because there's so many factors on the table you can't control. Like if somebody were using cocaine, like if it were mine there, I would have had something that I put on top of the table where I could control it. Because if somebody spilled alcohol or they bumped the table too hard, I lose my shit. I'm not going to lose my stuff. I mean, cocaine ain't cheap. I don't care how much money you have, and you got to replenish it. Unless she was saying he had a jar. This is what bothered me. So she said he had a jar of cocaine, but yet he has like dime bags. Like she was saying that he had dime bags all around Australia. So the man's working on Pirates of the Caribbean, and he's got dime bags. Really? Like, come on. Like even for myself, like if I were going to buy, I'd buy by the 8-ball. I didn't buy by the freaking like the bump. Come on. You buy by a little bit more bulk, because you're Yeah, you and somebody else, or if you got a habit, you'd be tearing up an 8 ball pretty fast anyway. But if you're using with other people, like in that, you'd have an 8 ball or something. You wouldn't have multiple little tiny baggies. That's a waste too. And those baggies would be like chewed on and stuff. If you're an addict, like you don't leave you get all the cocaine out of it you can. After you get geeked up, you wanna chew on stuff, like you got that, my mouth like moves all the time, you're just like, ooh, ooh, ooh. And you would be chewing on the baggies and everything else. It's just ridiculous. Her story's ridiculous. Can we talk about Amber admitting to punching herself? I thought that was funny. I did. Mariah, thanks for the 10. I'm making a new bingo card right now. Calling it the Amber Turd cross examination bingo. Free space, poop emoji. I'm an artist. Cool. Just send it over. Send it over when you're finished. I'm at granular, GRANULAR, heaven, HEAVEN at gmail.com. Send it to me. I love it. Barbara Beard. Hey, thanks for the 5 there. Your wife was sweet to volunteer to help you with a project. Important love. Yeah, she really likes to see like this community, because this community is they're so supportive and good people there. Elsa, can Johnny win this fight? Yes. Remember, it's not about whether or not he abused her, though. Well, it's down to it. Let me take this back. Now it is. It's about whether or not he abused her, and whether or not it knocked that out. Whether or not that her. Well, let me say that again. Whether or not that article knocked out his career. So the Argus thing survived. Runkle was in court and said thunderstruck after A.H. lied and a juror laughed. Then Holy Light shone down on Camille. I think I just got religious. Yeah, I saw Runkle was going to be there. So that's interesting. Rick thinks for the 2. Alcohol can make you susceptible to shingles too. That's true too. I wasn't even thinking about that. Shingles ain't no joke. Sucks. Like again, she has to take away everything from people, Rick thinks for the 5. You don't forget. You go to court. You remember. It's a bare minimum you do for a victim. Go home, Amber. You need help. Indeed. Caleb Price. Thanks for the 5. What am I listening to? What is it supposed to do for a case? Like her arguments at the end were terrible. Magtons, thanks for the 5. Amber Heard looks like a male Japanese school student in that uniform. Jiddles, thanks for the 5. She's been instructed to sit on her hands to avoid flying arm movements. Yep, I think somebody's been watching body language experts. And Whitfield, thanks for the 5. ADHD people react differently to amphetamines. Reaction. That's why stimulants work on us. Yep, true. Raquel, thanks for the 5. She loves to hyperventilate herself on the stand without any emotion. Yeah, there's a lot of fake things that she's picked up the, and she picks up this fake stammer, like and it makes it more obvious and more of a lie. Again, I've seen a good cross sampling of different reactions from victims. Like I've seen enough of it. Again, you get a good decade of practice under your belt. You see a lot of things, And that doesn't count like getting to the table to actually practice before that. I mean, you notice a lot. X, thanks for the 2. Ice equals the new Amica. It's superhuman healing since 2015, apparently. Katrina, thanks for the 15. My God, when it's crossed, well, I guess you guessed your wish there, right? Now is now, because this is crazy. They address everything off YouTube and spin it, the tape nonsense, just doubling down. You notice that she spun everything. Do you think AH saying she punched herself was a fuck up? Yes, I do. She messed up. She would say, "Oh, I got my words tangled." We call that a Freudian slip, right? Dealing with Delta. Thanks for the 2. Self-harming scars. Indeed, apparently. Cindy the Cringy, thanks for the 10. Scars are forever. Why can't she show them? That's true. Like if she had all these scars, she could just showcase this stuff, and she could do it really quickly. But that's the thing, right? That's the thing. She can't. Zombie things survive. I was being choked and he stopped, took off his shirt to choke me. Did you catch that? I thought that was a good one, actually. Zombie pointed that out. She said, on the train, I was being choked. Then he stopped choking me so he could take off his shirt to choke me. It's like, wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Scott Wiggum, thanks for 10. Hello. Yes, sir. Those dime bags would be chewed. Yeah, it would be inside out and chewed to bits. If you know, you know. That's what I'm saying, man. Been there, and again, like nobody with some money is going to be buying dime bag unless you can't get a supply. But if he's got multiple dime bags, that means somebody's hooking him up. And for him, he's Hollywood. He's going to be getting them in bigger. Like again, they have him. They have him hitting like little dime bags. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that's a small amount of cocaine, right? Like an 8 ball is more. It's more. You're gonna have some cocaine. It's gonna get you through a little while. You can reach in. You can do a little bit out of your bag. You can actually stick a straw in it. Just whatever, Or me, I would use like a pin body. Actually, I would if I had my preference, I would use they. I found this little metal tube. I always like metal tubes because metal, the stuff doesn't stick to it. But in a crutch, I don't like some people will roll up dollar. I think they're gross because dollars are so gross. They're, you want something things don't stick to. Yes, I had a serious substance issue myself, and before my kids were born, right when we found out my wife was pregnant, that got my brain. I was like, I gotta, I'm no use to anyone like this. So I got my life right, but I know what it's like to be there. That's why I don't judge people for it because been there. Briefcase, thanks 349. I'm pale. Easy to get marks from not much and from crying. Yeah, myself. I'm not pale. I got a little bit of browning to my skin. Like I'm white, but I have Native American ancestry as well, and you can see that a little bit of that coloration there. But you can see it on my skin. You can see marks and stuff. I could just smack myself in the face, like just a little bit of pat, 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 pat. And, you're going to see a little marking after a while. Like the stuff she has, nothing. Wild Child, thanks for the 5. She wanted nothing for real. Yeah. Only 3 penthouses, car, alimony, all liabilities paid, and cash. She's truly insane. Yes, exactly. Exactly. You are totally right. You are totally right. She wanted nothing but everything. Hey, man, by the way, Scott, good, man. You got your stuff straight. Sounds like good, man. Quicksilver, it's rough sometimes. Thanks for the 5. I could see a Lifetime movie in the future. She's already got a movie. They already did a call for this movie before, but nobody put it out yet. But they did. Ask Jax on Twitter to repost that because she put up I think it was her. She put up a casting call for a movie. You can tell it's about Johnny Depp. I did a video on it, but I don't remember it anymore. Marley, thanks for the 2. He played George Young for Christ's sake. Exactly. Dime bags. Exactly. Elsa, thanks for the 5 there. Camille was great on Cross. Yes. Waiting for tomorrow. My English bad. Oh no, you're fine there. You're fine. You're doing great with it. If you have a question about something, just ask it in the chat too. Like if you don't understand something or ask, I'll try to understand it. There'll be some translation there difficulties, but possibly. But I'm glad to have you first of all here. Appreciate you. And if there's some trend like you were asking about objection and stuff, that's good. It's good. I like it when I see people are curious about this stuff. I was curious about it. I can't remember the first trial. I really got interested in the first due process case. I got interested in it was the Vic Mignogna case, and it was amazing. Briefcase, thanks for the 349. I'm amber pale. I wake up with worse marks from sleep. Yeah, that's some of her marks. That's true. Like, I wake up with worse stuff like on my face. Like if I've been laying wrong. I mean, it's worse than her injuries. Red, thanks for the 5. The producers sued her November 2016, accusing her of sabotaging premiere. I remember that in Toronto International Film Festival 2015. I do remember that. Marie Watson, thanks for the 5. She's 100% been coached by counsel since break. They've been watching Twitter for sure. They're trying to save their asses. Pathetic. Well, it tells you they didn't have a case, you know. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. I have a skin thing. A very light scratch will leave marks. Someone dug their fingers in my skin. Her blemish feature, she rubbed her eyes hard. Oh, yeah. You can look at it. I mean, she is not, like, there is no injury in that stuff. She's just lying. Red, thanks for the 2. Turd had a fling with Billy Bob Thornton. I believe it. That's gross, too. Like Billy Bob. Come on, man. Billy Bob, though, it's weird. Like, he had Angelina Jolie when she was younger. And, you know, from my thoughts, like, the Angelina Jolie now, after a lot of plastic surgery, I don't know. Like, it's just, again, I'm measuring that because I don't want to be ugly about a comment. I thought she was. I like people when they look like people, you know, before they go under the knife so much and try to become Hollywood. So Billy Bob Thornton there, he also was trying to score Amber Heard. That's just kind of strange, isn't it? PTC, assuming happened, and I would see if Billy Bob seems like the kind of person that would come in and try to nab your woman. So, and you know what? If Amber Heard cheats, like that's an Amber Heard issue. When people come in and they cheat, you know, obviously Billy Bob may be scumbaggy in there, but the real problem would be Amber or whomever is doing it. PTC, thanks for the 5. Anyone here familiar with the song How Soon Is Now by the Smiths? JD, yeah, deserves this song indeed. Topher, thanks for the 5. So he hurt himself during fights or hurts her? Which one is it? That's true, you know. Oh, yeah. He was so busy like burning himself with cigarettes that he hurt her too. Wait, what? Thanks for the 5. AH took pictures of the dumbest stuff, but forgot to document brutal injuries. Staged Tumblr pics, but didn't think to document the worst abuse. She's sick. That's true. Richard, thanks for the 5. You don't remember that. Must be affecting you more than you thought. Gaslighting much? Yes, exactly. Miranda, thanks for the 2. Ever tell any directors about abuse? Nobody we know of. GM Strong's asking about recordings. There's multiple ones. Remember when the recordings they were playing where she was trying to, they'll play something and he'll use words like violence and they'll be like, oh, this means something. The recordings mean trash. And that's what he's asking. What do they mean? And it is. Kalen Price, thanks for the 2. This is ridiculous. I figured that's on that too. Marie Watson, thanks for the 2. Why is the defense using this recording? Again, so many people are pointing that out. It's true. KT, thanks for the 20. Happy belated Tug. And does it sound like she researched the case over the weekend? Yes. And is trying to cover her tracks? Yes. She's absolutely ridiculous. I pray Cross catches her lies. I think they have. They've been tearing her up so far. Dante, thanks for the 2. The court needs to do a drug screening. Johnny Depp fell asleep. That's exactly Bobby Regina. But Johnny Depp, he's a sleeper. What a monster. Raquel, thanks for the 5. Oh, look, doe eyes. They believe me. Look, yep. The believe me, please. Healthy Gaming, thanks for the 5. I hope my puns were appreciated. They were. It was funny. I tried hard to make them fantastic. I enjoyed it. So it was enjoyed by me. You know. CJJ, thanks for the 10. Happy belated birthday, Tug. Appreciate all your coverage on JD versus AH over the past couple of years. Some of your legal term references have really helped me with my law school courses too. That's cool. You know, the lawyers, I like the lawyer coverage to a degree for what they do. It just depends on what you like, you know, too. Like we have law Twitter that covers a lot, and we have people that cover the case itself, you know, and I've dealt with the law of, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know, I've covered enough cases that at least I've picked up some of it. Vince, thanks for the 2. JD must be playing Queen. We are the champions. We are the champions. Yeah, indeed. Hey, Mark, thank you for that comment. I think the Musk donations is weird, isn't it? Katrina, thanks for the 8. How long do we have to go through fake no injury photographs and nonsense talking? I thought we'd have to more, honestly. Christy, thanks for the 20. I can't stand this woman. Lying to destroy someone's life is the lowest of low. That's true. Thank you, Tug, for all you do. Watch you for a long time. Admire your fight to show the truth. There's a special place in hell for her, indeed. Jennifer, thanks for the 20. AH's testimony is proving that she's a danger to herself and others. Indeed. Dark Alley, thanks for the 5. Dark Alley, I like that name. He has to have hallucinations to account for the phone call where you heard James Franco in the background. I like how she kind of tried to skirt that James Franco admission too. Creative name, thanks for the 5. Howdy, about an hour behind because I wanted to listen to the full stream, but do take the monies for the great coverage. Also, happy belated. Thank you for that. You'll enjoy the coverage. You'll have fun with it. Mom, thanks for the 179. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you for that. PTC, thanks for the 5. I really play this. Jury has a brain. Come on with it, Camille. She did good, I thought. Ivan, thanks for the 2. The way she scans the jury, slippery mask, indeed. Zombie, thanks for the 2. Couch was not a safe word. Couch was a demand, indeed. Thanks for the 2. Forgetting your storyline, Elaine, line, indeed. Alexander, thanks for the 5. She was 50 Cent mode. Get rich or die trying. No, more like get rich or, kill him trying. Caleb, but you're right. This will end really good or really bad, all in attitude. That's true. Caleb, thanks for the 2. Liar, liar, you're farting fire, gross. Ian Hart, hashtag me boo. DJ, thanks for the 2. Princess Poo Poo lies again. Oh, man, she lies a lot, doesn't she? Kristen, thanks for the 10. We don't hold on to evidence. I love to see diaries. We don't push buttons. We are heavyweights. Is impaired. I can't see JD burning his moneymaker. Yep. I caught that one before, but it's true. Wild Child, thanks for the 2. Conspiracy theory. Could Wit be AH's surrogate? I wonder who carried the baby. I do. And I meant to mention this earlier. So people mentioned the baby, right? The timeline. Remind me tomorrow when the trial. Somebody remind me. I want to put this in front of people because remember the timeline for the baby. The baby actually comes up. So remember the trial was supposed to happen a year ago. And a year ago when it was postponed, right before that, about less than a month before the trial pops off, the surrogate baby is actually comes up. So she planned to have a baby because again, it's a surrogate. She's not carrying it. She planned it. She planned to have that baby she's talking about. It was going to be the perfect ammunition to carry her through the case. But then the trial got postponed. I believe that the baby was a plan for I very much believe that because it is the perfect go-to and it beyond reproach. You have to be very careful when you talk about the baby. And with good reason, because it's not the baby's fault who its mother is, Wind of the Soul, thanks for the 5. Perhaps the judge should have conversation with AH teams. Are he coaching? That would be nice. Mangton, thanks for the 5. JD told AH she's not his mother in the audio clip. Yeah, he was irritated, and yeah, I don't blame him. My Beavers unit. Thanks for 217. Favorite line, misheard. I did not ask a question yet. Indeed. Red, thanks for the 2. Turd took JD's late mother's doggy away. That's so mean. Healthy Gaming, thanks for the 10. Question, what? Oh, okay, I got the Bruce thing. I got that one. Freckles. Let me roll up. She admitted to multiple uses of shrooms and MDA. I like how she pretended she only used it once today, Casey, thanks for the 3. What she had for breakfast, showing a little peel. Shay, thanks for the 2. Is the PR Predator in court? I didn't see him in there. Lauren Hill, thanks for the 2. AH has rings on all her fingers, left hand. Yeah, she had marks and scars on some of her hands, too. Did you notice that? Well, Blue, thanks for the 5. If Elon's payment was not part of AH's pledge, why the hell is it even mentioned? To me, that makes Elon's payment Elon's donation, nothing to do with AH. Well, because it was named in part of her stuff. It was actually included in there. It was part of it. He bought her that freaking ambassadorship. Like the reason that the ACLU even cared, the reason that they weaponized her, it's not because of some bit actress out there. It's because of the guy who gave them $6 million. He's one of the biggest that we know of in that little bit. We don't know how much money he's given them, but we know it's a lot. Like they acknowledge he's one of their biggest donors ever. And that's got to be a lot of money, you know? It's got to be a lot. Respect, thanks for the 5. Funnily enough, those denials about mental issues, substance abuse, codependency, and general refusal to their own issue fit with a certain diagnosis. They do indeed. More than Minecraft. Thanks for the super chat. misstep on Lego. Never Twitter account hacked. I won't even pee on her if she's on fire. P.S. Happy birthday for yesterday, and thanks for what you do. Thank you. DJ, thanks for the 2. Her words are, yep. Aaliyah, all she says is, yeah, indeed. Crystal, she said Elon was sitting next to her at the Met Gala when Johnny didn't show up. Yep, she quickly changed it. I heard that too. I thought that was fascinating. I am. Thanks for the 2. They're trying to piss AH off on purpose. Yes, they do. Hashtag love it. Yep. That's what you do. You try to get under their skin. You try to make them crack because you want the mask. You don't want to be seen as a bully. That's why Camille's up there, first of all. But she's been good. You don't go after like a female victim or someone who claims to be. You put on the right face. That's what they've done. Tony, thanks for the 5. On the money was included with Amber's math when claiming what was paid. Yep, that's true. That's exactly it. So when you're asking about that, Elon boy, he had his dollar bills, y'all, all thrown in there too. Cat's crazy life. Thanks for the 10. Cat lady calls male visitors clients. That's true. That's interesting. Dawn Day, thanks for the 10. Is JD's team going to show that video of Amber hanging her dog out the window like she accused JD of? I'm not sure. Are you covering sex assault PR guy in a different video? I'll probably talk about him again. I talked about him last night. I pulled up that's what, I talked about that through live stream last night. And I'll probably cover more of it in a video. Brett, thanks for the 5. I have a mailing address to send mail to JD. Yeah, I have a place to send stuff. I got a pretty good. I got some pretty good connects to make sure that I get things where they need to go. So, if you've got like I feel like I've got a pretty direct line. If we're talking about putting something together, So I'll think about what we do with that. But thank you for the offer with that too. Healthy Gaming, thanks for the 5. Heard, the magical turd can't mess this up without saying a word. Indeed. What I think will happen with Kate Moss, I think it opens the door to asking about exes. I think you can ask her about, her Tasha Van Ree. And they could ask more, and it could potentially open the door for Kate Moss, but I don't really see dragging her in. You could. It depends on how she answers and how it goes. You can impeach her, but I think it's all about bringing in the exes. That's why they were so excited. So 5, shouldn't she be donating $14 million if she doesn't want anything from JD? Yeah, so no one would say, I bet you enjoyed tax write-off from JD's money. That's true. Her problem though is she can't afford it on her own. Like that was her problem. So if she had to do it on her own, she'd never be able to do it. Moontan, thanks for the 2. Demon in a meat suit, indeed. More in Minecraft. Miss Herdkey, the Christmas poo. You hate her and she hates you. She was hallucinating half the time. He was in a straitjacket. I thought that was the rest of the song. Yeah. Mrs. Herdkey, the Christmas poo. She hates her. You hate her and she hates you. She'll leave a stain on your pillow too. Yeah, exactly. Rodimus, thanks for the 5. If Elon's donations were part of her pledge, then how much has she actually donated so far? A whole lot of nothing. That's what it is. I mean, she's let's see, she's donated God, I'd have to look back at the donation track. They were crediting her with like $1.2 million. And God, the majority of that actually came from Elon Musk. So, and a banana, thanks for the super chat. Shoot, ex bestie is a horse whisperer. I know. She was like, calm, calm. You're like, man, nay, nay. Cap, pin gaps and band aids, thanks for two. She's suddenly gotten better at demo right over YouTube. Yeah. Moontan, thanks for the dude. Just a small town girl living in the delusional world. Just a small town girl living in a delusional world. Yeah. Joey, thanks for the two. Wonder what she was saying. Sorry for her in the audio. That's a good question. Maybe I can find out. Let's see if I can find out. Thanks for the two. Quit touching your eyeball, you possessed frog. Doris Beck, thanks for the two. Body language analyst, gonna have a field day, indeed. Ace, thanks for the two. What happens when you have a week to prep? She had a week to prep, and it didn't work very well. I mean, it helped cut down on the fake crying and stuff. And again, they tried to deflect everything we brought up in videos. They did. I feel like my videos, like like I said, I don't feel like that's like weird ego or anything to say. Like I've been added in 3 freaking documents so far, like 3 of their specific court documents by name. Like one of them was redacted. There's another one that was a bigger portion with evidence that I think was added for that would be a 4th, but she's added multiple times. So Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for 4980. Out of curiosity, how likely could it be to get Captain Jack Sparrow to help you deliver comics? It probably wouldn't happen there. I could send him something if you want, possibly. A dog stepped on a bee shirt. Maybe we could get one. That would be funny, actually. That would be funny. I should have done one of those too. Scott Wickham, thanks for the 10. Can we discuss the value of her counterclaims? AA Aquaman 2 is only worth $2 million. I think JD losses were but hers is a pipe dream. Yeah, her counterclaim is just, it says in the counterclaim that her counterclaim is twice what JD had. There's no actual value that she's measured in that. It's just, hey, he asked for this, I want double. For you, thanks for the 25. How did Rocky go from blocking JD to having his arm? Yeah, having her arms around him so quickly. That's true. This Rocky gal must be an octopus, indeed. Andrew Butler, thanks for the 10. Woodcrafter here. You can't splinter a beam like that along the grain with a sharp object. Look at the bed shot. You can see the metal tool laying on the bedspread. That's their knife. You can see the knife piece for it. They couldn't have splintered it. Yeah, with just a boot. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Andrew Butler. Watch the Woodworking Lawyer and see if there's other parts that you think were left out. Like if you maybe your expertise will see something that wasn't there. Jim Strong, thanks for the 2. iPhone has edges. Yep. Miss Don Glover, thanks for the 2. Tang causes blushing. I've been on it. I've enjoyed like hearing some of that stuff, like how like different drugs work for that. Triana, thanks for the 2. Earrings are different. I need to look at all these pictures because apparently there are different people saying that. The earrings are different in the pictures, even though she's saying they're from the same date. Natty Sparrow, thanks for the 10. If you look at the supposed card left by the police, it looks exactly the same handwriting on the mirror in Australia. That's her handwriting. That'd be interesting. I need to look back at that. Respect, thanks for the 2. No shape from the phone. Yeah, that's another thing. There's no squaring from the phone despite it smashing into your face. Again, like a baseball pitch. Connie, thanks for the 2. Disney wants JD back. Saw the headline. No, it's not true. It's not true. Like until we Disney hasn't made any statement, and they wouldn't until the thing was over anyway. Now I can tell you for a fact that Disney has said that they will never deal with her. Like I talked to a good source about it. Again, a source that would be somebody you'd want to talk to, but no, like there's a door left open, but they haven't had any talks with JD, and they wouldn't until anything came up, you know. Like I tell you, like I said, with certainty, like there's no discussion that's been had yet. When there is, I should be able to find out, unless it's just something that comes up off the cusp. But it won't happen until after the trial anyway, even if they were going to do it. Just say hypothetically it was going to happen, they would never risk their name on it. And even with that, they Disney has a long record of being not good with Depp. Like they've treated him trashy, and they've been able to carry Jack Sparrow. Now, I think it would be smart of them if they put together a movie and put him in it. They could make a lot more money. Like if somebody would hire him for something like that to refine a role that he's done or whatever. God, man, if I were a studio, I'd hire him right now, because like the next big movie that comes out, if a Hollywood big budget movie would hire him on, they would make bank being the first. But yeah, if Disney could talk him into it, good God. Johnny, thanks for the 5. The body cam footage completely disproves. They showed the officer's pictures. Yes, she's committed perjury. Yeah, well, I couldn't believe they allowed the pictures in where they said, "Oh, we showed these to the officers." Who cared? The officers didn't see that there, though. The officers said that's not abuse, but who cares if they saw those pictures? You know? And then thanks for the 5. A real DV victim had major issues with seeing pictures of their bruises. Yeah, you'd think that she'd have. You notice she didn't have as many problems talking about the 2 major incidents today as she did when she was like, you know, it was really weird that she had all those weird breakdowns. A week later, she didn't. Tiki Todd, thanks for the 5. Everyone else noticed the hand gestures when describing the phone hitting her were on the left side. Yep, indeed. Finbar, thanks for the 5. How long was he in the flat for? According to Hurd's team, he smashed everything, but by the time police arrived, they all cleaned it up. Odd, super cleaning. Yeah, they had it just like psh, psh. Christine, thanks for the 5. Tug, did I miss where the first 2 officers said they no, they never said that. That what they did was, see, that's misleading what they were pulling off. They showed them those pictures and they were like, is this an injury? And they were like, no, this isn't an injury. So they're they're gaming right there. They're gaming. It's nasty. Zombie, thanks for the 5. The body cam footage from the cops showed that none of this was there. Yep. They cleaned it up. Yeah, that was the second set of cops. They said they cleaned it up between the first set. Convenient, isn't it? Convenient. House of Thrift, thanks for the 5. How did he break so much stuff without a glass bottle breaking? That's a very good question. Cindy Pinky, thanks for the 5. Amber is doing the eye rubbing to set the play to be able to flip off Camille soon. Just keep watching. Jennifer, thanks for the 5. Wow. So even the LAPD lied for Johnny. Yeah, she said at one time the LAPD were for rent. She said that they were employed by him for real. Jersey Girl, thanks for 5. Most countries require a shingle vaccine to travel. Think about all the traveling she did. That's true too. With JD, thanks, Tuggy Rock. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. Monica, thanks for the 5 because you are a liar, girl. I like that point. Very good. Lynette, thanks for the 10. She had a whole week to tighten up her terrible acting, but well, you can't make it better. Whitfield, thanks for the 2. Objection, bad acting. Mother Dog Lover, thanks for the 2. Accutane causes blushing, hair loss, and cracked lips. Yeah, I looked up Accutane after a lot of people discussed it, especially Miss Dog Lover there, and that was a very interesting disclosure to find out about. I'd never really researched Accutane before, and I found out a lot about that. E1337 Neo, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, just emailed you and Nick Ricada a bunch of spoof clips of the trial done in the style of Phoenix Wright. Hope you enjoy them. I'll check them out for sure then. I think I will check them out. I always like looking at stuff like that. I like Phoenix Wright too. Let's see, where was I? Caleb, Bryce, thanks for 2. Tears of a clown. Yes, tears of an actual clown. Holy crap, this is the biggest live stream I've ever had. 212,000 views so far. Good God. Thank you for showing up, by the way, all of you. Seriously. Raquel, thanks for the 5. Mate, my head hurts just from listening to her. Was it me? Or was she twisting up her words so much? I mean, I've never had the issue of sitting and just being able to read super chat. I mean, it's crazy. Like I said, thank you. Kelsey, thanks for the 5. The angrier she got, the less she reacted to abuse allegations. Seems sus. Indeed. Indeed. Big surprise. Thanks for the 5. Henry Burkhart just tweeted. They used the same photo as evidence and admitted them for 2 different events. Yes, they've done that twice now. Twice. Yep. It's Rick. Thanks for the 5. Face heals faster. Left side of my face was beaten in. Took months to heal. Yeah, when you break those bones in your face, they don't heal fast at all. Elsa, thanks for the 5. Miss Hurt. Miss Hurt. That was not the question. Did the jury hear this? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they heard those exchanges all right. They did indeed. Trisha, thanks for the 20. Why are pics important when they saw her physically? Well, yeah, they were trying to say what they were doing with that. The police, as they were saying, well, is this, if you saw this, what was that? What was that? And yeah. Natalie, thanks for 2. Did you notice she said bruise kit? Yep. Well, thanks for the 5. Same picture, different lies. Bruise kit. How would she know, especially that the piece of glass was from the wine glass? That's true too. Well, she claimed that there was glass on the counter as well. Like she claimed glass in places that I know there was no glass. Why am I wearing headphones? I'm not listening to anything. I was thinking, man, these headphones are God, I've had them on a while. I was like, why the heck am I wearing my headphones anymore? It's no more sound. Thanks for the 5. She same picture, different lies. I got that one. Michael Gallup, thanks for the 5. AH betrays her knowledge of makeup and creating illusions to fool the eye. That's true. Nick, thanks for the 2. Which floor is the parakeet floor? James Street, thanks for the 5. Did I miss the cross? Nope. I'm sure you got that one there now. Raquel, thanks for the 10. Night Tug and Chat. We'll rewatch later. I hope you catch that up and enjoy this part. I hope you get into here. Appreciate you too, Raquel. Thank you. Mariah, thanks for the 10. Do we have a website for your merch? My toddler kicked me in the chin and I need that hammock cream. Yeah, actually, I'm on Teespring. Like if you're looking for my stuff, my new shirt, again, I've got quite a few different shirts on there, but my new shirt on Teespring, again, I think it's pretty funny. Like we just put that new one out. I wanted to do the grumpy and the bowl. I think that one's funny. There's a couple of ideas people have had too, but I mean we've had a few. This is the brand new one we just did. The poop in the punch bowl. Here, look, it's a grumpy in the punch bowl. You get your cat lady. You get the angry mermaid. I think that's funny. And again, I don't know. It just kind of cracks me up there. That mad face. Oh, that angry face should be it should be locked in forever. Jamie Felix, to you, Depp's team, are they just letting her and her lawyer talk to bury herself? Yes. Well, they can enter whatever they want to, as long as they let them for so far. I mean, they can object to certain things, but they could still enter whatever. Tarantula Ravenblood, thanks for the 2. Just watched Emily and Legal Bites with juror info. Debbie, thanks for the 5. Can JD's team get her for perjury? Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I see a few people they're like, some people think I miss their super chats. I miss them something like if I go live again and I don't see it, well, I'll come back like this, catch them all. Like I say, Jamie Street, thanks for the 5. I swear she unnerves me. I have severe health conditions. One is chronic severe migraines. She agitates them. Her voice is nails in the chalkboard. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, people will look at this and they'll be like, I ain't never, ever gonna hire her. Nobody will hire her again, you know? And McCarthy, thanks for the 2. Camilla's going to rip her apart. That happened. Kim, thanks for the thumbs up. Matt Bond, thanks for the 5. I'm a pro photographer and can testify in Aussie court about Photoshop manipulated photos. These would be rejected. There's so many in there that would just are terrible. Barbara Kangas, thanks for the 5. I've been watching online, so I'll bet she's seen all the commentary trying to ship Johnny Camilla. Oh, yeah, I think she's probably angry about that. Let's see, I've hit these right here. I gotta roll up. Miss Dog Lover, thanks for the 5. People, I'm sorry if you are a victim of DB. It must be hard watching. Sending my love. Indeed. As our Vaughn, thanks for the 50. No statement with that, but plenty of statement in sending that. Thank you. Beth, thanks for the 50. Tug, please tell people to blow up. Minamata, yes. Minamata is actually good to watch there. I didn't know it was on Prime, though. So Minamata's on Prime. Is that true? If Minamata's on Prime, everybody should check it out. It's a good movie. Like, it's a good role. And share it with everyone, because that was a movie they tried to suppress. They tried so hard to make sure nobody else got to see it. And, that give me 1 second. I didn't know it was up, though. Tiff, thanks for the 2. Yes. New tea. I'm in. Thank you. Thank you for that. Kelly Hogan, thanks for the 10. Time to grieve for the death of your career. Christina Baggs, thanks for the 2. How do you think the cross will go? I think it's going great. Average Bloke, thanks for the 2. Why is AH dressed like Kim Jong? It's Kim Jong-un. Olive Juice, thanks for the 5. She has to relive the worst days. Yeah. She's the one who decided to weaponize that stuff for sure. Yeah, she decided to weaponize it because she's a nut. I like the I survived Amber Heard testimony idea. Man, the super chat window is messing up. It's freaking out. I'm trying to. It's cut off a bunch of them in the middle. It's weirding out. So if I miss somebody for some reason, I apologize. It's just the window is weird today. It's got like a weird issue in the middle of it. So I'm going up as far as I can. But if I miss somebody, like I said, this is not on purpose. Crystal, thanks for the 5. Sharks with freaking laser beams on their heads. Heisenberg Kennels, if the cross sticks to truth, they have no fear. Demonic Devros, thanks for the 5. So no evidence of where she says he hit her, but nothing in the report or even a picture. Correlation on it. Christine, thanks for the 2. Looking forward to Camille and the blackmail letter. Indeed. I want them to go over it all, explain it. Amy Lawson, thanks for the 5. Happy birthday for yesterday. Thank you. Hope JD has a celebratory cigar ready for this to end. Yeah, I hope he has a good time with it. I hope he has a very big celebration to go through that, Scott Wiggum, thanks for 5. You'll never see my eyes again. And actually following through, it's brutal and beautiful. I liked it. I thought it was good. Clear Art Apple, thanks for 2. This is what the world has been waiting for. So thanks for the 5. Am I the only one that thinks this is hard to watch? No, it's difficult to watch in its own way, but it's mesmerizing too. Son, thanks for the 5. I had sinus surgery. I've had that too, and ice didn't help. Oh God, I was down for days. I had EMT, the ENT, ear, nose, throat. Yeah, it wasn't fun. And thanks for the 5 too. Give me that audio side, that sidebar audio. Indeed. Marianne, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. He thinks of the 5. I wonder if JD is constantly writing with his right hand. I caught that one before. Show dominance. It's true. Carolyn Starr, thanks for the 14. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you. Doll Life Dan, thanks for the 2. Just ordered my Amica cream shirt. Thank you. Thank you. I put up a mug too. Somebody asked for that. Okay, happy. Thanks, sir. Okay, Happy, thanks for the 5. The stare incident is suspect as she stated he's attacking her, yet Whitney gets in between them. How's he gonna when he's already beating her? How? Yeah, it's also suspect when you think he's got MRSA in his finger. So he would have to be hitting her with his soft cast hand with an injury to it with MRSA, a flesh-eating bacteria in it. It doesn't make sense, Scott Christie, thanks for the 2. Shout out to my wife, Natasha, who is Team Johnny. Hey, props to Natasha out there. Giving you a shout out. Appreciate you too. Dog Lover, thanks for the 2. Love what Camille is doing here. Indeed. Caleb, thanks for the 2. Get the popcorn ready. Miss Dog Lover, asleep, bored of your crap. Cheryl, thanks for the 2. No arm scars on the Corden appearance. That's true. Tara, thanks for the super chat. Well, 16K people watching. Congrats, Tug. Appreciate that. That's big. Like I said, the law channels may pull those numbers, but one of us pulling them, woo, big time, baby. It's big time. Like, it's amazing. I'm feeling it too. I appreciate it. Like I said, I made things for the 2. I would love to see Johnny's doodles. I would too. He should do like a court doodle book, Drive-by commenter, thanks for the 2. Uh-oh, Colonel Jessup time. Yeah, Kelsey Hogan, thanks for the 5. JD threw her sister, or just threw her sister under the bus. I was like, JD, wait a minute. So, Kelsey, thanks for the 5. Let me say that again. Just threw the sister under the bus. Can't believe she just called out Whitney, showing JD how to use tampon to snort drugs. Yeah, she did that in the UK trial too. So she's thrown her in 2 different courtrooms. That's crazy. Jorge, thanks for the 2. Left side of the courtroom, all for Amber. No, no. Thanks for the 2. Maybe we'll now see her cry. She only gets like 2 aisles, and then the rest they allow 100 people in, so that's just the crowd. Healthy Gaming, thanks for the 5. Cat ladies like grandmas, no one wants to be associated with. That's Rex, thanks for the 2. Fair is fair. If you want pics, they want records. Indeed. Thanks for the 2. Elaine's hair reminds me of an Amish boy haircut. It's ready. Marie, thanks for the 5. I can't wait to make a breakdown video of Cross. Indeed. Camille, Amber got owned by Camille. I live for that. Oh, I love it. D-Smoke, thanks for the 5. Most men who are targeted by abusers don't have JD's resources. Clear their name. No, not at all. That's why it's so important to back somebody that does have it, right? Cupid's Keys, thanks for 5. I think I'm in love with Johnny's attorney. She's a freaking shark. And clearly she smells blood in the water. I would gladly lose an argument to her. I've enjoyed watching her do that for sure. Okay, thanks for the 2. Simp Bucks, indeed. Red, thanks for the 2. It's time for Turd to tell the truth. Lady Bloody, thanks for the 10. And the super sticker, thank you for that. Margarita, thanks for the 20. Love what Camille's doing here. Happy belated birthday. Thank you. Everything's for the 2. Where's the AH's PR guy? Indeed. Rock and Rolla. Thanks for the 2. Love it. Camille's dragging her ass. Pin caps and band-aids. Thanks for the 2. Did you see how Camille looked at Amber up close? Yep. Next boy, thanks for the 10. Camille is absolutely destroying her. I'm glad she is. Amber's so angry, you can see her losing it. Yep. And Mariah Mendo, thanks for the I sent the bingo card just for you. All right. I love it. I got to see. Ooh, let me download that real quick. I'll show it off real quick. Let's look at it. I want a new bingo card. I need a new bingo card. I need a new bingo card. I need a new bingo card. I'm enjoying the bingo a lot more than I thought I would. The bingo thing is fun. Like I said, you gotta have fun with this stuff, because if you don't, these people drive you insane, So I'm glad that's why I like watching stuff with groups. Okay, I think that's one of the biggest benefits of like the online stuff. All right, here we go. So let's check this out. Let's look at the bingo card. Here's a new bingo. Hello, Johnny. I wanted nothing. Loses temper. Makes a constipated face. I pledged. Talks over Queen Camille. Makeup. Denies affairs. Looks at Johnny. Alludes. Let's see. Cries. contradicts Depp. Yeah, this will be fun. I'm going to post this on, and then we'll play it tomorrow. So I'm going to post it right now. I'm thinking about it. Okay. Just so I remember it. And then I'll grab it tomorrow morning and we'll play it. Yeah, that'll be fun. Thank you. Said I enjoy it. All right. So Amber Heard bingo for tomorrow. Amber Heard bingo for my channel tomorrow. Be there. We'll call the card live. That'll be fun. Well, I'm looking forward to that. I think that'll be high value right there. Hey, in moments, thanks for the super chat. Yay, thanks, Tug. Appreciate it. And thanks for the 2. Camille, Vanquish. Burkiko, thanks for the 2. Whose time does it go against when AH team stalls? If they're up there, like I guess it runs against you when they're sitting there doing, I don't know when they do sidebar. I'm not actually sure what happens with all that. I guess it goes against your time unless somebody says different. I'm not sure. Horitz Feinberg, Horitz, thanks for the 10. Clearly, AH does not understand charity. Oh, yeah, we hit that one. That's a good point, though, for sure. I think I'm all the way up to the new ones. I think we've made it to the new super chats. Wow. Interesting. So what did you all think about today, then? If I missed a couple, like I said, there's some in the middle. I cannot pull them up the window. I'll check them tonight and see what's there. If I miss somebody, that is not intentional. This stupid window messed up. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 10. Got to get some sleep before work tomorrow. Last super chat. Just wanted to show support. Thank you for that. Well done to the 9K plus people who actually took the time to click the like button. Good night. God bless y'all. Indeed. We'll have a good live stream tomorrow with this because it'll be pure cross too. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm excited about because we are talking about her like getting wrecked. I mean, there is no way around it. Like this has been brutal to watch today. And you know what? I absolutely loved it, just to be honest. I loved watching her get destroyed. Oh, I had a video this morning, by the way, that it was weird because okay, so I put out a video on Kevin Smith and Johnny Depp, and it just crushed it. Like it wouldn't give anybody notifications, and that's strange. Like it doesn't show one notification to a viewer sent out. When you have 200,000 people to send something to, and it doesn't send it to anybody. That's bizarre. Oh, so is there anything in today people noticed that they thought, man, that like a moment that we have not discussed that you thought, man, that was the Stella, that was the stuff right there. That was the end all be all. I'm setting a video, by the way, for 6:30. I have another video, but I've not set it yet. I'm making sure I put the thumbnail out there and everything. I'm getting it ready while we're talking. It's crazy, man. I was talking to my wife. I was like, my God, I don't feel like I ever stopped making content in some way. With the trial starting an hour early and ending late, it's just like, oh Lord, I never stop. Finally. All right. We'll buy that brand. Yeah, wow. But go Tug. Yeah, it's crazy there. Elsa, thanks for the 20 there. Hard work on YouTube. Translating is hard. I imagine there's there. Legacy Adventures, thanks for 5. Did you catch her say this? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house than knock over things you saw pictures of? Direct quote, huge slip up. Yeah, I saw that for sure. She minimized the damage. That's true. I forgot all about that. That is a very good quote. I forgot all about them saying that. That is a very good catch there. Because I remember when I saw that, I thought, man, happy. Thanks for the 5 here. And the sticker, appreciate that. Wow sticker. Let me see. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. Well, Tug, a lot of us are with you just as much. That's true. I mean, when I'm doing this, like people are around all for hours and hours. So I do appreciate it. It's like we hang out for the entire day doing this. But anyway, if I missed anybody in that, I apologize. Like I said, the super chat window is a little weird today. Like usually it weirded out. I thought I caught everything in the middle, but it was just a little strange. So it had a little bit of a weird flurry in the center. So if I missed your super chat and you noticed that, like I said, an apology. And if I miss you as a member, the member thing takes a day to show up sometimes. So the verdict comes down on the 27th. No, it's supposed to go to the closing arguments on the 27th. And they were talking about how they wanted to, kind of get it all done by the 30th. So they're going to aim for that. That's when it, comes up. So it should be interesting to see how that goes, though, I like the fact that Amber Heard, Elon Musk, and the ACLU have been put on blast now. It's just kind of crazy to see. But anyway, all right. Well, I think I'm going to call it a day. I think it's a good place to end. I think we're at a good spot. I got a video that's going to be coming up in about 10 minutes. So you can watch that too. I think that's Depp got him a pretty good sized victory that has been overshadowed by the insanity. It's one of the biggest victories I've seen him have so far. So people might want to check that one out there too. But I think it's a good place to end. We still got 5,000 people hanging. That's awesome there. Yeah. We'll say, huh? My wife came down here and sat down, listening to me talk for 10 hours and 50 minutes. Holy crap. I know, but I mean, I've been talking like for almost 11 hours solid.
I'm pretty used to that.
I could be like, boop, 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 boop,
You just have an audience to talk to.
That's true. I just 11 hours is like, wow. Man, if I put in another 6 hours, I feel like Ricardo on a regular day. That boy lives online. It's like, man, I don't know how he keeps the hours online, man. I would be like, I have to take a break.
Got a jar of dirt.
I like the fact did you like how Johnny Depp supposedly has a jar of cocaine, and yet he has to use dime bag. We were talking about that the other day,
Well, why would someone with that much money be buying dime bags, period?
That's what I was saying, man. I'd be dropping down like
if you've got a jar of Coke, what do you need dime bags for?
as I keep saying, somebody else was talking about it too, as if you have, like she said, she's finding baggies, like you'd just be a blob of plastic because, if you're coked up, man, if you're geeked up, you start chewing things up, you chew through those bags, and for them to pretend otherwise, it's just bizarre. Anyway, I think I'm ending here. I appreciate you folks. I want to have a voice tomorrow, so I'm going to end here. 5,000 you folks. Like, and again, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Check out our shirts. We also have a comic book. Comic book is in demand. That means we're working on it right now. Trying to get that thing done. We've got a link in the description. That is the way that we fight industry that is out of control.
Or you could always go to amberheard.net.
Yeah, amberheard.net actually has a very good product you can back from yours truly. Check that out, amberheard.net. I want to check it out. It is a good one. Just check it out, amberheard.net. You'll have a good laugh. Anyway, I'm out of here, folks. I will see you later. Check out the video. It comes up in 7 minutes. Appreciate you. Later. Bye there.